Good morning, everybody. We are going to get started. I will call this meeting of the Public Lands Committee to order. Will the secretary please take the roll?
Senator Hansen. Assemblymember Anderson.
Present.
Assemblymember DeLong.
Present.
Assemblymember Moore.
Here.
Chair Scheibel.
I am here, and please mark Senator Hansen present. He is in the building. We've seen him. If I realized he wasn't in his seat, I would have given him a moment. Sorry, Senator. That being said, we are going to open up this meeting. Welcome everybody to Winnemucca. Thank you so much to the Winnemucca Visitors Authority for allowing us to utilize this awesome convention space. If you have a few minutes today, you should take them to walk around the edges of the room and check out some of these amazing displays that they have on minerals and buckaroos and the state of Nevada and Humboldt County. We do have a packed agenda this morning, so I'm going to be a little bit strict with the time limits. In public comment, each person will be limited to 2 minutes of comment, and then if you have anything else to say, you are more than welcome to submit that in writing. For presenters, we are going to limit you to 15 minutes each. I know that my members always ask really good questions, so I will allow them the time to ask those questions, and if we start getting too far off track, we'll follow up offline. I never want to stifle discussion, but we do have a hard stop at 4 p.m. today. We'll be taking a relatively short lunch break around noon, timed with our presentations, so you can prepare for that. And we will be taking the presentations mostly in order. I did get a request to move up one of the presentations. That is agenda item 9C. So we will try to fit that in probably after agenda item number 5, but we'll see how all of this goes. I think that's most of the housekeeping that I have. As always, we request that you turn off your cell phones, other noisy devices, and please recognize there are a couple of us up here with computers. We are utilizing them to access meeting materials and not to scroll on Facebook. And I think that is everything I have for all of you. I'll just put the phone number on the record really quickly. We are streaming to YouTube, so I know that we can't see our friends from afar, but they can see us. If anybody wishes to call in to provide public comment, that phone number is 888-475-4499. The meeting ID is 849-8183-8699. And with that, we will open up our first period of public comment. Is there anybody wishing to give public comment here in Winnemucca? I don't see anybody coming forward, so we will go to the phones. AVH, is there anybody on the phone line to give public comment?
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to participate in public comment, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last 3 digits of 460, please press *6 to unmute. Again, caller with the last 3 digits of 460, please press *6 to unmute. Please continue.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. My name is Scott Beckstead. I am the Government Relations and Policy Director for American Wild Horse Conservation, the nation's largest wild horse and burro advocacy group. As a lifelong horse owner and as one who grew up working with livestock, I have spent decades working in animal welfare and public lands policy, and I want to respectfully urge this committee to reject the false narrative that Nevada's wild horses are primarily responsible for degradation of our public lands in Nevada. The Bureau of Land Management's own data tells a very different story. According to the agency's rangeland health assessments, wild horses are identified as a causal factor in less than 1% of BLM-managed public lands that are failing to meet rangeland health standards. Less than 1%. Yet wild horses continue to be scapegoated while the impacts of commercial livestock grazing which vastly exceeds wild horse use across Nevada, are too often ignored in these discussions. At the same time, we are managing many wild horse herds to extraordinarily low appropriate management levels, or AMLs, levels that raise legitimate concerns about long-term genetic viability. In some HMAs, populations are now dangerously low, and that is not preservation, that is a trajectory toward genetic collapse. What is especially frustrating is that there is a better way, and even the BLM's Wild Horse and Burro Advisory Board has acknowledged it. The advisory board specifically recommends that the BLM prioritize fertility control in every HMA, including herds that have not yet reached AML. The board also recommended creation of measurable 5-year plans focused on reducing population growth throughout proactive fertility control and maintaining HMAs already near AML before they explode beyond management targets. But the BLM has largely failed to implement those recommendations. A perfect example is the Triple B complex roundup conducted in 2025. In that operation, the BLM
We do appreciate you calling in to join us today. Please submit the rest of your comments in writing.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you for providing me with this opportunity. I'm a native Nevadan going back several generations. I'm a wildlife ecologist too, the master from the University of Nevada. My name's Craig C. Downer, and I have a little nonprofit called the Andean Taper Fund / Wild Horse Burro Fund based in Nevada. And I have the following concerning the unjust fencing out of the historic Virginia Range wild horses from Washoe Lake. The decision of the BLM Nevada and the Nevada Department of Agriculture to fence off Washoe Lake on its east side, particularly in its Jumbo West section, constitutes an egregious, unjustified betrayal of the historic Virginia Range wild horses for Mustangs. Also, the decision betrays the majority of people who know about these beautiful and harmonious animals. For BLM and Nevada Department of Agriculture to bypass the NEPA requirement to do an EIS on this major impact that will greatly disrupt the historic wild horse herd, as well as the ecosystem to which these horses contribute positively, is very disrespectful and seriously mars the quality of life of Nevada. The Virginia Range and surrounding areas is the very cradle of the wild horse movement in America. Here, Story County voted to protect its wild horses, not only for their uplifting presences, but also for their major role in preventing major destructive wildfires. As an ecologist, I also know that the naturally living horses are deeply rooted returned natives, keystone species here in Western Nevada, as throughout many areas in North America. They are ecosystem restored.
Thank you so much for calling in. That is 2 minutes. We appreciate
I'll send you the rest of my.
Thank you.
I'll send you the rest of my statement by writing. Okay.
Okay. Next caller, please.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Riles, and I'm calling this morning in regards to our public land. Wild and Free Roaming Horses and Burros Act of 1971 was signed into law in 1971. The act provides protections to all unbranded and unclaimed horses and burros in public lands of the United States. It is a crime for anyone to harass or kill these animals on federal land. The act requires that these horses and burros be protected as living symbols of the historic and pioneer spirit of the West. BLM is also permitted to close public lands to livestock grazing to protect wild horse and burro habitat. Due to the act, BLM manages horses and burros as wild, regardless of their native or non-native status. BLM has assessed 114 million acres of grazed public land. Of the total assessed, more than 50% fail to meet land health standards. BLM identifies livestock grazing as the primary cause for failing land health standards. BLM's data also reflects a continual increase in livestock grazing. BLM has been allowing permit renewals, reauthorization without NEPA review or public comment. Nevada ranchers defied the federal government during a previous drought by putting their cattle on the rangeland that had been closed to grazing. Land health standards are failing due to the actions of the ranchers during the drought, the ongoing trespass livestock, and overpopulation of livestock. BLM continues to allow permit renewals without NEPA review or public comments for our public lands, even after identifying livestock grazing as the primary cause for failing rangeland health standards. There continues to be concerns of unauthorized, illegal trespass livestock on public lands. Here are a few: Gold Butte, Marys River Exclosure, Tippett Pass, Colville, Sequoia Kings Canyon. There are even concerns relating to the cause of wildfires and arson on public lands. A rancher and White Pine County Commissioner has been indicted on federal arson charges. BLM's data reflects wild horses and burros are the cause for only 1% of failing land health standards. It is time to stop blaming wild
So much
horses
for your
and burros.
comments. That's 2 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Cambria Smith, and I feel like these public comment meetings are not taken seriously, but they should be, because we love America as much as ranchers do. Of course, economy is important, but fairness and equity is important as well. And that includes transparency to the American public who pay taxes, who care about these animals, who, like my great-grandfather, fought in World War I on one of these wild Mustangs, getting caught up in semantics, the blame game, the numbers game. It all goes together to a false narrative that is lying to the American people, and that's what angers me the most, as well as these beautiful animals that really aren't starving. Everybody knows cows and sheep destroy lands more than any wild horse could. Plus, there's way more cattle and livestock, in particular, just generally speaking, than wild horses. You're wiping them out at these low AMLs, and it's all on purpose because you hate them. So what about the 1971 law and a Republican that signed it? Nixon, didn't you love him? Didn't you care about the children that signed their letters? Now you mock them. What about future generations of children that won't see these animals? All they'll see is cows and destroyed lands. It's about time we truly take care of our lands and realize that the horse and the burro actually help the lands by spreading seed diversity. Unlike cows, they don't stand in water either and destroy streams. So stop making up lies and shoving them down the throats of Americans, thinking they're stupid and thinking everyone else is from the city, because I'm not from the city. And I'm a country girl, and I want to see the country. Basically, be fair. This is all just a bunch of unfair, biased, lack of evidence-based data BS, in my opinion. And it's really hurtful to see this happening to America. And cows also help climate warming. Our planet is burning up. What is it going to be like this summer with all the data centers and everything? But basically, the cows take a lot of water too. So take them off the land first, not the horses, because that's what the 1971 law said to do. The horses and the burro, multi-use. What about that? Trump's trying to get rid of the multi-use. This doesn't belong to the ranchers. This is our public lands. So stop trying to steal it and ruin it, because it's going to affect your cattle when all the lithium is poisoning the water too. So get it straight. Tell the truth to the American people. Thank you.
Ma'am, could we get your name for the record?
Cambria Smith.
Thank you.
This is upsetting. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dr. Cheryl Abate. I'm a resident of Mount Charleston, Nevada, and have lived among wild horses and burros there. After reviewing the agenda documents for this meeting, it seems to me that Elko and Eureka counties plan to advance the pro-ranching, anti-horse narrative that we're all familiar with by now. They plan to call for more roundups of wild horses and perhaps even more extreme management actions. Apparently, neither county is interested in discussing the widely documented ecological costs of livestock grazing. Their presentations are representative of the broader inconsistency in how the debate over wild horses on public lands is being framed. The majority of Nevadans reject this anti-horse rhetoric that's perpetuated by a handful of wealthy ranchers and their supporters. During the public comment period of the last meeting, several Nevadans noted that if wild horse management is necessary, there's a humane, science-based alternative, fertility control. We don't need to resort to inhumane roundups. And any suggestion of more extreme measures, such as the destruction of excess horses, should be categorically rejected. Numerous peer-reviewed studies dating back to the 90s have demonstrated the effectiveness of fertility vaccines in managing wildlife populations, including wild horses and burros. For instance, consider the peer-reviewed study published in the journal Vaccines in 2024 that examined the Virginia Range Fertility Control Program. This study used the PZP vaccine to manage wild horse numbers. The study concluded that the program was, quote, able to significantly reduce growth rates of a large and extensively distributed population inhabiting challenging terrain, end quote. According to researchers, the treatment coverage reached 72% within 4 years, which resulted in an almost 60% reduction in foaling. This conclusion is consistent with earlier and more recent research that you can find through a quick Google search. In conclusion, I urge the Nevada Legislature to ask Congress to make humane fertility control a priority and issue a congressional directive that suspends the inhumane roundups of Nevada's beloved wild horses and burros. And I urge members of your committee to refrain from making the unsupported and harmful claim that fertility control, quote, doesn't work, end quote. Finally, I encourage you to firmly reject any calls of violence against wild horses, including those that are implied through vague language like full implementation of the 1971 law. Thank you.
And that will, thank you. Next caller, please.
If you recently just joined us and would like to provide public comment, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, you have no more callers wishing to provide public comment at this time.
All right, thank you so much. That brings us to our next agenda item number 3. We have some presentations from a couple of different counties in this area. Again, I plan to go in order unless anybody jumps up and gives me a reason to shuffle you. So we will start with Humboldt County. Please come on up whenever you're ready.
I think we go. Okay. Well, welcome to Humboldt County. Welcome to Winnemucca. About 10 years ago, I had the privilege of sitting on this committee, and I very much appreciated it. I represented local governments, and I enjoyed it very much. Glad to be with you again today. Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Ron Cherry. I'm a Humboldt County Commissioner and fourth-generation rancher from Humboldt County. My family runs a cow and calf operation 50 miles north of Winnemucca in a small community of Nevada. I'm here to describe how decisions and activities on public lands have outsized effects on nearby rural communities. Mining in Humboldt County is the largest economic driver, followed by agriculture. Until recently, gold dominated the local mining. That all changed when Lithium America received permission to go ahead with their proposed lithium mine and processing facility located in rural northern Nevada. 6 years ago, residents of Orovada and Kings River community learned of the record of decision approving the Thacker Pass mine. As expected, there was a lot of different opinions regarding this proposed project. A lot of people and organizations were opposed to the idea of a mine processing plant of this scope going forward and concerned about the effects it would have on the Quinn River Valley. Once it became clear that the project was slated to move forward, opposition to the project emerged. Opposition to the project was not just due to the mining of lithium, but to the inclusion of the processing facility. People were concerned about the health risks related to the heavy use of chemicals needed to process lithium ore, and the air and water concerns about the proposed processing facility. Several cultural concerns were raised by Native American tribes, including the Fort McDermott Shoshone tribe. Their concerns revolved around lack of consultation with tribe representatives, asserting that the proposed mine was on the site of the 1865 massacre, therefore a site of historical importance to their people. This went through the courts, where the courts ruled in favor of Lithium America. Legal challenges where opponents argued the mine's permitted process was rushed and violated environmental law. Environmental impact concerns were destruction of prime sage-grouse habitat, high water usage, contamination from sulfur use, and water and air quality. Water is an ongoing concern. Nevada is the driest state in the nation, and in a farming community, water is essential. It is the community's hope Lithium America continues to work closely with Orvada and Kings River on water and other issues, some of which are foreseeable and others that may spring up in the future. Knowing a project of this scale would certainly bring major changes to their community, the residents of Orvada and Kings River organized to protect the place and the way of life they value. A meeting was scheduled to begin discussions aimed at bringing our community together and reaching a consensus about what we were going to do moving forward. Everyone was invited to participate: the public, opposition organizations, Native Americans, agency and government leaders, and Lithium America representatives. Several meetings followed, and as a result of these meetings, the Thacker Pass Concerned Citizens Group was formed, with the community requesting regular meetings with Lithium America to identify concerns, address problems, and pursue mitigation. While Lithium America was under no obligation to do so, they agreed. And while there are challenges, the discussions generally have been productive. Two examples highlight what collaboration between the community and a large company can achieve. First, the company and the community agreed the Orvada Elementary School is a safety risk. The school is located about 100 yards off of RS Rural Route 293, the main transportation route to the mine. Lithium America asked the community to identify land to construct a replacement school and committed to fund it. The group located Bureau of Land Management, BLM land, and working with the company helped secure a new site. Construction has not begun, largely because inflation has increased costs. My understanding is that funds have been placed with the Community Foundation of Northern Nevada to collaborate with the Humboldt County School District, but the amount may no longer cover the full project. A new school remains urgently needed, and I hope the school board and Community Foundation can reach a workable solution. Second, the community and Lithium America identified the need for a turn lane from Highway 95 onto RS 293. Without it, trucks, buses, and mine traffic had to turn on into oncoming traffic without a safety turn lane, disrupting traffic and creating a serious hazard. Lithium America coordinated with NDOT and paid for a new turn lane. Principal issues still require sustained engagement. Thacker Pass Concerned Citizens Group continues to meet on ongoing issues arise, both as a committee and also as with representatives from Lithium America. Until the new school is built and student safety in Orvada is fully addressed, Lithium America Corp should remain actively involved. About a year ago, Lithium America Corp began active construction on phase 1 of the Thacker Pass mine project, roughly 10 miles from my ranch. This $2.3 billion development is the second largest ongoing project in Nevada and employs about 2,000 construction workers and contractors. Orvada, by contrast, is a farming and ranching community of about 200 residents. with the influx of workers and traffic presenting a significant change to community life as we know it. In small towns like Nevada, or in small towns like Winnemucca, Battle Mountain, and Lovelock, large projects can have outsized impacts. Changes that might barely be noticed in bigger cities like Reno and Las Vegas. Even a few hundred workers, and especially the roughly 2,000 tied to the Thacker Pass project, can strain local services in small towns and reshape local communities, affecting restaurants, grocery stores, and other businesses. Employees, employers, and local governments alike struggle to hire and retain employees with a limited labor pool and to compete with mine wages and benefits. For example, when construction began, the county lacked enough building department staff to complete the required inspections, so we had to contract with an outside firm. As a result, the county forfeited about 60% of the inspection fees, inspection fee revenues that could have supported local services. I also question why the state, lost my place here. Also question why the state grants tax abatements to mining companies for resources that can only be extracted where they are. In my view, these abatements are unnecessary giveaways that shift costs onto rural governments with limited resources. Humboldt County welcomes growth, but we also need the revenues now to expand services, not 3 or 5 years down the road. Projects like Thacker Pass, along with gold mines, draw many people to an area due to the good pay and benefits. Most are good people, but some arrive seeking work and for various reasons are not hired or are hired and then quickly let go. Some end up in our jail. Others run out of money and become homeless. This creates added cost to our taxpayers as our Human Service Department must now find them temporary housing and provide them with food. A longstanding issue that only the state can address is growing safety concerns on Highway 95. US 95 is a major north-south artery from Mexico to Canada and a vital trucking route, but it remains a 2-lane highway that gets busier every year. Thacker Pass project more than doubled the amount of traffic every day between Winnemucca and Nevada. I've been a commissioner for 12 years now, and each year the commission has urged NDOT to add some passing lanes, and we've gotten nowhere. If the state promotes development that increases hazards to communities, large or small, it has a responsibility to make those roads safe. This can be as simple as just putting in a few passing lanes or turn lanes. Now I'm going to switch gears to public land ranching in Humboldt County. So far, 2026 is shaping up to be one of the driest years I've seen in my lifetime ranching in Humboldt County. For the first time in 40 years, I won't put up any hay because I don't have the irrigation water. Most ranchers, including myself, rely on winter snowpack to supply our surface water, both the winter feed for both winter feed production and stock water. But it's been essentially non-existent this year. In the Santa Rosa Mountains, where my water comes from, and the water for other ranchers in Nevada and Paradise Valley, the snowpack at its highest level this year reached only 13% of normal. This is also the first time in 40 years I've had to haul water to my livestock out on the range. Normally in May, we have more water than we can use. Everyone with a grazing permit has already turned cattle out, and we're going to have to watch closely to prevent our cattle from overgrazing, or particularly in the riparian areas. I expect many ranchers will bring cattle home from their BLM and forest permits early this year. Many of us, I've already myself reduced my herd by selling about half the replacement heifers that I typically keep. With drought conditions, hay prices will rise, and many ranchers will have little choice but to sell part or all of their herds. We try to find a bright spot when we can. One is that with this so little moisture, cheatgrass barely grew this year. So little moisture meaning less cheatgrass, probably should mean less fire. In closing, I'd like to thank this committee for holding their Interim Public Lands Committee meeting in Winnemucca and taking the opportunity to travel out to the mine, which I think you did yesterday, and really see what a jewel northern part of the state is. I want you to know that those of us in rural Nevada, where economies rely on the use of our public lands, very much appreciate the work you do. That's conclusion of my presentation. If there's any questions or if you have time.
Thank you so much. And you are correct. Most of us did go out to the
Good.
Thacker Pass mine yesterday, and we drove through Orovada. We saw the turn lane and the elementary school, and it was nice to come full circle and hear you mention those as well. So
Good.
I'm going to see if my committee members have any questions. Sure, Vice Chair Anderson.
You. I don't really have a question, more of a comment. Thank you so much for telling us the issues that are going through as a rancher as well. I knew about the water issue. I think we all do, but having to sell off half your herd at this time. Thank you.
Yeah.
That must have been very emotional, because that is not just right now, that is also going to impact the next 3 or 4 years.
Yes, it does.
So what is the long-term impact, I guess? I can create a question out of it.
Yeah.
What is the long-term impact of that unfortunate decision that you had to make for resources that were out of your control?
Well, livestock, particularly cattle, by the time a cow is born and by the time it produces can be 2 to 3 years. So even after this is over and conditions we hope improve, it's going to be years down the road before we're able to get our numbers back to where they were prior to this drought. But there's very little recourse available to us. So, yeah.
And then also with the rising cost of alfalfa and other feed, is that also having an impact, or was it only the water?
No, rising cost of in feed, rising cost of diesel fuel, rising cost of fertilizer, all combined together are going to even make it more difficult to retain more cattle to build our herds back up. So, yeah. Thank you.
Other questions? Senator Hansen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Great to see you again.
Yes, Senator Hansen.
We've worked together since what year were you elected? 2010 also?
Yes. Yeah. This is I term out this year. I'm done.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So anyway, it's been a long time. Question on the whole Lithium America project. The school, have they provided any money to rebuild the school? Is that the plan where they're going to help finance that?
If I recall right, I think I have this straight. They committed $16 million towards the construction of a school, and they also did the engineering and the architectural work that was required of it. That initial work they did, they claimed took a pretty good chunk of that, not a few $1 million to do. So with what's left, they put the money with the community, the Northern Nevada Foundation, to administer it, because they've obviously got a lot going on out there. They don't need to worry about this school, and they've been very good about working with us to find the land that we needed. And but with the size of the school, and it's not a very big one. It doesn't take much to spend $13 million on a school these days, or 14 or 15, whatever. They evidently can't get it done with what money is left. Our school district is having a very tough time meeting the needs that it has presently of maintenance, and we've got some aging schools that need work, so they don't have any extra money. So before they commit to the school, they want to make sure that the money available will finish that school, that it'll be ready for occupancy, and they don't have to find additional funds to get the school made. Right now, it doesn't look like there is sufficient funds, and it is only going to get worse. Inflation is not going to make this situation any better. So I don't know if if lithium is going to have additional discussions with the school district finds some additional dollars or whatever, but we did get a commitment that we intend to hold the mine to, and the community does, and get the school built. The longer it takes, the more at risk our students, our parents that have to pick those students up off this busy road every day are at. So we need to get this done and work together to get it accomplished.
Follow up on that, the highway, the turnouts. Originally, there was discussion about, making it 4 lanes instead of 2. The turnouts, when Alexis and I toured with Tim Crowley a year and a half or so ago, the idea of making it 4 lanes kind of put on the back burner, but they did agree to do turnouts. Are the federal government folks helping finance that, or is that all strictly going to be NDOT money? Or
well, I think the money from the federal government comes into Nevada, which is then, and I hope I'm not speaking out of turn here, but which then NDOT has to figure out the best places to put that money. And I know, I've been to Vegas, I've been to Reno. There's a lot of roads that need built there, and this may not be a priority, but it is if you live there and it's your family that has to travel this road, it is a priority. So,
no, it's not a matter of priority. It's a matter that, that what I understand, Lithium America got $1 billion of federal monies to help do the project.
Yeah.
So, out of $1 billion, if you could contribute 10, 20 million or whatever it would take to make the roads, to build the schools, that would still leave them, $975 million to do the project. Along those lines. Now, obviously, Lithium America is building on federal lands. You as a rancher, and I assume Humboldt County is like everywhere else, almost all of the ranchers have allotments, whether it's Forest Service or BLM allotments. How critical are those allotments to the success of Nevada ranchers?
Are you speaking of just the allotments that were in the Thacker Pass project?
No, I'm sorry. Anywhere, all allotments.
Yeah.
I did a little homework on BLM allotments, especially. There's like 300 or 400 people actually have allotments in the state.
Yeah. Well, they are what make our operations viable, because Nevada, not like other states where there's a lot of productive land. It's not that it's not productive, but we run maybe a cow to 50 acres in Nevada because of the, scarcity of feed, where in other states they'll run 2 cows per acre. We can't afford to, or never, even back when these ranches were homesteaded, they couldn't afford all that land, or they couldn't acquire all that land under the Homestead Act. So came out with grazing permits to use our public lands. Without them, most operations, I would say 95% of them would not be viable. There's just not enough private land.
Okay, well, the reason I ask that is the federal government has Code of Federal Regulations 4140, which makes it illegal for ranchers who have allotments to block public access.
Yeah.
This whole meeting is about public lands and the use of it. Yeah. And I'm concerned because the ranching community has in the last 20 years, especially, it seems, been shutting off access to the public domain, while at the same time using that public domain for private commercial grazing. Mm-hmm. And it's a clear violation of those rules. Right. So I'm kind of, I've been pushing this for a while, and I'm looking forward to the Elko County presentation because we're going to get into this a little bit. Yeah. But I'm just kind of thinking, if I was the Nevada ranching community, the last thing I want to do, and as you heard in the public comments, there are open movements across this country to eliminate public lands grazing, period. And it would seem to me it would behoove the ranching community, the Nevada Cattlemen's Association and so forth, to aggressively encourage people to be able to use those same public lands for all the other multiple uses. Yet what I see is the opposite. I see the ranching community circling the wagons and protecting people who are illegally blocking access to that same public domain. So I just want to get that out there. I know you're on Rebel Creek there, at Sawtooth Mountain, the west side of the Santa Rosas isn't one of the real bad areas. But when I look at the west side of the Diamonds and the east side of the East Humboldt Range, the entire Independence Range, I could go on several others. Those lands are now blocked for public use, yet the same ranchers who need that public land to stay viable are then turning around and denying to the general public the use of those multiple use areas. So to me, it's like, you guys want to fight these wild horse people all across the nation and have us support you as a sportsman. The idea that I see the ranchers blocking public access all over the place doesn't make me want to support protecting the ranchers who are in fact blocking the use for all the other people of those public lands. Typically grazing allotments are 3 or 4 months out of the year. So the other rest of the time, they're completely eliminated from everybody camping, hunting, fishing, rock hounding, whatever they want to do. So I know you're quite influential in those circles, and so I wanted to put a little plug in on the record for that. But no.
Could I address that a little bit?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, I think it's vital that each county do an assessment of what roads are public and which are not. And we've done that in Humboldt County. We feel like it's unfortunate that this is the way that it's turning, that you're seeing it. I hope it's not that flagrant. But Humboldt County has identified all RS 247 roads the best we could. And we have it mapped out as public roads. So, it's awful difficult when somebody says somebody's trespassing, come out here and the sheriff to show up, and then he has to determine, is this a public road or is this a private road? We've mapped those kinds of things, and I understand where you're coming from.
Well, thank you. IRS 2477 is only one aspect. We at the state legislative level have already passed similar laws based on the Unlawful Enclosures Act, which is a federal law which goes well beyond the RS 2477. So I don't want to get in the weeds on that, but there already is a law that has nothing to do with RS 2477, and in fact makes it illegal for anyone who has a road that essentially goes from public through private back to public to lock those gates and block those accesses. And that's the Unlawful Enclosures Act. But anyway, well, Ron, thank you very much. We'll talk a little bit more about that with Elko County here in a minute. Okay. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Unless there are any other, Assemblymember DeLong.
Well, thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. I just wanted to get this on the record. I believe that the federal funding or loans that were given to Lithium Americas specify that that money has to be spent on the project. And so you can't take that loan money and put it towards the community development. The company has to put up basically its equity capital to deal with those things.
Yes,
so I just wanted to get that on the record.
Yeah, and add to that, they told us that the strings tied to that loan could not be used to build a new school. Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Pleasure to have you here. With that, we will move on to our next presentation from Elko County. You have to press the button on the right.
There we go. All right. Thank you guys for coming. Thanks for having me. I'm, well, like it says on the tin there, Elko County's Natural Resources Director and Assistant County Manager. Little bit about Elko County. I know you guys probably know a lot of this, but just to catch you up a little bit here, about 73% of Elko County's land is administered by federal agencies. Elko County has a population of a little over 58,000 in 2025, according to the state demographer. Local economy is heavily reliant on natural resources industries and public lands access. There's a little bit of information there just kind of on wages from the county from different industries, including mining, agriculture, that sort of thing. Down here at the bottom, total estimated spending on outdoor recreation in Elko County was $178.9 million, according to the Nevada Department of Outdoor Recreation. because of how the county's set up, much of that recreation is on public lands. So I'd like to start with things that are going well. We've been able to work with the Nevada Department of Outdoor Recreation through an infrastructure grant to build a staging area for a trail system that's going to be built on BLM lands right outside of Elko. These will be the first trails that are on BLM lands in Elko County, in that district. And there'll be multiple use non-motorized trails, so mountain biking, equestrian, running, walking, I guess pogo sticking if you're athletic enough, whatever you want to do. Also with state funds, we've secured 2 transportation alternatives grant. One is a multi-use path out in Spring Creek that'll connect 2 schools, some grocery stores, some youth sports facilities, and some medical facilities all along there where there's currently no pedestrian or bicycle infrastructure. So that's been good. On to the challenges. Probably nothing super surprising here, so I'm not going to belabor a ton of technical points on this for you guys, but our biggest challenges from public lands right now are crickets, weeds, RS-2477 roads, and wild horses. So we'll start with crickets. The former state entomologist Jeff Knight would always sort of drop this bomb during every presentation that he gave, and I feel obliged to continue it. They're not a true cricket. These are in fact a shield-backed katydid. They have cyclical invasions, often originating on public lands. The exact sort of factors that go into this cycle are not super well understood, but we know they're cyclical. They present dangers to crops, gardens, and public safety. If you get enough of them on a road, they get really slick, and we've had to send out snowplows and other things. They've also caused problems with retaining medical professionals. This top picture here is from a couple years ago at the Northeastern Nevada Regional Hospital. We actually lost some doctors after this invasion. They were done. They also had to hire some folks with leaf blowers to go out and clear passages so folks could get to and from the hospital. And people ended up not going to the hospital in certain cases because they didn't want to deal with crickets. And when you're doing your risk reward calculations, crickets versus heart attacks, some people really adverse to crickets. They're managed at the state level by the Nevada Department of Agriculture in conjunction with the BLM and with APHIS. Please don't ask me what that stands for. I relearn it every year, and then I never write it down. So they do treatments on public lands, and they do a good job. You know, there's, just like with every state agency, there's never enough of them, right, to do everything you want them to do, but that's where that goes at the state level. And I will come back to these guys, but for me, crickets and weeds are kind of linked, and so I'm going to deal with both of them right here. Weeds, you guys are familiar with these. They cause damage to rangelands. They increase fire danger. They reduce native biodiversity, and they reduce habitat for native wildlife. I'm not going to tell you anything on weeds that you guys haven't heard before. So there's a few responses we've got to these. This picture is from an old movie that I love now. Since I've started working with crickets, it's called Beginning of the End. There's the regular version and the Mystery Science Theater version. Both are worth watching. For weeds, we've partnered with conservation districts to treat county rights of way for weeds. And this is what we've been doing for about the last 20 years. And it's been going pretty well. There's some changes we'll probably make to this system here coming up, but it's been serving us pretty well. We have also hired a seasonal employee to help with cricket abatement, and that's been working. In 2025, we treated over 50 miles of road with about 3,000 pounds of carbaryl bait. And I didn't include the pictures on here, but if you guys want them, feel free to reach out. I've got pictures of miles of dead crickets. It's just, yeah, there's so many of them and I don't know where they go. I have so many questions about them. As well as the crickets, we've been partnering with the Nevada Department of Agriculture and the BLM to share information and coordinate treatments. In the last couple of years, the Department of Agriculture has put together a reporting form where somebody who encounters crickets can actually go on and pinpoint the exact location where they saw the crickets. These things move about a mile a day when they really start going. And so they're kind of like trying to catch a slow moving invisible wildfire when you're out there. And so having kind of that real time pinpointed stuff is really handy rather than sort of catching somebody, hey, I was out here, you know, fishing, didn't have service for the last 3 days. I saw him here. I don't know where to go get him now. So this has been really handy. One of the things that we kind of decided to do after a few years of these crickets is we decided to create, try to pull some funding together to help us sort of better manage this. And as long as we were talking about it, a lot of the equipment was the same. We thought it'd be nice to have, you know, if we're going to have a guy in a truck with a sprayer, it would be nice to, once he's done with treating crickets, it would be nice to have him do weeds, right? It's all the same equipment, same roads, a lot of the same certifications. So this would be great. We're going to put it together a district for weeds and pests. And so we kind of Mickey Mouse the district together. I'll show you that, talk to you that a little bit on that next slide. And it got really weird with the funding and with how the board had to be staffed and stuff. And it got really unwieldy. And so we ended up having to dismantle that same district and figure something else out. So with each of these issues, I'm going to try to bring you guys some suggested steps, just instead of complaining at you. And so we'd love for you to continue or increase funding for Mormon cricket abatement. That helps a lot. Like I said, most of these things originate on public lands. Usually when they get to private lands, people start treating them and you don't get as many people, or, you know, as many eggs being laid. So most of the infestation comes from public lands. And so more treatments on that would be great. And then we'd love to see something streamlining the creation of districts for weed and pest management. Like I said, there's a lot of overlap between the equipment that we have to buy and kind of what staffing looks like. We cobbled together this district using provisions from NRS 318 and Chapter 555. And so our funding was really split, and the way we had to sort of staff the governing board of this district was really unwieldy and didn't work great for us. So that's what we'd ask on that. RS 2477 roads. I don't know if you guys have heard of these. They're kind of an underground issue here. But they're rights of way that were built across federal land before the land was taken out of the federal estate, patented, otherwise reserved in the case of national forests, or before the passage of FLIPMA in 1976. The unlawful closure of an RS 2477 right-of-way can carry civil or criminal penalties for landowners, and it can protect Nevadans from accessing public lands that would otherwise be available for recreational or other uses. And so it's kind of, it points both ways, right? It can inconvenience both sets of people that interact with these. So for roads that go over private lands, the only two mechanisms to determine the status of an RS 2477 are a quiet title action or a criminal proceeding, now that it's listed as a public nuisance. Elko County is litigated, or sorry, at the federal level, the quiet title action remains the only mechanism for resolving a conflict over an RS 2477 road. Elko County has litigated a claim of this kind, and it took over 20 years and a lot of money, a lot of staff time. we ended up with some law that we don't love from that. Both require a significant investment in time and money and provide pretty much no incentive for settlement. In this case, you know, when you look at what your options are, what your best alternative to a negotiated agreement is, it's almost the same whether you litigate it or not. So there's not a lot of alternate incentive for settlement. The oldest RS-2477 routes often go through the home areas of ranches. You guys will see these when you're out in rural Nevada. You'll see a road that goes, there'll be a house on one side and a barn on the other with some corrals. That's because when you're taking a wagon through at 5 miles an hour, you can stop and unload your wagon on one side and unload your tack and other stuff on the other side. Now, when you have Jeeps and side-by-sides and other things going through there a little faster, it creates some more conflict. There's some problems kind of with, it turns into a patchwork. The existence of an RS-2477 right-of-way can vary across and even within parcels. And so that right-of-way is limited to the footprint that existed when it was established. And so this is just sort of a quick illustration, but you can see the path going through the green parcels would be an RS-2477 road, and you can have situations where you'll have there'll be an RS-2477 road there, and then there won't be because that was taken out of the public estate before the road was built, and then you can have another RS-2477 along there. And so they're very time intensive, they're very fact intensive. They take a lot of research. A lot of these patents and a lot of these reservations were done oftentimes before these particular parcels were even fully surveyed. And so a lot of times you end up relying on journals or kind of other older, less reliable maps than a surveyed map to try to figure out what's going on there. That's what happened with our Jarbidge case, is we were relying on journals and records that, you know, there were 100,000 sheep grazing at the top of the canyon and for the summer, and they had to get there somehow. So, you know, they were at the bottom of the canyon in the winter, at the top of the canyon in the summer. We assume they took this, but we didn't have a really good map. And that's kind of where we ended up stuck there.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
You're
I just
fine.
want to let you know, I know you still have another issue that you want to discuss. You're at about 15 minutes now.
Okay,
So,
no worries.
If we can, you know, keep that in mind, please.
All right, thanks. So solution we'd ask from you guys. One thing we'd love is to see some kind of administrative pathway to go forward on this. Right now, like I said, it's civil or criminal. Provide incentives for landowners to provide durable access over their property and to provide a mechanism for allowing the relocation of roads that go through high value grazing land or the home areas of ranches. These are the areas of the highest conflict and sort of what provides the incentive to lock out those users. Wild horses. This is a picture of my wild horse. His name is Rooster. He's not great. I don't like him, but he's mine. Wild and Free Horses, Wild and Free Roaming Horses and Burros Act of 1971. You guys know about that. It came out the same year as Shaft and Bedknob and Broomsticks. So this is not sort of based on cutting edge science or kind of the newest developments out there. One of the biggest fundings or problems from our end is that Congress hasn't provided adequate funding to reduce the number of horses to AML. All of the BLM offices have a plan to get to horses to AML through roundups, through birth control, whatever you want to do. Congress has not provided the funding. So what we'd ask from you guys, there's not much you can do at the legislative level, right? But we kind of just ask that you call on Congress to provide funding to remove horses down to AML and then do whatever they want to do, whether it's birth control, whatever, to keep them down there. I also think there's some problems with just how the law is written, but I don't have time to rant at you about that for all day. It'll cause an increase in the number of horses in long-term holding, but that's a problem Congress caused and a problem they need to solve. So wrap up, these are my requests. Continue to support programs and grants supporting outdoor recreation. Huge fans of that. We've got a lot going on right now. Expand the NDA response to crickets and weeds. Streamline the creation of weed and pest districts. Create an administrative process to recognize routes across private land. Provide settlement incentives and road realignment mechanisms. And request that Congress clarify the management goals of the WHBA and fund roundups to AML.
Excellent. Thank you so much. With that, I think it is time to open it up for questions. I know Senator Hansen's very eager, so I will go to him first.
I am eager, thank you. You guys didn't even mention the Unlawful Enclosures Act. That's a federal law that makes it like your patchwork thing where you had the RS 2477 going through public and private and back to public and so forth. Why do you guys ignore that? I mean, that's pretty clear. There are court cases on it. It's illegal to block access to the public domain. It has nothing to do with RS 2477. There's an entirely separate federal category. You guys didn't even mention it. Why?
I think there's some more nuance to it than that. I also, most of the direction in the Unlawful Enclosures Act goes to the state federal or the state or territory federal attorney to open that up. And so there's really not a lot of directive here at the state or county level from that law.
Okay, well, federally, that is the law, and they've had numerous court cases, but we at the state level did. We took in 2019, and we now have NRS 202-450.5, which is literally copied verbatim from the UIA and from Canfield versus United States, which is the United States Supreme Court decision. And we made those blockages a public nuisance when they cross private property and they illegally lock people off of that public domain. So we have done it on the state level. For some reason, Elko County is the unique county that claims that our law that we passed, they can't enforce. And that if you come across a locked gate on a private land, you yourself have said that is a civil matter, even though we made it at the state level a criminal matter. Now, the problem, if we go back, we can go back to 1993 and just up to Bernie Anderson, Natha's father. He had this exact issue at that time, and they passed a law saying it's illegal to lock gates. No teeth, though. In 2019, we put in the teeth. We made it so that an average citizen can abate a public nuisance. And that is going clear back to Blackstone. Yet Elko County insists that the only way that you can get a gate opened in Nevada on a road that goes through private land back to public land is a civil court action. Now in your administrative and your recommendations, is there something that we missed on the state level that you guys don't have in your toolbox to enforce the state law?
I think you're mischaracterizing what we've talked about a little bit. One of the things I talked about here is it can carry civil or criminal penalties. And your law is the one I'm referring to, is that it can carry criminal penalties.
Correct. By the way, it's not my law. I was a co-sponsor.
Sure.
It was passed unanimously by the Nevada Legislature.
The law you're referring to, Senator.
And very briefly, if I could have you give your name before you speak so that as we keep our record, we know who's talking.
Yeah, sorry.
No problem.
Curtis Moore, Elko County. One of the things I referred to was there are civil penalties, which is the law you were referring to. One of the things that we have talked about is that there is a criminal remedy if a person comes across a gate that they think should be open. They can call the sheriff up there. The sheriff will take a report and bring it back to the district attorney's office. The district attorney's office will do the research and see if it is a road that should be open. If it is, then they can bring that criminal action.
Okay, well, real quick along those similar lines. Now, NRS 40519 passed in 1979 requires counties to map their RS 2477 roads. Has Elko County mapped their RS 2477 roads?
We've done a couple things. We haven't fully mapped out that, again, because the only way to really map out an RS 2477 road is to take that map, do the research parcel by parcel, mile by mile, and then either that would be a claimed RS 2477 road, and then you could submit a quiet title action over that land.
Okay, what you just said though, you guys have mapped them. It's done as per law. You guys have formally declared all the maps, and then maps I can get 328522. That is the file in the Elko County Recorder's Office. By the way, you have to file it also with the Nevada Department of Transportation. So I reached out to NDOT. Sure enough, they have 328522 filed with them. You guys have mapped them exclusively. And so for you to sit here and say, Elko County, you haven't followed the law that was passed almost 40 years ago? You've mapped them. They're in your documents. They are officially public roads, including, and by the way, I went back and researched what the county commission specifically said. And they gave private property owners, they put it in the Elko Daily Free Press, an opportunity to challenge these mapped roads crossing private property. So Elko County was fully aware of that, and Elko County has fully mapped those. Yet you don't even recognize those maps as existing.
No, the maps exist. They're called colloquially, they're called the Gardner maps.
If you could put your name on the record.
Sorry. Curtis Moore, Elko County. The maps exist. They're colloquially known as the Gardner maps. And according to the legal guidance that I've got currently, those act as one of the elements to proving an RS 2477 claim is to prove that the county accepted that right of way for public use. It satisfies that element of it. The legal guidance I currently have still says that we need to, if you want to establish that as an RS 2477 right of way, it needs to go through the quiet title process.
Right. In other words, so all those roads remain blocked, even though the state has passed laws saying that you guys have to map them. You have the the Unlawful Enclosures Act. You have our public nuisance law, yet somehow Elko County alone is requiring people to go through a civil court process, which is expensive, takes forever, when we actually have done at the state level, made it so that people can use the public nuisance statute to be able to access that. I'm sorry, I know, Madam Chair, I'm taking up more than my time. The last question I've got, right-of-ways. Elko County has a whole series of right-of-ways that are recognized by the county, which go through private property. Do you guys have an actual Elko County map or a location that we can go to see those?
Yes.
Okay, how do I access those? Because when I tried to find those, as you know, we just had a court case involving Dolly Creek, and your own district attorney, deputy district attorney, informed us that that is a Elko County right-of-way. Yet that Elko County right-of-way, as we speak, have big signs and lock gates all over it, preventing people, private citizens all across Nevada, to access public land. Yet Elko County has refused for 3 years now, at least, to open those roads up, even though they acknowledge them as a right-of-way in Elko County on your own maps. How do we find those? And when we do find them, how do we get the county itself to actually open them up? Because your own sheriff drove through all of those lock gates to come and find a gate on BLM land that I had cut to get to my own grazing allotment, as you know. Somehow he didn't do anything about the 3 lock gates to that, but then he goes to the BLM land and investigates that one. Where are your right-of-way maps? And if in fact that road is on a right-of-way map, why hasn't Elko County insisted on keeping that road open for the citizens of not only Elko County, but all the people that like to use the public lands?
Curtis Moore, Elko County. Couple of pieces to what you're talking about here. There's the Elko County maintains a GIS system where you can go on and look up most county rights of way. Some of the sort of far off ones or the oldest ones aren't fully mapped, mostly because we've got one guy in there doing it, and he kind of takes things as they come in. Elko County's 17,000 square miles, and has been, some of these rights of way go back to the 1880s. And so there's work being done there. So there's that. There's recorders, documents that you can go and look through if there's a particular parcel that you're interested in. As I've explained before, there are criminal penalties that come along with this. And so if a person comes across a lock gate, they can call the sheriff can come out and take a report, and they can submit that to the district attorney's office, who will then do the research and bring criminal charges if they find that there's enough evidence. It's just like any other crime. You know, if there's another nuisance, if there's a house next to you that you suspect is, you know, being used often for drug activity, you can call the sheriff's office. They'll come out and investigate. If there's enough evidence, they'll bring it to the district attorney's office, who will charge them with a crime if there's enough evidence.
Okay, Madam Chair, one last thing that's very important. This is a big issue, not only for public access, but because of, I'll give you a very specific case. We had a rancher in Elko on the Mountain City Highway. Two 16-year-olds drove a car across his ranch through private property, no lock gates, no trespassing sign, back onto public land where this rancher has by the way, an illegal airstrip. The rancher then confronted these two young men. The rancher was intoxicated. The rancher pulled a firearm on these two, fired the firearm after waving it in their face, indicating it was a fully loaded firearm. And basically nothing happened, okay? These kids were accessing public land across a private piece of property, not trying to cause trouble or anything else, but the rancher had it in his mind that he had the right to literally threaten children's lives because they wanted to access the public domain. And in Elko County, their DA, now the DA and the sheriff, I'm going to make it very clear. I think the DA and the sheriff up there have deliberately avoided enforcing these laws during the entire time they've been on the books. And that's just not, that's a personal opinion, but it's getting serious now. When a person blocking access to the public domain can pull a firearm on somebody and shoot it and then not face any serious criminal activity, it really raises the bar in my mind about how serious the sheriff and the district attorneys are in protecting the public's right to the access point. And that's why one thing I do want this committee to perhaps recommend is that in the next legislative session, we use our subpoena power and we bring the sheriff and the DA in front of the Judiciary Committee to have them explain why they've allowed the situation in Elko County to get so bad that people are literally being threatened with firearms for simply, at worst, a minor trespass violation, a misdemeanor trespass. So this is a huge issue. It's been going on for years, and it's just getting worse. And what I see is, unfortunately, there's only maybe 100 people in this entire state that have federal allotments, U.S. Forest Service allotments, or BLM, that are illegally blocking public access. But rather than try to open those things up so all public users can enjoy the multiple uses that the public lands are for, they lock it up, they use it exclusively for their grazing, and then they do everything possible to prevent reasonable public access, including roads that have been, as Mr. Moore just pointed out, in existence for at least going back to the 1880s in many cases. So thank you, Madam Chair, but that's something I think we should look into. You know, this committee is going to recommend some changes in law. Mr. Moore really didn't provide any changes for expanding public access through private property, but rather gave some possible administrative things. I think what we need to do is, if the current law is inadequate to allow prosecution of individuals that are continuously blocking public access for laws that go back to 1885, and the United States Supreme Court going back decision from 1897, even after all that, they can't do it. We need to find out why. And frankly, I haven't heard anything that could indicate, why haven't you nailed anybody criminally on any of these things? Never once in the entire history of Elko County. And by the way, I have several other counties that are actively opening public access. So, well, thank you, Madam Chair. I've taken more than my fair share of time. Appreciate you allowing me that.
Did you want to say anything in response? You don't have to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think we may have a few more questions. I'll go to Vice Chair Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. And this is going to feel like we had talked about this, but we had actually not talked about it. When you introduced our S2477 roads, you made a comment. I'm sure you meant it off the hand, but when you said it's a law we don't love, it stood out for me. Does that mean that you are not, and it's not because of the family history with it, That comment, though, of it's a law we don't love, has me concerned whether or not you're actually enforcing that law. Have there been any sort of enforcements of that law? I realize that my colleague just brought up other information, but has there been any enforcement of the RS 2477 roads in the last 10 years? Because it's a law we don't love, which again, I think you meant that off the cuff, and we're trying to bring some humor into the room, but just wanted to get some clarification around that.
Yeah, Curtis Moore, Elko County. Thank you for giving me a chance to clarify that. What I was referring to is what we call the Jarbidge South Canyon case. When I said there's some law we don't love there, what the court ended up holding in that, and it was never overturned, so it's just case law now, is that we needed to provide actual maps of these rights of way before they were taken out of the public estate, that the circumstantial evidence that we provided that there were sheep in the bottom of the canyon in the winter and then sheep at the top of the canyon in the summer was not enough to meet the clear and convincing evidence standard that's required to establish an RS 2477 road.
Thank you so much. And I do have a follow-up, if I may, Chair. So it's interesting we're talking about this today because today would have been my father's 84th birthday. And he was very much involved in this language, as Senator Hansen just brought up. So it is about the public lands, and it is about public access to lands. And there just has to be enforcement of it. And from what it sounds like right now, thank you for that clarification around the court case and everything, but it does not always feel like that's what's happening. So I'm going to actually move on. And actually, I'm going to make it a little bit less about this right now. But when it comes to the permitting office of your, again, like I said, we're moving on from that. How many members of your staff are in the permitting office, and what is the current backlog when it comes to permitting of whether it's mining, whether it's data centers, whether it's other elements that it could, other organizations that wish to come in and work in Elko County at this time? What is the backlog?
Curtis Moore, just to clarify, are you talking about like permitting on public lands?
Public lands as well as other lands.
Okay.
Any sort of land at all. If the word land is involved, I just want to know how far back you guys are in permitting.
Okay, no worries. We've got 3 people on our planning and zoning department. I don't know how many applications we've currently got in our office. We get between like 10 and 15 a month, and most of those we deal with the next month at the monthly county or the planning commission meeting. So there's not much of a backlog there. Some more complicated things. Most of the things we get are like parcel maps, or we get a few zoning request changes every year. I think next Thursday we're dealing with, there's like a variance for a shed. And then we just went through the conditional use permit for a person who wants to do some development of a ski area. So there's not really much of a backlog that I can speak of. I didn't bring that information with me today, and I'm sorry.
No need to apologize. I don't think it was something that the chair probably had asked for. It's just something that is always is brought up more than a few times to me about how backlogged some of those offices are. So then this actually brings up another question that came from our last public lands meeting. When the commission meets, is there a planning commission that's different than your county commission? And if so, does that planning commission have final say, or does the county commission have the final say as to whether or not a build out or a new company can come in? Because there are some counties that it sounds like the planning commission, which is not an elected group, is able to make a decision, and the county commission has to automatically go with it.
So in Elko County, for most things, the planning commission has makes a decision, and then there's mostly like a 10-day, sorry, Curtis Moore, Elko County, The the planning commission will make a decision, and then there's usually about a 10-day appeal period, and then they can appeal it to the county commission. And then once that decision's filed, they have like a 25-day period where they can appeal to the district court. There are specific instances like our utility scale solar and wind ordinance, which allow the appeal to go straight from the planning commission to the public utilities commission, just because that's part of what that state statute seems to require. But in Elko County, at least, it goes planning commission, county commission, district court.
And just to verify, the planning commission is not elected, it is selected.
Yes.
Or appointed by the county commissioners.
Yes, Curtis Moore, Elko County, yes, they're appointed for 4-year terms by the commissioners.
So based upon what you were just saying, and again, thank you for so much time, Chair. The planning commission can approve, and it's only if others appeal to the county commission that the county commission will review the information.
Curtis Moore, Elko County. Mostly, there's certain things like with large subdivisions over a certain size, or division of land into large parcels, or road dedication, or things like that, where it goes to the planning commission, and then the planning commission makes a recommendation to the county commission, and then the county commission ratifies or changes that recommendation. But for certain things, master plan amendments are like that. But for certain other things like zoning changes in conformance with the master plan, those they go to the planning commission, and then if there's no appeal, then it goes, then that's the final decision.
Thank you, Chair.
Other questions? All right. Thank you so much for your presentation, for answering all of our questions. We really appreciate you being here. And with that, we are going to have a surprise change in order here. And I will be inviting forward our presenters from item number 4 from the Humboldt River Basin Water Authority. If they're here. There you are. Come on up. And then we will go back to our regularly scheduled programming. No, there's a button on the right.
Okay,
there we go.
Well, good morning, Chair Scheibel, Vice Chair Anderson, and members of the Public Lands Committee. For the record, I'm Jeff Fontaine, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Executive Director of the Central Nevada Regional Water Authority and also the Humboldt River Basin Water Authority. And on behalf of both the CNRWA and HRBWA, thank you for the opportunity to present the authority's recent activities and issues to the committee. You've seen this slide before. As you know, CNRWA is a unit of local government established in 2005. And there's basically the mission statement, which is to prepare communities in Central and Eastern Nevada for sound water resource decisions that promote prosperous economies and strong civic institutions in a healthy natural environment. We now have 10 members, member counties of CNRWA, with Mineral County being the most recent to join in 2025. Each member county has 3 board members, county commissioners, former county commissioners, a lot of community members that are appointed by the respective county boards of commissioners, and CNRWA is subject to Nevada's open meeting laws. So this is the Central Hydrographic Region. It is the largest of Nevada's 14 hydrographic regions. It covers much of central, eastern, and southern Nevada, consisting of 77 groundwater basins. And as the slide indicates, excuse me, there we go. And as the slide indicates, the region is really characterized by the absence of regional surface water flow. So there's no river systems in the central region, and groundwater basins that are often interconnected by subsurface flows. I would say that the subsurface flow issue and the flow between connected groundwater basins has become a significant area of interest for us, and I know for the state and others. And really understanding the extent of these flows are critical for accurately calculating groundwater yields. And the Division of Water Resources and the state engineer are here today. I'm sure they'll be talking about their work in the Nevada Water Initiative to try to address or at least understand those groundwater flows. They've been working on 2 pilot basins in the central region, both Pine Valley and Railroad Valley, in those hydrographic areas as part of that initiative. And if funding is available, I know they would like to get to the South Central Marshes Flow System, which contains 15 groundwater basins in Esmeralda, Nye, and Mineral counties, to try to understand that flow system as well. And of course, agriculture is the predominant manner of use in the central region. So as far as recent activities are concerned, responding to projects, to water right applications that may adversely impact a member county is really a core function of CNRWA. It involves monitoring and evaluating project proposals, environmental impact statements, and certainly applications for new appropriations and changes to existing water rights, and really taking a look at those and occasionally having to protest those that potentially conflict with the interests and needs of the member counties. This, by the way, does include doing this work in neighboring states that have shared groundwater basins with Nevada, and that is the case with the Pine Valley Water Supply Project, which is an interbasin water, proposed interbasin water project in western Utah. We did protest that application with the state of Utah and have joined a number of other counties in Utah, as well as White Pine County, ranchers, and others in appealing that to the department, the BLM's record of decision for the pipeline itself to the Department of Interior. And I would make another note about protests, because we have these discussions quite often, both with CNRWA and the Humboldt River Basin Water Authority as well. And that is, we have a protocol, at least in CNRWA, that's pretty clear about when and why that organization will file a protest. And it would be based for both organizations, number one, to support a member county. And it wouldn't be something that CNRWA or HRBWA would necessarily go out and file on its own. But a lot of times those protests are filed because the organization wants to preserve its standing in a future administrative action or even a judicial action. And so we see applications, and the way things work is that for applications and that come through, there may not be a lot of information, or the information isn't something that we fully understand. And so, again, a lot of those applications are filed often to preserve that standing, and then that would give the organization more time to work with the applicant to try to resolve any issues. And in some cases, they can't be resolved, but at least there's an opportunity to do that. I mentioned appeals. CNRWA does participate in appeals to decisions, and again, we joined a number of counties and other entities to appeal the BLM's decision for a pipeline project in Utah. The other project that we've been very involved with, both with CNRWA and HRBWA, is the Baker Ranch's appeal regarding the retroactive application of the McCarran Act Amendment to federal water rights. And that is in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. It was heard by a panel of the Ninth Circuit, and that is a really important case, and the outcome of that case or decision will have some pretty serious implications, not only in Nevada, but the rest of the West. We also, as part of the activities, have been assisting member counties, individual counties, in some cases mediate, resolve their water project, their concerns with water projects in their counties. Not all of the 10 member counties of CNRWA have dedicated staff to sort of follow these and engage in these things. Mr. Moore and Jake Tibbetts, for example, are probably the two primary folks that work in the region on these issues, but there are a lot of counties in the central region that just don't have the capacity to do that. So we work with those counties to try to identify and possibly resolve any issues. We help them with their hydrogeological analysis, with legal counsel. Lately we've been working quite a bit with Esmeralda County. They have a lot going on in Esmeralda County that deals with water issues, and probably the most important one right now is addressing the county's concerns about applications to change the manner of use of water in Fish Lake Valley, which is sort of on the borderline in terms of being overpumped or not being overpumped, and those change applications are intended to change the manner of use from irrigation to mining for the Rhyolite Ridge Lithium Project. We also helped organize and try to come up with some procedures for implementing the Voluntary Groundwater Rights Retirement Program, and thanks to this body, a lot of work, and just really pleased about the passage of both AB 104 and SB 36. You'll recall there are no regulatory requirements in either of those bills, and so we wanted to make sure going forward that we had some procedures in place, and so we worked with a number of folks to try to do that. We have been supporting the Desert Research Institute's Rural County Water Resource Planning Initiative, and CNRWA especially has really been a long-term advocate for linking water and land use planning. And in 2019, the legislature passed Senate Bill 150, which requires counties to adopt and update their water resource plans. But a lot of the counties have been challenged to do that because of a lack of funding and technical expertise. So DRI was successful in receiving some ARPA funds to assist these rural counties to develop and update their plans. And we have been working with DRI pretty closely to help them sort of develop the plan elements and identify individuals in each of the counties to work on those plans. And I think last time I checked, there were 8 counties participating in that program and getting assistance from DRI, including 6 of the CNRWA member counties. We, this past year, updated our groundwater monitoring program. The person who had been doing that program for us, a retired USGS employee, had been collecting those samples in really remote locations throughout Nevada. After 11 years, he retired. We have a new person doing that. It's given us a chance to really take a fresh look at that program to make sure that we're being efficient and capturing the data that we need, which is getting groundwater level data in basins where no one else is doing it. And so adding that to the state's database as well. Assisting in research on water and energy issues in the central region, there seems to be a lot of interest from researchers wanting to understand the connection primarily between water resources and renewable energy development in the state of Nevada. And of course, with the geothermal, with lithium, there just seems to be a lot of interest, and we have been working with researchers from Boise State, University of California, Berkeley, and other places to help them to the extent that they, are looking for information, as well as getting in touch with people in communities and providing some basic background. They do keep us up to date on sort of what their findings are, and I know that they are presenting information occasionally to groups like the Nevada Water Resources Association and others. And so we welcome that opportunity to work with those folks and research those topics. And then lastly, just overall preparing resources and presentations on water resource issues. And for our counties, again, it's really about giving them the information that they need to make good decisions. But we've been talking about everything from, monitoring management and mitigation plans to renewable energy, to lithium, and of course, our most favorite and latest topic, data centers. Finally, the issues for CNRWA, protection of existing water rights and rural water interests, continuing the land use and water planning for sustainable growth. Once the plans are done, and quite frankly, the plans that are being done are primarily the inventories, the science, the hydrology, and those types of things. We want to make sure that those plans are actually integrated into the county's master plan and that are being used to really fulfill their intended purpose, which is to guide future development. And one of the things that we really want to focus on, and this is having to do with our experience with not only the Water Rights Retirement Program, but also just seeing applications now for change applications to change the manner of use in a lot of these farming communities from irrigation to other uses. Could be ag, could potentially be data centers or any other change use. And we want to avoid those negative impacts because we know that there is water that's going to be changed from irrigation to other uses. And we just want to make sure that those impacts are addressed, that we anticipate those. We want to avoid them to not only the individuals, but also to communities as well. So an important issue for us. Lithium brine extraction, I don't really have much to say about that, except if you look at a map of where the inferred lithium claims are in the state of Nevada, they're predominantly in the central hydrographic region, which will affect some, if not all, of our member counties. And then, as I mentioned, everyone's new favorite topic, data centers. We've done quite a bit of extensive research and certainly participating in the various forums to better understand the impacts of data centers and water resources. And again, our focus is the water side of things. To the extent energy affects the water and vice versa, we look at that. And as far as the economic impacts and whether they're right for an individual community, that's the individual community's decision. And obviously the state, I'm sure, is going to have some say about data centers going forward. But we're focused on the water, and we obviously want to make sure that the consumptive use of water is limited, if not completely eliminated, if that's at all possible. So moving on to the Humboldt, same thing, established, now 30 years ago. And it was developed to basically back in 1995 to oppose a proposal to export excess water from the Humboldt region to the lower Carson River Basin. And the Humboldt is 5 member counties, Elko, Eureka, Humboldt, Lander, and Pershing, similar to CNRWA board of directors with 3 representatives from each county. And similar activities. And I want to acknowledge Humboldt County for their support of the Humboldt River Basin Water Authority. The county hosts our meetings in their commission chambers and also acts as our fiscal agent. And I know that at least 3 of our Humboldt River Basin Water Authority board members are here, Commissioners Cherry and Plaskett and Mr. Tibbetts. And we really appreciate their support and participation in the organization. This is the Humboldt River Basin. It is a large watershed area, no outlet. It's fully contained within the state of Nevada. Nonetheless, still subject to waters of the U.S. For some really odd reasons, and we've been trying to petition to get that WOTUS designation removed lately because of the proposed changes in rulemaking and those kinds of things. But and it's primarily related to some small commercial fishing operations and legacy hunting out at the sink that makes Humboldt a a place for interstate commerce kind of thing is what that's all about as far as I can understand. There are 33 groundwater basins, and of those, I think some 28 are over appropriated and maybe 8 are, at this point in time, are over pumped. So recent activities, same as CNRWA, evaluate water right applications and protest those that may adversely affect existing water rights. And I would say that the Humboldt region is much more active in protesting applications than CNRWA, and that's primarily because of the growth in the region and conflicts. Conserve Nevada funding application, we did apply for funding. HRBWA did for a limited amount of money. I think there's $3 million available in the Conserve Nevada bond program for water and land acquisition. And it would be in the Humboldt Basin targeting groundwater pumpers. Following up on the pilot study that HRBWA implemented with the ARPA funds. Does require a 10% match, so we're trying to figure out how to get that done and have applied or in the process of applying for that match from the State Board for Financing Water Projects through the grant for capital improvements for public water systems. And I know Brandon Bishop is here from DCNR to, I think, maybe talk a little bit more about all of that. Support UNR's Where We Live project. Just a quick update on that. The University of Nevada, Reno's part of a 3-state collaborative project funded by the National Science Foundation. And they've been reaching out to community, and we've helped them do that. And their research is about understanding the public's perception and how the public and communities adapt to natural hazards such as drought, wildfire, and extreme heat. They want to be able to use that research to advance science, education, workforce development. And participating in, implementing community outreach program for the Humboldt River issues. The Humboldt system is large, it's complex, it's got a long history, and there's just not a lot of, I wouldn't say a lot, but there is, I think, in the public domain, a lack of information, both technical information and an understanding, quite frankly, of how the system is managed and how the decree is implemented. And basically, we have really expressed an interest in working with the state and starting to implement a pretty robust outreach program to try to get folks prepared for what may come in the future in terms of conjunctive management. So this is communities. This is starting at the very elementary school level, quite frankly, all the way up to community leaders and water right holders to really make sure that everybody fully understands the complexities of the Humboldt River and the situation that the basin is in. So we are working with the division on preparing maps, a map series similar to what the state prepared for all the groundwater basins in the state of Nevada, and identify all of those features in the Humboldt, all the dams, all the gauges, all the snowtail sites, all the cloud seeding sites, all the irrigated lands, those types of things. We are also working with the Division of Water Resources to start working on a informational series that we can put on the internet and have available for outreach. And then lastly, we are working with a company to develop a sort of tabletop 42 by 40 inch 3D model of the Humboldt River that we can have and be able to see this thing in relief and see sort of, where all the features of the Humboldt are. And that would be something that would be available to be moved around to schools, to community events and those types of things. We are participating in the division's Humboldt Stakeholder Working Group that has been ongoing for at least a couple of years. And then lastly, we at the Humboldt River Basin Water Authority really are a public forum, and it's not just for member counties and commissioners, but we have a lot of individuals, water right holders, ranchers, businesses, and other community folks that do attend the meetings and participate. And it really is a good forum to just sort of hear different perspectives as well. Diminished flow in the Humboldt River is really the issue here. Just, you know, there are all kinds of issues, but it's just long-term overpumping of the groundwater basins. The fact that there is no upstream storage for consumptive use. South Fork is not a reservoir that can be used for augmenting flows in the Humboldt River. The loss of proper functioning riparian areas, that's vital to, you know, storing water in the banks and for wildlife habitat. Drought, and then last but not least, the warming trends, which is basically reduced snowpack and earlier runoff. The Division of Water Resources, of course, is working with USGS and DRI on the capture models in the Humboldt. There are 3 models, the upper, the lower, that have been published, and the middle model, which is where the majority of the capture occurs, is still in review. This is a map of sort of the domain, and the purple and the green shaded line, the areas being where the capture management zones are, and the purple where the capture management zones that have been identified, at least provisionally, in the middle segment and the upper segment that has been published, need to be revised. So there's, you know, some changes and things that need to be revised. This, of course, is going to serve as the basis, the science for conjunctive management in the Humboldt region. This slide just basically shows under the current situation with no conjunctive management per se, at least for permanent conjunctive management, we have an interim order that deals with new appropriations and change applications. But basically, in Pershing County, Water Conservation District in Lovelock, their full allotment of water is 3 acre-feet a year. And you can see for the last 28 years or 23 years what they've received. And this year, it's going to be less than 1/4 of an acre-foot or around 1/4 acre-foot of water for this year's allotment. This just highlights the dire situation in the Humboldt. And this is from the Natural Resource Conservation Service stream flow forecast for May 1st. The estimates for, well, I should say the snow water equivalent, which is really the snowpack, is the lowest that's ever been recorded in the upper Humboldt and lower Humboldt region. The other thing that's not on this map is the fact that it's also the earliest snow melt on record in the region. And that's probably true of much of Nevada and much of the West. So state engineer is here. He may go over some of these in more detail, but you know, what happens in the Humboldt River is really going to be important for the rest of the state, because it's what happens there is likely to be what may end up happening for conjunctive management in other river systems, especially decreed river systems, which I think all of Nevada's river systems are. Certainly going to set precedent for the quality and details related to the data, to the modeling needed to support conjunctive management. These are some of the recommendations. I think there are 19 recommendations for management of the Humboldt going forward that have been discussed over the last 2+ years by the Vision's Humboldt Stakeholder Working Group. And there's a lot that needs to be done. And I'm not going to go through all of them, but I will highlight just a few for a little bit of discussion. And No action is the first one, but that's just not an alternative. So where do you go from there? Well, there's been a lot of discussion about curtailment lately or lack of curtailment or not planning for curtailment. But it's still a tool, and one that I know everyone wants to avoid, but it's still the tool. The capture zone maps and the science, as you saw earlier in those maps, there needs to be revisions to at least one of the models in the upper Humboldt, and the middle model is still being reviewed and analyzed. Establishing a conservation or conservancy district, that is something that the Humboldt River Basin Water Authority has been discussing. I think there is some expectation or interest, strong interest in having the Humboldt River Basin Water Authority basically be that entity, that conservancy district, maybe similar to the Carson River Sub-Conservancy District. And we've had presentations from those folks and have looked at what they can do and what they can't do. And then probably the most important discussions that we're having with regard to sort of things that can be done is using excess decreed water for offsets to reduce pumping, or even decreed water that the owners might want to sell for offsets. The water buyback, water rights retirement program, I think that could have a really important impact in the Humboldt Basin, given the current situations. And then this whole market-based approach to water exchanges and buying and selling. And I've got this fly that keeps bugging me here. But, you know, water right holders can sell their water rights today. We don't need necessarily any special legislation to change that. But I think what's needed is the structure and some sideboards in terms of how that's all done and why that would be done and how that gets managed. So my last slide is, and these are just concepts at this point. I'm not making any firm recommendations, but these are things that we've been talking about, both with the Humboldt River Basin Water Authority and Central Nevada Regional Water Authority, as well as a wider stakeholder group that meets regularly to talk about these issues, and pretty much the same members as our stakeholder working group from the last interim that worked on the water rights retirement program and some others. But funding for groundwater rights is an issue. We are, you know, we've got the authority, we've got the program, I think we have the know-how, and we certainly have the need, but we don't have the money. So working on some ideas there. Another issue that we had, HRBWA and CNRWA had proposed last interim to the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Natural Resources and Public Lands, that time subcommittee, was addressing issues around the groundwater basin assessments. And that was actually something that was contained in AB 485, which didn't move last session, but we think we are getting closer to agreement with the Division of Water Resources and Department, and hopefully we'll be able to come to some agreement before next session. And this relates to putting a cap on the amount of the assessments that can be imposed by the state engineer, making sure that those funds are not able to be used to supplant general fund dollars, quite frankly, for Division of Water Resources operating expenses. And then also just some more, I guess, information and transparency about how those funds are used and how the caps or the assessments are set. 3M plans is another thing we want to talk about, specifically to clarify that 3M plans, the state engineer can also require 3M plans for a change application if state engineer deems it's necessary. Right now, it's not explicit in statute. And then also about the county's participation in a 3M plan, where that water point of diversion is. And right now, the way the statute reads is the county has to sort of just keep track of all this and then anticipate that the state engineer might require a 3M plan. And then if the state engineer does and they can participate, I think we should just have the state engineer notify a county if they're contemplating requiring a 3M plan of an applicant. so that the county can participate that way. Cloud seeding, and that is a longstanding program that historically had been funded by the state of Nevada, and funding was cut during the difficult budget years. But the last two sessions, the legislature did fund cloud seeding for DRI to do their operations, especially in the Humboldt. That's hugely important. And HRBWA is partnered with DRI on cloud seeding for a number of years now. And in fact, I think Commissioner Cherry still probably hosts or has a cloud seeding unit on his ranch. And why that's even important is because DRI was having to mobilize and demobilize their units on public lands every year. And so now we've got more of a stable operation there. And then the Humboldt River Basin Water Authority structure. And again, HRBWA has quite a few authorities. We're not sure if we would need more or if we would want more. And we're not even sure what it is that we would want until we find out where the state is going in terms of their conjunctive management. But we want to be ready, and we may be asking for a bit of a placeholder, if you will, to be filled in later, but we don't want to miss an opportunity if that's something we really want to move forward with. And then lastly, it's not on here, but I just want to reiterate both CNRWA and HRBWA's support for NDWR and including funding to continue their Nevada Water Initiative to update the baseline science and improve the understanding of groundwater availability across the state. And you all know that right now we're managing groundwater basins and 50 and 70-year-old information. And so anyway, that concludes my report. Again, thank you for moving me up on the agenda, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Questions? I'm looking to the right here. Okay, Vice Chair Anderson.
Thank you. I keep on telling myself I'm not going to ask any questions and ask a question. Okay, so my question has to do with the Humboldt River Basin geography slide. And also along with that, the article that came out, I think it was last week, or maybe it was just a few days ago, and it's been one of those weeks, from the Nevada Independent, which mentioned about those changes. So the first thing that I've got a question about is with the way the basin is set up, it feels a lot like the Colorado River sometimes, with the upper counties getting a lot, the lower counties not. Is that in particular when it comes to, it looks like Nye and Churchill, are they getting the same amount of water as those upper counties are getting, especially based upon what we just heard from Commissioner Cherry, when it's the 13% from some of those mountains not coming the same, that water. So are the lower counties getting as much as the upper counties?
So Vice Chair Anderson,
If we could get your name.
oh,
We
sorry,
know who you are,
yes,
but
for the
right in the
record,
minutes.
Jeff Fontaine with the Central Nevada Regional Water Authority and Humboldt River Basin Water Authority. That is the issue, and we often refer to the Humboldt as our Colorado River, but it's for different reasons, I think, and that is because we have an operating agreement. It's called the Humboldt Decree, the Bartlett Decree, but because of that decree was issued in the 1930s when there was water based upon the amount of irrigation that was taking place at the time. That's not the case today. We have a completely different environment. We have a lot more use in the river, and the groundwater pumping has exacerbated all of that, of course. And so that's the issue. It's a little bit more specific maybe than what's occurring in the Colorado, but yeah, same, climate change, warming temperatures, less snowpack, just less water resources, more demand, and sort of are now waking up to the need for conjunctive management and how do we deal with all of that.
A quick follow-up then, that is an issue for our counties downriver, is they're not getting as much.
For the record, Jeff Fontaine again, and Vice Chair Anderson, it's it's not necessarily just downriver. It's primarily, yes, with Pershing County Water Conservation District, because water doesn't make it downriver. It's just doesn't make it downriver. But we have water right holders with senior decreed surface water rights upstream as well, that also aren't getting their deliveries because of all of those issues.
Thank you so much. And then my last question from that article, that it gave some information, or gave the idea that there were some possibilities of measures being done that are not necessary by state law or by a court case. Is that actually happening? Or in your opinion, recognize that it's your opinion, and if you're comfortable giving it, is there a need for that state law or a court case to make sure that counties are in fact doing what is necessary? Or are they doing it without NRS, the legislature, getting involved in it?
For the record, again, Jeff Fontaine, and again, Vice Chair Anderson, if you're referring to the state law about curtailment, that's a whole, I mean, it is a different issue, but it's not. As far as what can be done today, yeah, there's certainly plenty of things that can be done today that don't require a change in state law. And a lot of those were discussed. There is some low-hanging fruit there. But whether or not that's going to be enough to solve the problems remains to be seen. And quite frankly, my personal opinion is not highly probable. So where do you go from there?
Thank you so much for the candor. That's exactly what I was trying to get. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Of course. Other questions, Senator? Okay. I have one hopefully quick question. You had mentioned towards the beginning of your presentation that there is a case currently in front of the 9th District or 9th Circuit Court. And I was wondering if you could just repeat for us what that was.
For the record, Jeff Fontaine, and to you, Chair Scheibel, it's an appeal by Baker Ranches having to do with their water rights in Lehman and Baker Creeks. Those rights were adjudicated in the 1930s. And since that time, or even maybe a little bit before that time, the Park Service or the federal government acquired some water rights, or they reserved some water rights, and then they acquired some of those decreed water rights for their campgrounds. And then, of course, the national park was created and all that sort of stuff. Apparently, the Park Service was using water rights using water rights in a way that was interfering with the decreed rights of the Baker Ranches, and precluded the Baker Ranches from even curing or fixing the problem, diverting for campgrounds, not clearing obstructions, those kinds of things. And the Baker Ranches tried to get relief and didn't. I know that at one time, the state engineer reviewed that, but felt it was more of a federal issue. And so it went to district court, federal district court, sent back to the state. It was appealed to the 9th Circuit. Oral arguments were held, I think, last month. But the crux of the issue is about whether or not the McCarran Amendment, McCarran Act, which amended federal law, waiving the federal government's sovereign immunity when it comes to water rights. And the fact that these two streams were adjudicated prior to the McCarran Act amendment, and the fact that the Department of Interior at that time, or the federal government at least, was aware of the adjudication process but chose not to participate, claiming that they didn't have the authority to participate. But now we can't seem to get this resolved. And so the oral arguments, and they're online and everything, and I'm not an attorney, you are, but there seemed to be a lot of sort of concern about, opening all of this up, because it seems to be an opinion that, well, we can simply deal with sort of a modified adjudication of the whole system to include the federal government's claims and those sorts of things. I don't think there's an appreciation for what an adverse ruling to the bakers would do in the state of Nevada and probably the rest of the Western states that have a prior appropriation doctrine. So we participated, HRBWA did, CNRWA did, participated with, I think, 9 or 11 other entities to file an amicus on Baker's appeal. I'm not sure where that's going to end up, but it is an important case.
Thank you. I appreciate that explanation. And with that, I think that concludes all of our questions. We very much appreciate you being here. And I think congratulations are in order. Somebody's graduating today. So.
2 twins.
Oh my gosh.
And 1 more on Tuesday, yes.
Okay, well.
I'm almost home free. So thank you.
Congratulations
thank
to you and your kids. That will conclude agenda item number 4. We will go back to agenda item number 3 with our presentation from Eureka County.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Public Lands Committee. I am Marty Plaskett, Vice Chair of the Eureka County Board of Commissioners. We thank you. And besides me is Jake Tibbetts, Eureka County Natural Resource Manager. We thank you for the opportunity to provide Eureka County's perspective on public lands, topics and issues. In your meeting materials, we provided a white paper of various issues and requests that we will leave behind for the committee's consideration. Mr. Tibbetts will highlight some of the specifics when I turn it over to him. Nearly all our community viability is dependent on management and activities on or related to public lands, and our primary economic drivers and social structure, past and current, are tied to agriculture, mostly ranching and farming, and also mining. We also value the recreation opportunities, expansive open spaces, and quality of life provided by our public lands. Our dependency on federally administered land and the often yo-yo effect of uncertain and changing policies coming from various federal administrations has real effect on us. Our overarching request of this committee, the full legislature, and our federal agency partners is to generally push back on and limit regulations, legislation, policies, or projects that reduce access to public lands, minimize sustainable multiple use of public land, do not bring local community benefit, and increase our dependence on federal dollars, which all undermine local community self-determination and our efforts to bring socioeconomic stability and balance. I will now turn it over to Mr. Tibbetts and look forward to any questions you may have after.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Jake Tibbetts. It's good to see you all again, see some familiar faces and meet some new folks as well. I've been in this role as the Natural Resource Manager with Eureka County about 18 years now. And I'm thinking back of all the interims when the Public Land Committee and one interim as a subcommittee had the opportunity to testify, present. I've always welcomed that opportunity. You know, and reflecting back on a lot of that, it seems that sometimes it may be a bit of a broken record. It's the same issues, right? Over and over and over again. And you hear many counties bringing up the same issues over and over and over again. So spending time reflecting on that, when I first got the job in Eureka County 18 years ago, about the first week or 2 of my job, I started looking back through old minutes, old records. County commissioners, we had a public land advisory commission back about 30 years ago, just to be familiar with some of the issues and some of the actions the county had taken. And, you know, we could play like minute roulette here, and I could point any page in here and I could read from these minutes, and it would be exact issues that we're talking about today. And I think this committee could look back on all your past minutes and recommendations and reports from your efforts and prior efforts over all these many years as well, and change the date, perhaps, because there are many of the same issues. So what's interesting about all that is we can ask ourselves, well, what's really changed? What have we accomplished in the realm of public land management? And I've come to the conclusion that because we're still working on these issues, that's a win. We didn't go the way of the dodo bird, right? We're still working on these issues. Yes, there's still conflicts that come up. There's still tension. There's still disagreements. There's still policy considerations. But we continue to work on these issues, and it means that we haven't lost our voice and perspective, and there's still important things to work on. So being involved in very distinct public land administrations with very diverse goals and policies and approaches, we've experienced regulations, National Environmental Policy Act efforts that become significant in some of our local agency offices and sometimes not in others. So in Eureka County, we work with 3 different BLM districts and 1 forest ranger district. So even across those districts and local offices, sometimes we see things just applied a bit differently. Some things that are dictated from Washington, D.C. as far as public land policy, it doesn't always translate down to the local level. And so we have really learned over all this time that the local relationships do matter with our local agencies, and we value those. It's not that we always agree on everything, but we really value those relationships and building that with those folks that we can work through some of this conflict. And I think I mentioned it 2 years ago at one of the meeting that, you know, I've come up with this term now, moving beyond conflict to a healthy tension, right? And so there's always going to be some disagreements, but to try to move beyond the conflict to just that healthy tension. And it keeps everybody honest when you have that healthy tension. So with that being said, you know, there have been efforts over the years to provide like streamlining measures or other policies and priorities that kind of work against what we believe is a mantra of keep it local and try to do things that benefit local communities. And sometimes that lack of principled coordination amongst all parties really leads to some of that conflict, and we really want to try to get over that. So we strongly believe that local government coordination with federal agencies as a two-way street. Again, that term coordination being on the equal level, working together, where the antonym of that, as I previously talked about, is subordination, where you have one party that's subordinate to another. So working in coordination really can work through those efforts, understanding what the roles and responsibilities of everybody are, the rights of everybody involved, and how you can move on. And we think formal processes in the state to stand that up in every county is really worth the effort. But this really takes a lot of work on the counties. And I'm very fortunate to have a job that I get paid to do this work. A lot of counties don't have the resources to have somebody in that role to kind of bird dog these issues all the time. So if you look at the handout that we gave you, basically items 1, 2, and 3 do highlight some suggestions for the committee assistants that we believe this standing up some good formal public policy would help to temper against some of the swings and sways of the pendulum across various agencies. So I won't belabor it in detail, but just wanted to point you that those are the items that we point out. Regarding specific public lands issues and topics, we can mostly say ditto to a lot of what you heard in Lincoln County from counties and also some of our predecessors here today. But we do want to just highlight a couple things for your consideration. And, you know, as I type these notes up that I have in front of me, and as I sat through the previous 2 discussions, I was feverishly crossing out all the stuff about RS 2477. and I say that in jest because actually we do have some stuff in the document, and, you know, this became a very hot seat here. I could tell that during those prior 2 conversations. So, but the first thing I want to talk on is just this week on Monday, the BLM rescinded what's called the Conservation and Landscape Health Rule. It's more commonly referred to as the Public Lands Rule. That rule was put in place in 2024, and it was never really implemented because it kind of was put in place towards the end of a prior administration into this new administration. We point out to you some of our perspectives related to this rule and other, you know, conservation versus protectionism type things in item 4 of that leave behind. want to make it clear that Eureka County does support the rescinding of the public lands rule. We support that that was rescinded. But that does not mean that we do not support addressing the issues that the public lands rule was trying to address or purported to address, namely public land conservation and restoration. We believe there are tools available, even without this rule, to work in an incentive-based way and coordinated with our public lands users and our federal agencies to do the things that rule is intended to do. We have proof that the ecological and socioeconomic reality that land and resource preservation, set aside museum type management, will never provide the benefits to our ecosystem and to our societies that we need. And it's actually the proper sustainable management of our working lands that really can and does. And we want to point out that the Federal Land Policy and Management Act and other federal acts have conservation built in as a component of uses, not as a standalone thing. It's a component of all uses. So we welcome the opportunity to work with the legislature and others to ensure the ongoing and use and conservation of our public lands, and point out some of the great things the state has done. You'll hear about some later on through the state conservation credit system. There are ways to incentivize and to do things that do conserve our public lands, but continue to allow for those working lands. So here's where I get into the hot seat. Much of the conflict we have seen on public lands over the many years is related to public land access and water rights on public lands. So you heard Mr. Fontaine speak about the Baker case. We've had some lively discussion on RS-247 and on unlawful enclosures. So first off, related to the unperfected historic rights of way, RS-2477. I do not mean they're not vested, they've just been unperfected. They've never gone through that adjudication process. And then also the pre-statutory vested rights and federal reserved rights. I want to point this committee that currently there's a case in front of the Nevada Supreme Court related to federal public water reserves. So Mr. Fontaine spoke about a federal case at the Ninth Circuit. This is a case in front of our Supreme Court and an adjudication that was completed in Diamond Valley under the McCarran Act. And the federal agencies did bring forward, BLM brought forward their claims under that. And we are currently in an appeal where the BLM has appealed to our Supreme Court about the district court's determination over their public water reserves. That case will be very important in the state because this issue has never been settled under state water law in this state as far as these specific types of public water reserves. So just wanted to highlight that for your information. So also in our packet, we highlight ways, this is item 5, how we think you can address help on RS-2477 roads as well. And then item 9 is related to water rights on public lands. If we truly want to settle 2 issues so I don't have to keep coming back, you know, I'm getting older and grayer too, and keep coming back and keep the same, you know, broken record again. These are 2 issues that we can settle. And there's this very important state role in this. And so that's what we think. Let's get these things out of the way. Let's get these things out of the way. In item 7 of the handout, and it was touched upon earlier, we do support efforts to streamline permitting of projects on public lands. But as long as that doesn't come at the expense of local community coordination and engagement. So to assist in this realm, we ask the community to consider establishing state policy that better clarifies and empowers local communities to work with public land project proponents to develop and implement community benefit agreements. They're also called CBAs, community benefits agreements, and to box in what that would mean. So for substantial and impactful projects on federal lands to ensure there's local benefits of those projects. So quickly, I want to hit on ranching on public lands grazing, point you to item 8 in the handout and some specific requests of the committee. At your prior committee meeting and then today, there have been comments about how livestock grazing on public lands is decimating our public lands. We strongly assert that livestock grazing on public lands is not decimating these lands. Our ranchers are true stewards of the rangelands. The most prime and invaluable wildlife habitat, including for sage grouse in the state of Nevada, is primarily on private lands that are managed in concert with their public lands grazing allotment. So if we want to keep our habitats and our public lands intact, we need to keep our ranchers in business, and we need to bolster properly managed grazing. So in this realm, BLM and the U.S. Forest Service have recently signed an MOU and are putting out with a grazing action plan. And the BLM just this week released their revamp of their grazing regulations that basically, because of various lawsuits and things over the years, we're operating under grazing regulations from the mid-1990s. So we believe these efforts will greatly assist, and we ask the committee to support these current efforts by both the BLM and the Forest Service. I'm buttoning up, getting close here. So related, I wanted to point out that there's a informational book. I put a bunch on the back table back there. It's called Landscapes Through Time, Eureka County, Nevada. And it relates to what I've been talking about today. This book, the lead author on this is Barry Perryman. He's a range emeritus professor from University of Nevada, Reno, and he was the lead author on the book. These books are free. We give them away. There's no value to them. We give them out in our museum and tourist type things. So please take one. So what we did on this is there was an effort to collect as many historic photographs as could be found in and near Eureka County, going back to the late 1800s, the early 1900s, and into the mid 1900s. Then these areas were relocated on the landscape, and repeat photography was taken at every one of these sites. And then there was a range description described the kind of the sciencey stuff behind it. We had a range professor, of course, talking about what should be there, what was expected to be there, and comparing the two photographs. Overwhelmingly, it provides a very good visual support with a lot of science behind it, that we've had largely sustainable management of our rangelands, and that our rangeland sites are actually in good or better condition today where there has not been catastrophic wildfire. And a lot of that is because of the sustainable management of our ranchers. But what's striking in this book, as you will see, and what's very noticeable, is the expansion and infill of pinyon and juniper woodlands over the same period of time. And that brings us to item 11 in our packet. So there's a request for the committee to support and bolster current efforts by agencies and individuals to implement landscape scale projects that utilize pinyon juniper woodland biomass in a way that benefits energy production, rangeland health, wildlife habitat, hydrologic function, and economic stability. So with that, I knew we'd throw a lot of information at you in a short period of time, plus a 15-page document. And so with that, again, thank the committee for the opportunity to present today, share our perspective, and we welcome any questions you may have.
Well, thank you so much for that presentation. Right at 15 minutes, excellent work. Questions from our members. We'll start with Assemblymember DeLong.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm not going to ask about RS 2477 roads. I did want to touch on that state case that you mentioned about the BLM's public water reserves. Was the BLM asserting PWR 107 claims?
Jake Tibbetts for the record. See, I got that right at least. Yes, that's exactly there. Public Water Reserves 107, just for the committee's background, it's an executive order that was just issued under the Pickett Act of 1910 that gave the president the authority to do that. And so, yes, it was Order 107, which is a public water reserve order.
And just a quick follow-up. Is that in Diamond Valley or Kobe Valley?
So Jake Tibbetts for the record, go direct. This is the Diamond Valley adjudication, and the BLM filed for public water reserves, claimed public water reserves on 66 individual springs within the Diamond Valley Basin.
Other questions? Vice Chair Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I really like the deep dive information. On page 9, you mentioned the Greater Sage Grouse Land Use Plan Amendment. Can you go into that a little bit more? Because I have a feeling that is actually a federal item, if I'm understanding correctly. And are you asking the state to possibly implement that also in NRS statute, or is that more of a policy type of change that does not necessarily have to go through the full legislative NRS changes?
So Jake Tibbetts for the record, thanks for the question. I think you say page 9?
Page 9, it's under 5. It's the first paragraph on page 9 is the last sentence where it says the recent Greater Sage Grouse Land Use Plan.
Yeah, so the point of this, so Jake Tibbetts again for the record, the point of this point really is that if you look at land use planning efforts, the Bureau of Land Management under the Federal Land Policy and Management Act of 1976, there's provisions in there to those land use plans to be coordinated with state, local, and tribal governments. And so we have seen kind of a push towards more regional or plans with what they call management direction from the Washington, D.C. So when you have a cake that's half baked with direction that's not from the local level, it's really, we might be able to put some sprinkles and frosting on top, but you can't sometimes change the substance of the cake. And so that's kind of what that point is about, and using the Greater Sage Grouse Plan as one of those examples, where there was a lot of sideboards set in place at a national level that then we had very limited ability to affect any state or local influence on that.
Thank you. If I may have a follow-up. Thank you so much for that clarification that this was simply an example of how important it was. Yeah. Love that. And actually that brings up another question that I asked of a prior county as well. When you're going through the planning stages, do you have a planning commission? Does that planning commission make the final decision? Or is it the elected body of your county commission that makes a decision as to whether or not a business, a company, whether it is data centers or something else, can actually be allowed into the county?
So Jake Tibbetts, for the record, and that's a little difficult question for Eureka County. So yes, we have a planning commission. Our planning commission is more in somewhat of an advisory role. They make recommendations, review things, but it is our governing body, our county commissioners, that make decisions. But we have developed very limited land use regulation and permitting at the local level. So when we're granting like a permit for projects, typically we're relying on either state agencies or the federal process in doing that. So, we've been able to choose Marty might have sharp elbows here, so I've got to be careful, but we're a small county in population, and yes, we have some large impactful projects, but we've been fortunate to not have to layer in a lot of that stuff now. But I can tell you the county commissioners are considering, I think at their agenda next week, a contract to look at our like an entire master plan and all of that, as trying to kind of come up to speed and be in the current century, so to speak. So we might have a different answer for you in 2 years. But as of right now, we have really not imposed much permitting and regulation at the local level.
Thank you. And my last question, I promise, well, maybe, I think my last question, how many individuals do you have in your permitting office, and do you have a current backlog? When I say permitting, I do mean new industries coming in, whether that is data centers, mining, whatever the case may be, because I know you and I have talked about this in the past, and I'm just trying to figure out if there is in fact now enough county employees, or if we continue to see a huge issue with the backlog.
So Marty, you want to take this? Jake Tibbetts for the record. So as I mentioned in my previous response, we really are not permitting those types of projects. It's not that we become very involved in those. That's what a lot of my job is. And, we use, again, whether it's water right permitting processes, state permitting processes, or federal land, the nexus with a NEPA process to help shape projects. So we really don't have a backlog of permitting because we're not permitting those types of things. But sorry, it takes a lot of work though, just to stay on top of these things, even without issuing permits. And the county has proven over, decades that we're going to be very involved in those activities, regardless of whether we have to sign a permit or not. So.
Of course, other questions? I just have one question. Is Eureka County equally plagued by these crickets?
Jake Tibbetts for the record. So we just send them to Elko County. But no, we have been plagued by them. In fact, Commissioner Plaskett is a farmer himself, and he can attest on his private land. There's a lot of high value hay that the crickets impact as well. And yes, so we work with Elko County and our neighboring counties quite a bit on prioritizing co-county treatments and projects and things. But yes, we had, 4 or 5 years ago, we had a huge plague right in the Main Street, Eureka, for a long period of time. So yes, it's definitely an issue for us too.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Senator Hansen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. In this age of political correctness, shouldn't we be calling them Latter-day Saint crickets? No laugh.
Jake Tibbetts,
Just
and
kidding.
Speaking to the Latter-day Saint, I don't know if I'm going to touch that one.
Me too. So anyway, yeah, they're this year there's a slight hatch. In fact, when we were driving here from the ranch, there was a bunch of them crossing the road. They're little tiny ones at the moment though. So nothing like the past 2 years though.
Well, thank you. Very much appreciate it. And I think that brings us to the conclusion of agenda item number 3, if my memory serves. So we're at 11:30. We're going to get through at least one more presentation before lunch. We've already done agenda item number 4, so that takes us to agenda item number 5. We will hear from the Mining Association with an update on mining activities in Nevada.
Good morning. It is still morning. Good morning, Chair Scheibel and members of the committee. I am Amanda Hilton. I'm the president of the Nevada Mining Association, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be here today. I'm joined today by Nikki Bailey Lundahl and Kyle Davis, who are in the audience for any other specific questions or technical questions we have at the end. I really appreciate you holding this meeting in the heart of mining country. Humboldt County is home to 10 operating mines producing opals, gold, and geothermal. Soon, this county will also be producing lithium, and I appreciate the time that so many of you took and you invested in going to see Thacker Pass yesterday. Last year, this county had nearly 2,000 people working in the mining industry. But as you learned yesterday at Thacker Pass, there's now a significant higher amount of miners in this county. There are more than 220 vendors in Humboldt County that do support the mining industry. The Nevada Mining Association's mission is to unite, inform, advocate, and serve as the public voice of Nevada's modern mining industry. Our association was founded in 1913. We are one of the oldest associations in the state, and we currently represent about 450 members. Those members are from all of the different elements of the mining value chain, from exploration through development, construction, operation, and reclamation, and the vendors that support each of those activities. Our members are a wide range of vendors, ranging from global companies such as Komatsu to small mom and pop operations in Las Vegas, such as Motor Mission and Radiator, which has a shop just a few blocks away from Allegiant Stadium. We assist our industry in several areas. We focus on public awareness and education, legislative advocacy, regulatory concerns, networking and supply chain opportunities, and industry career awareness. While there are 10 mine operators in this county, there are more than 100 mines across the state of Nevada today, producing more than 20 minerals. Nevada has the highest percentage of non-fuel domestic mineral production in the country, and we produce about 70% of our country's gold. We also produce several strategic minerals, such as copper, lithium. We are home to the country's only operating lithium mine today. We produce magnesium, and we produce barite. Other minerals that are produced in Nevada include gold, silver, gypsum, silica, and others. In 2025, the value of just the copper, gold, and silver that was produced in our state exceeded $12.6 billion. Some other key statistics about the mining industry in Nevada. We have about 14,500 direct jobs, but we have more than 30,000 total careers throughout the total mining chain in this mining supply chain in the state of Nevada. One of the things we're very proud of is how well we take care of employees within the mining industry. The average salary in 2024 was more than $120,000 a year. That also comes with excellent healthcare and retirement programs with most of those companies. Total economic output of this industry in 2024 was $16.6 billion. We don't have all of the statistics yet from 2025, but I can proudly share with you that from 2023 and 2024, this industry paid nearly $1 billion in taxes. And these numbers on this slide represent only the mining operators. These don't represent the major vendors and suppliers located throughout the state of Nevada that are also paying sales and use tax, property tax, modified business tax. So it was a significantly higher number than this that can be attributed to our entire industry. The chart on the screen now shows 2024 Nevada GDP by industry. And mining ranks 18th in this list. Industries that had a higher GDP that year include real estate transactions, tourism, and construction. But as you all have spent time in Winnemucca, I know you can tell what an outsized impact this industry has in the rural communities. I've had the opportunity just to eat in 2 restaurants the last 2 meals in Winnemucca, and both of those restaurants have been stuffed with people in mining clothing and people who work for this industry. So this is the major economic driver for the rural communities in our state. About a month ago, the Fraser Institute issued its annual report on mining investment attractiveness. And the Fraser Institute is a think tank located in Canada that sends out a survey every year to mining executives across the globe. And for this year's report, Nevada was designated the premier mining jurisdiction by these executives. For the last 11 years, Nevada has been in the top 10, but for the last year, we went up 1 slot and we have the #1 spot. This is because of the strong and well understood regulations in our state, and because of the well built out mining supply chain. There are vendors and suppliers that can support mining entities, and we also have a highly skilled workforce. So these executives feel like Nevada is the #1 place to invest money in future mining operations. I've been a miner for the last 20 years, and one of the things that I am so proud about with this industry is how seriously safety is taken. Mining is actually one of Nevada's safest industries. The workplace injury rate is 68% lower than the state's average, and the statistics for this industry are comparable to jobs in information technology or finance. As you were at Thacker Pass yesterday, I'm sure you saw several representations of how safety is so important. And at the Workforce Hub alone, there are posters all around talking about how safety is so important at that facility. All of our operators have mine rescue teams because they're often located in rural areas where it's difficult for emergency services to get to. So our operators take care of that by training up their own employees so that they can respond more quickly to any incidents, whether that be a personal medical or a workplace injury. Mining's footprint in Nevada is actually quite small. Of the 70.7 acres in the state, about 200,000 acres are permitted for mining. That is 0.3% of Nevada's land mass is permitted for this industry. And the actual mining activities are on less than the 200,000 acres. Before any mining activities occur on any mine site, the operator has to post a bond that is approved by the state of Nevada and also approved by the federal government. Today, Nevada currently holds $4.5 billion in mine reclamation bonds. Before Thacker Pass or any other property puts a shovel in the ground or makes a disturbance, that bond has to be posted. And that is how the state ensures that the operators are here for the long haul and that there are funds set aside to take care of any reclamation required. This slide shows all of the state agencies that currently have mining oversight, and you can see the wide variety of state agencies that do have regulations or have some sort of input into what happens on a mine site. There is a very similar list at the federal level. This is a highly regulated industry, and our operators are always working to ensure they're exceeding the expectations of these regulators. There's been a lot of talk at the federal level about critical minerals. And a critical mineral is designated as it's essential to the US economy, national security, or there's a supply chain resiliency issue. In September of last year, I had the opportunity to go to the Pentagon and to be an ambassador and an advocate for the Nevada mining industry, and to be able to talk to representatives with the Department of War about how Nevada has the minerals that can help solve some of the problems that they have. These mineral deficiencies don't only exist at the Department of War. They're needed for medical supplies. They're needed for energy transition. Our country is at a real deficit today with how we don't have a full processing capability for many of the minerals. But I'm really proud of how Nevada is solving the problems today and can continue to solve the problems. And we can continue to strengthen and secure our domestic mineral supply chains for our entire country. I've briefly talked about several of the minerals that are produced today in the state of Nevada, but we have opportunities for more. And that's what I want to talk about what's changed in the last 2 years. One of the minerals we're talking a lot about today is tungsten. And that is currently nearly all produced in China, but Nevada has a rich supply of tungsten. Nevada has produced tungsten in the past, and we have the opportunity in the future. There is a company called Guardian Metal Resources, which has received $6.2 million from the Department of Defense for their pilot mountain project in Mineral County. So we are supporting them. I've been able to help them identify possible processing facilities in the West so that we can help them get online more quickly. And there are a few other tungsten exploration projects in the state, but this is the most advanced. Antimony is another mineral that has been produced in Nevada in the past, and can be, and we hope will be, produced in Nevada in the future. An example of an antimony project is Nev Gold Corp's Limousine Butte project in White Pine County. And they are in the early permitting stages and resource delineation stages. And boron. Right now, there is one boron producer in the country, and that's located in California. But at Ioneer's Rhyolite Ridge project, they have the opportunity to produce boric acid and boron carbide in the future. And that would be the second boron producer in our country. In the last 2 years, we have a few operators with major project updates. The permitting process takes decades. So it's a slow process. So over the last 2 years, these are the 4 companies who I'd like to highlight. First and foremost, Lithium Americas received the $2 billion loan from the Department of Energy for their processing plant, and they are well on their way with construction activities. Orla Mining is planning to receive or expecting to receive their record of decision in August of this year, and that will be a gold producer in Elko County. And as soon as they receive their record of decision, they will be ready to start construction. AngloGold Ashanti has the North Bullfrog project in Nye County, just outside of Beatty, and they are also well on their way with their final permitting, and they have a couple of other projects in that same area, but that could once again be a major gold producer. And finally, Ioneer's Rhyolite Ridge project in Esmeralda County received a $1 billion loan from the Department of Energy, is a fully permitted site, and currently is seeking a strategic partner to help build out that project. While there is such a great spotlight on our industry and the need for our country to be producing these minerals, our industry still does have challenges. One of those is workforce development. And we have several legacy miners who are going to be reaching retirement age in the next 5 to 10 years. And those are our miners with lots of strong experience. So we are working to train up the next generation of miners to make sure we have all of the skills that we need on sites. The permitting timeline is still problematic. In the last year, it was reported that it takes about 29 years to permit a mine. And at the federal level, that is changing. There are some things that have been moving, but we don't know what certainty is there for those new timelines. Supply chain gaps with all of the tariffs that have been put in place over the last couple of years, and even learning about how the impacts of the war in Iran on our mining operations in Nevada, we are seeing some supply chain gaps that are delaying the construction and some of our projects or expansions of some of our projects. And then the overall investment in these mine sites. These mine sites are costing billions of dollars to get through the construction period. And there is a lot of uncertainty when it comes to minerals prices. The reality is China has a stranglehold on a lot of these markets, and they're manipulating those prices. So for investors to invest in some of these critical minerals or rare earth minerals, they need some more security when it comes to the future metals prices. And then just overall rising costs and what that looks like for these long-term construction projects and how much money is going to need to be raised to get those projects off the ground. Overall, we are very proud of this industry, and we're very optimistic about the future and how Nevada can continue to lead the way with mineral development for our country. May I answer any questions?
Thank you so much. Are there questions from our members? Assemblymember Moore.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Your slide on the state-specific taxes for 2023 and 2024 piqued my interest because you highlighted what the mining operators contribute to the state. but you did mention that this number did not include the non-mining operators. So I'm curious to know if you happen to know what that number is.
I don't know, and it would actually be very difficult to calculate because we have about 2,000 vendors in the state of Nevada that support the mining industry. So gathering the property taxes, sales and use taxes, and modified business taxes from 2,000 different companies would be very difficult, but we know that it's significant.
Thank you for that. And I have another question. You did mention that there's some non-mining operators all over Nevada, and you mentioned specifically the company that's located near Allegiant. And this is more of a request, can you send me information specifically around Assembly District 11? I'm curious to see. Thank you.
Amanda Hilton, for the record, I would be glad to send you that information. We actually just prepared a study that shows the number of vendors throughout Nevada in each legislative seat. So we can send you that exact number.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Senator Hansen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. First of all, I just want to thank mining. I've represented, let's start with the ones I don't get to represent anymore, okay? When they redistricted Esmeralda County and Mineral County. They are the two poorest counties in the state. At the same time, I got to represent Elko, Eureka, Humboldt, Lander, Pershing. Thanks to mining, they're doing phenomenally well. I'm old enough to remember right here in Winnemucca, I remember driving 1998 down this main drag, and this town was drying up. I mean, that was when gold dropped like $250 an ounce, and there was just nothing here. So it's so nice and refreshing to come here. We just had Eureka County here. Eureka and Elko have got a little bit of an issue. Eureka's got money coming out of its ears because of you guys. And Elko's got all the responsibility to pay for the schools and everything. But I'll let you deal with that. The question I have, though, is in White Pine County, copper mining. I was watching a show recently, and copper, apparently they're expecting a big uptick in the value of it. White Pine is also kind of an economically distressed county. What's the projection by the mining industry on copper production in White Pine County?
Amanda Hilton, for the record. I actually live in White Pine County and I worked at that copper mine for 20 years.
Ah, okay.
So I can speak very personally to the economics in that county. I don't know what that specific mine life is for that site anymore, but I do know that that mine is truly the economic driver for that county. Right. And that mine has been operating consistently since 2004. It took a 5-year break before that, but it has been operating in that community for about 150 years. So I read a lot of articles about what the copper price projections are, and they are certainly robust. And I know that county will benefit from that.
Good. Well, I'm just hoping. I'm looking forward to Esmeralda finally getting eye and ear. There was a mine that was going in literally right in the heart of Goldfield. I don't know whatever happened to that. They were moving the highway at one point. Any updates on Mineral County? Hawthorne primarily. Is there any activities around there that can, little old Hawthorne, I don't represent it anymore, but I have a soft spot in my heart for it. You know, the decline in the lake, their economies collapsed, highway bypassed them. I'm just hoping that there is some projections by you guys. So if you start now, it's going to be 29 years though before they'll get any benefit, it sounds like, huh?
Amanda Hilton, for the record, I have good news. The Pilot Mountain project, the tungsten project, is actually located in Mineral County. And that project has gotten the support from the Department of Defense and is on its way. So no guarantees that will happen, but I know it's had investment from the federal government.
Last quick question along that on tungsten. There's actually a ghost town. Once people live there, tungsten right at the base of the Eugene's, just to the west of where we are right now. Is it possible for tungsten without government subsidies to become a mineable commodity? I mean, I'm glad to see iron ore. I'm glad to see lithium, Nevada, Thacker Pass. It bothers me, though, that we have billions of dollars in government subsidies to make these projects. I understand they're strategic minerals and all that, and there's a legitimate need for that. But is there, in the not too distant future, the possibility of a mineral like tungsten being high enough in value on just a regular market that we don't need to subsidize these things by the federal government?
Amanda Hilton for the record. I think with some of these minerals that the production has dropped in the United States, the pricing mechanism to measure the market price has become very opaque. So it's difficult to even tell what the price is today, much less to project what it will be in the future. There are a couple of headwinds when it comes to tungsten. One is, what is that market price? And the second is, where will it be processed and refined?
I know historically tungsten's been used during wartime. It's very valuable, and the government would even subsidize it back at that point. But just kind of hope for that. Last, more of a comment. I've been talking to your mining folks on it. I don't know if it's still true, but mining bought a lot of ranches in Nevada for various reasons. I understand they still own a lot of those, but they lease them out to cattle operations primarily. And consequently, you have a tremendous influence on opening up the public access through those ranches. So I just want to put a little bug out there that I'd love it if the Nevada mining industry would, help enforce state law that requires public access through private property and back to public lands, since you guys actually may own a lot of the ranches that are currently being illegally blocked, as you heard the discussion earlier. It'd be great for you guys to do a proactive thing. So on the floor of the Nevada Legislature, I can say, I've got some problems, but overall the Nevada mining industry has stepped up to the plate and is insisting that the public domain that they utilize for production of minerals is open for all of the other multiple uses as well.
Amanda Hilton for the record. I can't speak directly today to how the ranches that are owned by mining companies are treating that matter, but that is something I will gladly look into and get back to you.
That's all I ask. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions? Yeah, Assemblymember Moore.
Thank you, Chair. Looking through your slides on your presentation, you talked about reclamation and what happens once the mine operations are done with. That's my first time being on this committee, and I'm not familiar with a lot of the things. But what happens, for example, if the reclamation plan, once the mining operation ceases, isn't followed through? Is the mining company responsible? The state, like who becomes responsible for making sure that that plan is followed through?
Amanda Hilton for the record. So before the bond is put in place with the state of Nevada, the reclamation plan has to be approved by the state and by the federal government. It is much more beneficial for the mining operator to do concurrent reclamation. So at most of the mine sites across Nevada, they are not waiting for the end of mine life to do that reclamation work. They're doing it as they mine, because they already have the equipment there and the people there. So that is the way most of the operations are working. If there is a time, which happens very rarely, that a site does not meet its obligations for that reclamation plan, then those funds are put in place so that the government regulators can go in and pull those funds and take care of that reclamation work at the end.
Other questions? All right. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you for answering all of our questions. That concludes agenda item number 5. It is just about noon. So what we are going to do, I understand everybody here also probably wants to eat lunch, but we also have a lot more material to get through. So here's what we're going to do. The staff and the members are just going to take about a 15-minute break to grab some food, use the restroom. I will allow everybody to bring food back to the dais and ask all of your indulgence as our members finish up lunch or maybe a drink or something on the dais. I want to give you all a roadmap of what we're doing after lunch so that if you do want to step out to grab something to eat and there are certain presentations you do or don't want to miss, we will start up at 12:15 with the state water engineer from 9C. They have asked to be moved up in the agenda. I know everybody wants to go earlier in the agenda and nobody wants to go later. So we're doing our best here based on the order in which you asked me for that particular accommodation. So we will come back with the state water engineer. From there, it is my intention to go in order. So we would go from 9C back to 6, 7, 8, the rest of 9, and then finish up with agenda item number 10. If you're not here when we plan to go to your presentation, I will just move on to the next person, and then I will come back to you later when you get here. No hard feelings, but that is what will happen. So with that, we're going to go to brief recess, and I will see you at 12:15.
Back in here.
Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Okay, we will call this meeting back to order of the Interim Public Lands Committee. I did forget 2 quick housekeeping items. For anybody who's new to this process, when you're on the microphone, please give your name before you speak so that we have it clear in our minutes. And also when you're not speaking, if you could turn off your microphone, we would appreciate it. And I'll give you guys some reminders if you need them. And with that, well, we are welcoming our new state engineer. Please introduce yourself and go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Joe Cassiopo, State Engineer for the Division of Water Resources. I was appointed to that position March 30th. So I'm going to give you my vast history as we go, and I'll do my best to answer any questions at the end. What I'm trying to do today is just give you a brief overview on some of what we've been involved in, some of what we're trying to do. And we've kind of broken the presentation into 3 sections, kind of an internal processes update, brief overview of the Humboldt River work. Jeff Fontaine kind of stole some of my thunder there, but that was good. I appreciate that. And then a little bit about the Nevada Water Initiative. And some of the information you're going to hear is purposefully redundant, and for a reason. You know, we're trying to hit home some points. But here we go. So internally, we're just looking to improve some of the work we do. We recognize that we serve the public, and that can be challenging at times, and we wanted to recognize what we can do better and create some efficiencies so that we can streamline processes, create some more communication and collaboration, and just basically some overall transparency. We have, and it's historic, we tend to create backlogs. We get a lot of applications that come in. Generally about roughly, depending on the year, 4,000 applications a year. Some of those get tied up in litigation, protests, and things like that. But where we can move things forward, that's what we try to do. And to do that, we've worked with staff. We've implemented some training processes. And again, we just want to make sure that we're being there for the public and they're getting the service that they need. We're looking at improving responsiveness. 2 folks, again, communication, collaboration, and transparency is my focus. And then looking at our hydrologic assessment process, how we look at potential conflicts. We want to make sure that we're doing that in an efficient manner, recognizing that not everything is a conflict, but as we're going through these, recognize what can be pushed forward, what needs to be dug into a little bit more. We also are identifying statutory or regulatory updates and taking the necessary steps to conjunctively manage the Humboldt River region. You've heard a little bit today about the Humboldt River region. It's no surprise to any of you, but we want to make sure that we're involved in that process in a collaborative manner. Some challenges that shape our work ahead. We've got increasing technical issues, diverse economic markets. We have folks that come to us with new ideas all the time, and just trying to digest those and manage this water resource is in a common sense way that hopefully can meet people's needs, but where it can't, have those conversations so that we can understand where we're coming from, what we need, and maybe what they can do to help the process for themselves as well. Some of our staffing constraints, well, used to be we had kind of division-wide average experience levels of 8 to 10 years. We've had a lot of turnover through retirement and things like that. And we're now like roughly 2 years of experience. So where we used to be able to do things maybe a little quicker through experiences, we're trying to build that experience back up so we can get back there. So we recognize that as an internal challenge for us, and we're working on that. Some of the vacancies we have include another senior hydrologist. Everything gets funneled through the hydro stuff gets funneled through our hydro section. And we have a senior hydrologist. We have somebody helping us now as a contract employee to get us through some of this, but everybody else is fairly new. And while they're talented, nothing beats experience, and we just got to get more experience under their belt. But we do have 2 deputy administrator positions. One of them was my position, And another one was one of our legal folks, James Blatton, if you knew James. He moved on to private practice, and while we wish him well, we certainly recognize a need that he left behind. I mentioned the training already, just trying to make sure folks are not only skilled in what they do, but understand the most available science so we can apply that to the issues we have within the state. Conjunctive management, we'll get into that a little bit more, but it is still relatively new, and it requires us to look at things a different way. And that's it's not insurmountable, but it is a challenge, and trying to make sure people understand what we're trying to do is an important part of not only our internal training, but some of the external training that goes with it. And in that, if you look at the shift in the management, since the state engineer's office was created, and certainly with this state engineer ruling back in 2021, we were tasked with managing surface and groundwater as distinct sources. That's no longer the case. Science has shown that they can be connected. And so you look at the Nevada Supreme Court case in 2024, and I just highlighted what I was trying to hit here. We were looking at groundwater and surface water as distinct sources. Now the state engineer's office needs to manage these rights, needs to look at surface and groundwater collectively. How do they interconnect and base our decisions not as distinct sources, but as combined sources? And so you can see that's a pretty big shift over 20, 25 years. And we understand how to do that, but as technology advances, as we get better science, we're looking into that, and we want to make sure we understand how these basins are working. We have we have perennial yields that we look at. Those numbers were figured out quite a while ago, and we just, in some cases, are going to be accurate. In some cases, they may change. And how we did things back then lays an important foundation for the work we do. And so we don't want to discount everything, because I don't think that'd be the right thing to do. But, as you grow, you learn more, and we're trying to make sure that we have the best information to make the best decisions we can. Humboldt River region, Mr. Fontaine touched on some of this, and so I'm not going to go over this all again, but it's a complex system, right? In general, broken into lower, middle, and upper regions. It covers many hydrographic basins, many square miles, and in general, it's a fully appropriated system. So with it comes some challenges, because supply and demand. We have so much supply, we have a lot of demand, and we have to find a way to figure out how we can responsibly manage that basin. And we're not going to do it alone. We have to do it collectively. It's best managed locally, quite frankly, with help from the division. And we want to be an active and responsible partner in that, but we also don't want to pretend we know more than others. There's a lot of great information from folks that live, eat, and breathe in the Humboldt River Basin, and we respect that. Regarding that, as we know, the interaction between surface water and groundwater is important to understand. Right now, the basin, the estimated capture in the basin is 25,000 to 45,000 acre feet per year. We would love to work collectively with folks and work on bringing that down. How do we do it? It's another story. What people want to see is a challenge. We get that. It's work in progress. On the legal side of things, I don't want to just read all the points, but you can see that, we are looking at decreed rights, we're looking at newer rights, we're looking at just how the senior rights interact with the junior rights and where they are. So it's everything from dates to geography to need, and all that stuff comes into play. And so a collaborative focus is really my push as I, as I get my feet wet in this whole process. And again, some of these upstream impacts are masked. There's some unused decreed rights. That complicates the visibility of the conflicts, but understanding conflict is going to be important, and not every impact is a conflict. And we have to just work through all of that. Strengthening the science. Forgot to turn my page, but historically, perennial yields and whatnot, like I said, that lays an important and useful foundation for what we're doing going forward. You know, we're not here to say that what was done in the past needs to be scrapped, because that's absolutely not the case. It was good work done by smart people, and we have more science, in some cases better science, and we have smart people now. We're trying to use the past to move into the future. But the scientific work needs to be deliberate to ensure we're making not just defensible, but solid, sound decisions that people, us included, can understand. Stakeholder working group and a progress path forward. This has kind of raised its head and gained some focus over the last 2 years. And with what's been going on internally with our division, I don't want to say we set it aside by any means, but we weren't as vocal as we needed to be. We weren't as collaborative for a period of time because we had change of personnel, change of state engineer, a lot of important things going on that it did not get the public attention from us that people felt it needed to. And we were giving it attention internally. There isn't a day in my short career there that hasn't gone by that we're not talking about all of this, but we recognize the need to get back out, chat with people. So the Humboldt Basin River Water Authority, Central Nevada, you know, we're trying to get back, talk to people, look at what we're doing. Jeff Fontaine did a great job of going through the 19 community-driven management concepts to reduce capture. That's something we're looking at with them, and we want to get more involved with them and others and look at all our stakeholders and partners in this, and how do we do this in a responsible manner? And really, you don't do it without getting everybody to the table. We have to be talking to people. We have to try to work collaboratively. Folks have different interests, and while they're different, they're really quite a bit the same. Everybody needs water. Everybody recognizes, you know, where we're at with it, the lack of water we have, and how do we work together to make this work? And so we want to be part of the solution, part of a community-led effort to try to solve this. And it's by no means going to be solved overnight. We recognize that, but there's things we can put in place, work together on, come to agreements on that I think could be real positive for the entire basin. And that's what we really want to be a part of. Regarding the Nevada Water Initiative, that plays a part in everything we're doing. It's basically a program to modernize assessments. And that's kind of what this slide is saying. We have a growing demand. We have a prolonged drought. You know, we might see some good years where we get a lot of water, but in the end, we know that's hanging out there, and we know we're the driest state in the nation, and we have work to do. And we want to make sure we're doing it. And this water initiative has really shown that it has a lot of merit, and we're hoping other people see that as well. And we're hoping you all understand it, and we can answer the questions you need so that it's not just another division coming to you going money, money, money. Money is important, but everybody needs it, and we get that. But where things show merit, you know, we want to have those conversations and provide you what you need so that you too can make informed decisions and help us out, but we have to help you as well, and we recognize that. And this is a partnership, as it says on the bottom, between us, Desert Research Institute, the USGS, and others as well. But those are our big partners right now as we've jumped into this in its initial efforts. The benefits to Nevada, long-term water security, understanding what we have, how do we balance our basins, informed, sound, science-based decisions. I think everybody wants to see that. If we're going to make a decision or we're going to approve something at our division or deny something or fall somewhere in between, folks have to understand why those decisions are being made. And so the better information we can have the better transparency we can provide, we can have those better conversations. Also, it's going to strengthen our drought resilience and support that economic stability. We've got a lot of industry, a lot of interesting science, a lot of industry that is really just beneficial to Nevada. You know, agriculture, mining, all those things. There's challenges with everything, but there's fantastic economic growth with that as well. And we just have to do this in a responsible manner when it comes to the water side of it. Whoops. I almost messed it all up. Maybe I did. Some of our program successes, some of our pilot basin results, Pine Valley and Railroad Valley, really demonstrated the value of modernized groundwater science. And we want to build off of that. Improved recharge estimates, evaluating interbasin flow and all those things. So these are just part of the science that we need to better understand and have the right people looking at this. And again, we don't look at this in a vacuum. This takes the partners. So, you know, we've got industry that has spent a lot of money doing their own research, and we need to collectively look at some of this stuff and see where that value is and work together and not worry about whose science it is. If it makes sense, we want to make sure we're recognizing it and moving forward in a responsible manner. So many advancements and current momentum. As it says here, $6.4 million in state ARPA funding, plus matching $3.2 million through DRI and USGS, 1.5 federal earmark for phase 2. So there's interest out there, and we really appreciate the broad support that we're getting on this. It's important. It's not just our idea, but we are in the middle of it. And, you know, we want to just demonstrate the strong momentum and clear statewide need. And we hope that this continues to gain momentum and we do this in a responsible manner. I'm not usually this thirsty, but I missed lunch, and for some reason that affected my ability here. So real quick, I'll just hit on a note that I didn't want to forget, but through these pilots, we have produced much more accurate recharge estimates, quantified groundwater discharge, evaluated interbasin flow, and expanded our monitoring networks. So all of this is giving us a far clearer picture, really, of how water is moving, the water we can't see, how it's moving, how do we understand it. And I think that's just, again, the better understanding we have, the better decisions we can make. Some of the key takeaways that we have that I want to leave with you really is we want to serve the public more effectively. It's important for us to make sure that we're responsible stewards, that we're working with, you know, with our leaders, we're working with the public, and that we're creating and recognizing internal efficiencies that help this process. So we're looking to reduce our backlogs, create some more training opportunities for our staff, retain staff. It's one thing to bring staff on, it's another thing to keep that staff. Prior to this position, I was in the private sector for 35 years, and you basically live and breathe by the staff you have and trying to keep them. It's a derailing, humbling effort when you got to bring people on and they move on to greener pastures and you got to start over again. So finding a way to value our staff, because we have fantastic staff. Some of them have been there for a very long time. Some have not been there a long time, but they're just smart people and they bring a lot of value to what we offer. And so we want to keep them, we want to grow them, and we want to make sure that we appreciate them, but also that the public appreciates them as well, because, you know, the more they're appreciated, the longer they're going to stay. And those that are providing this service are going to be valuable in the future. We're going to grow that average length of knowledge and average stint in our division from now, this 2-year stretch, to folks that we have that 10, 12 years experience again. And I think that's going to be important. We also want to continue a focus not only on the training, but on transparency and collaboration. When I talk to my predecessors and I talk to folks like Jason King and others that were in my seat, communication was always a big thing. And, that ebbs and flows. You can communicate quite a bit when it's easy. When things get a little harder and maybe a little more litigious, you got to be careful how you communicate. But it's really important to me that we always communicate. We just have to do it in a responsible manner. And I want to make sure we are doing that, and we're working with our partners in industry and trying to take care of that. We're in conjunctive management. We're still trying to figure out how to do that. And it means different things to different people, but generally speaking, I think that's how we get through some of these issues we have going on today. If we're not communicating, if we're not looking at innovative tools, and we're not understanding what's beneath us and what's available, we're just not going to make those good decisions. And so, updating on how we manage the state's most precious water is what we're trying to do. That's really what I wanted to cover today. I wanted to leave some time if there's any questions. If there's questions I can't answer, and I'll be honest with you, there's probably a lot of them. I've got some people behind me, and we're going to do the best we can for you. What we can't answer, I'm more than happy to get back to you on and make sure you all get the information you need. But I did it again. Just wanted to thank you for your time. And that's all I had today. But if you have any questions, we're here.
Thank you so much for making time to come out here and present to us and welcome. It's again been what, like a month or 3 weeks?
It's been 6 weeks.
6 weeks. Just feels like a month, right?
Vast amount of knowledge for you.
There you go. All right. So thank you so much. Are there any questions? I see Assemblymember DeLong.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thanks for being here. Appreciate the work you've been doing. I've got a couple questions on the water initiative. Have the phase 1 pilot programs in Pine and Railroad been completed? If not, when are they supposed to be completed?
I'm not sure they're actually completed, but they're wrapping up. Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
I'm sorry, and Joe Cassiopo for the record.
Good
job. Wrapping up in October.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then my next question is a little bit just from my own ignorance. What basins is the South Central Marshes flow system located in?
Everyone's shaking their head. I do not know the answer to that.
Is it in Nevada?
Yes. What's that? Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't mean to ask a third hard question.
No, you weren't. I just wanted to make sure we were generally in the right direction.
Right. If you could get that.
And then I got confused because I forgot to say my name again. So
thanks a lot, Joe.
You're welcome. Thanks.
I do have a question. What a surprise. My question has to do with on the slide where you talked about industry paid for studies. And that has to do with program success and how that has actually allowed for some different information to come out. It was slide 11 or page 11. That's the one. With those industry paid for studies, they're still science-based? Is there a group that will double check the information, make sure that the biases are not present? The usual questions you always ask for studies.
Joe Cassiopo for the record again. The short answer is yes. That's why we have these partnerships, and when we have folks like DRI or USGS or us doing things, having those checks are important. We've been collaborating on the Humboldt specifically with the mining industry. They have folks doing analyses and whatnot, and having that checks and balances are things that we are doing, and making sure we're not missing anything, and making sure not only do we have good science, but we're applying it correctly.
Thank you so much, because my hackles go up every single time whenever I hear something of like private-public partnerships, which are good, but you want to make sure that they are still science-based and background. And then my other question has more to do with what you brought up with right at the beginning that had to do with on slide 3. Wow, vacancies. Do you know what your current, how many open positions you have at this time, number one? And then number two, again, and you brought this up very well, but I just want to make sure that I've got it in my mind correctly, that it's mostly based upon people retiring, or is it because we're not paying them enough in a very niche area.
Joe Cassiopo for the record. Thank you for mentioning that. It's a combination. We have people that have retired. We've had people that have moved on to other, to the private practice or whatever. My prior firm is an example. We over the years acquired several people from the division. And it's hard to compete with the private sector. It's what we can offer our folks. It's tough. They can make more, quite frankly, going somewhere else. My wife's a school teacher, and that in that industry, it's the same thing. You don't become a teacher to become rich. You do it for the love of what you do and because it's important work. We have important work and people love what they're doing. And we try to make sure those people are valued. I brought that up before. It's important that we give them the training they need, show them that they're valued and that the work they're doing is important and makes a difference. And we're always going to have that issue with funding. We recognize that. If we're paying somebody X amount of dollars and they can make 30% more doing the same thing, and you look at how much it costs to live these days, we all know that. It's hard to keep them. And so to your first question of how many vacancies, we have about 14, I think right now we're sitting at 14 vacancies in an office of roughly 112 people. So it's considerable. And some of those are staff level, some of those are high level positions, and it's across the board. So it's a challenge.
All right, I'm double checking, making sure there are no other questions. Thank you so much. I know that, actually I do have one more. The PR around everything going on with this department and the changes that have happened. And I don't know if this is something you can answer or not. How are you guys addressing that at this time? And that might be only industry-based discussion, but there have been some news articles from a variety of areas. So how are you handling that public relations of the change?
Yeah, I recognize that, and I've read maybe all those articles, and it's important information that they're putting out there. And me being new, again, coming from private sector, I'm part of that. We had a state engineer that's no longer there anymore. We recognize that. Good person, know him well, respect him. I'm coming into a seat new, and really how we address it PR-wise is, I think, just getting back out there and talking to people and making sure people know. That's kind of been my mantra coming here, is just coordination, collaboration, and making sure people know we're really not trying to work in a vacuum. We're trying to work with people. And, basically, if you had issues, let me know. I want to address those. I want to understand what your concerns are. And I'm going to do my best, to make sure you know why we're here and what we're trying to do. And while we're not always going to come to an agreement on things, I think if the communication is happening and the information is there and people can understand why a decision was made or not made, I think that goes a long way and can help us get through it better than maybe what people perceived was happening before.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Chair.
Other questions? All right. Well, thank you.
Thank
certainly
you.
Appreciate you joining us today and answering those questions.
Thank you very much.
All right. That gets us back to agenda item number 6. Assuming District Manager Wickham is here, come on forward and go ahead whenever you are ready. And since we do have a couple folks back who weren't here when I made my other announcements, just a reminder to say your name on the record before you answer any questions. That's for the purposes of our minutes. And turn on the microphone using the button on the right. Please turn it back off when you're not speaking.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. Thank you for your dedication and commitment to your public lands. Appreciate everything you guys do. For the record, my name is Perry Wickham. I'm the acting district manager here in Winnemucca for the Bureau of Land Management. I'm certainly not going to speak for the entire agency, but I'll do my best. I came prepared for more of a local synopsis of what it is that we have accomplished in the past year and what we're moving forward with in this year, but I'll start out with where we are in our current operations. You may or may not have known John Raby, our state director, retired at the end of April, and he was assigned, or Justin Abernathy was assigned as the acting state director, and Kim Dow is the associate state director. I heard that this week that this Congress confirmed the new BLM director, Stephen Pierce. I have not heard when Mr. Pierce will be taking the helm, but he will be relieving Bill Groffey, and Bill will be going back down to other duties as assigned. As you know, BLM Nevada is the leader in mineral and energy permitting throughout the nation. We set the bar for permitting excellence and making things available for the mineral and energy industry. Given some adjustments we've had to make, we're trying to do a little restructuring and going to be more of a unified processes agency here in Nevada. I heard earlier some of the county officials were saying that, you know, they work in 2 or 3 or 4 different counties or not counties, with 3 or 4 different BLM offices in their county, and that inconsistency, that's not something that really helps with efficiency. So we'll be working on moving forward with restructuring in that sense to unify each of the districts to be more of a state-based operation. We certainly want to work with the counties and sustain the communities for community development projects. We have all kinds of acts and programs throughout the federal government that can help facilitate that, whether it's land sales, the Recreation and Public Purpose Act, and other acts that will help us to do that. And of course, in order to do that, we have to maintain that open line of communication, be available for them to understand who we are, and then also help them and be involved in the communities for those types of developments. And we certainly do want to keep working together. Geothermal has been on an uptick lately. I don't know if you know, but the Department of Energy made a lot of money available for geothermal development. So that has been a big push here in this district. And I think we've picked up 14 new applications in the last 30 days. So it is a big thing. I did hear a lot of stuff about RS 2477, and I just have got to broach that. I feel like with a little more communication with the counties and the committee here, that we could talk about some of the options. Being from Oregon, working on the ONC railroad lands, that was a big thing back in the day. You know, the timber companies up there had total control over those lands because they wouldn't allow anybody else to remove timber across their private lands, and that left them the only ones that were able to get to those federal timber. Well, federal government didn't like that. So, and rightly so. It wasn't, you know, opening up a fair market for the timber. If the timber company was the only one that could get in there and get that timber, well, then they were controlling the price. So the federal government came along and said, hey, look, you want to play that game? Then you guys aren't going to be able to go across federal lands. Oh, so that's where the reciprocal rights of ways came into play. So if there are landholders, and I'm not going to point just to cattle ranchers as being the problem here, I think it's just private land intermingled with public land. It's the nature of checkerboard. And so with the ability to do reciprocal rights of ways, I think maybe a little chat with Congress or the folks that make those decisions. I certainly don't. I'm not the one writing the laws. I just implement them as they hand them down to me. But I think that the ability to go into these reciprocal rights of ways, in other words, if you have to access public land to get to your private land, then we're going to work out an agreement where you have that right. And at the same time, we're going to acquire rights for the American people to gain access to other public lands. So, and I'm certainly open to working with the counties or this committee to see if that's something that we can elevate to a point where we resolve some of these problems, because it is an issue. There is also, funds available through the Lands and Water Conservation Fund. It's another department in the federal government that makes money available so that we can negotiate with private landowners about gaining access across private lands for better access to public lands. The other thing that came up this week on May 12th, I believe one of the other county officials had brought it up, which Mr. Tibbetts, I believe, was the recession of the public land rule. And I'm certainly open to any questions that you guys might have regarding that. And with that, I think I'll wrap it up. I know it's a long day, and again, I could go into all the projects that we do here on this district, but mostly, we play an active part in providing recreational opportunities to off-road races and other events. We do rocketry out on the playa. We have several national defense companies that are out here testing rockets as well as amateur folks. We do a myriad of stuff. We've seen a lot of uptick on mineral exploration, which allows companies to come in and go out and drill and look for minerals that may be present out on public lands. So with that, I'll wrap it up and be open for questions.
All right, thank you so much. Do we have questions? All right, Vice Chair Anderson.
Shocking, I have a question. Thank you so much for the information. Appreciate hearing about the new BLM director coming in and everything. Do you know, I'll just put it out there, what I've heard from many different individuals is the length of time it gets to get information from the BLM, whichever division it might be. Do you know what your current backlog is of how many, whether it is mineral or other explorations are out there, how long, what the average is to get back to individuals who are attempting to use the land for any sort of way for those permitting process?
For the record, Perry Wickham, it would be my expectation that you would get back the same day. I have a cell phone. If anybody wants it, I'll certainly give it to them. 775-225-5676. I'm here to serve the American people. That's what I was hired to do. And I grew up in a time, and I tell my employees, if you're my age or older, they probably had a bad experience with the Bureau of Land Management. It was not the nicest agency back in the day. And I don't believe in the word no. I believe in opening up the book, listening to people and what they want to utilize public lands for, and to see if we can find a way for them to utilize them and find a solution to what it is that they're seeking.
Thank you so much. Love hearing that. Hopefully there'll be some others that will adopt it as well. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome.
Of course.
And remember, they're your lands, they're public lands, they're not BLM lands. Thank you very much.
Hold on, you still have some grilling from Senator Hansen, possibly.
Actually, you mentioned the playa. Does your district include the Black Rock Desert? If yes, the reason I'm asking is I represent Pershing County. We have Burning Man. Burning Man is a big pain in the butt for Pershing County because it costs them more in tax revenue than they get from Burning Man. And we've tried to do it through the legislative process. And frankly, Burning Man is a $75 million a year enterprise that hires these top law firms and lobbyist firms out of the Bay Area. And we haven't been able to get a reasonable negotiation to have them help pay some of the, at the very least, the costs associated with Burning Man. But more importantly, in my view, they're a very successful enterprise, and there's nothing wrong with them contributing to things like a new neighborhood pool or a senior citizen center or things like that in Pershing County. Can you, I didn't write down your phone number, but I would love, after talking to the Pershing County people, they believe BLM does have the leverage to perhaps get a reasonable amount of money to Pershing County from Burning Man. Can you address that at all?
For the record, Perry Wickham. Yes, the Black Rock Desert is managed by the Winnemucca District Office. And I think I did share my phone number with you if you'd like to give a call. That would be
one more time.
775-225-5676. And yes, I mean, I would certainly entertain again what it is that the Pershing County is looking for, and put that up against the regulations and what it is that we're allowed to do, and see if we can come up with an answer to your question.
Good. Last question. The Unlawful Enclosures Act, we talk RS 2477, but the UIA is actually much more basic. Essentially, any road that starts public, crosses private, and goes back to public on federal lands, it is a right-of-way. And there have been several court rulings, checkerboard one just recently in Wyoming. Why doesn't the BLM approach it that way? And we talk about getting quiet title action through the Attorney General of the state of Nevada. We don't need quiet title action because we already have a federal law that says you cannot block access to the public domain. And you and I love, by the way, you want to serve the American people. The American people are the owners of the very land we're talking about. Yet in so many cases here in Nevada, we have the American people being denied access to their own land. While at the same time, that land in so many cases is being used for private profit. So thoughts?
For the record, Perry Wickham. Yeah, I was intrigued when you had mentioned that earlier, that there was a law. I was unaware that there was a federal law that said that that was the case. My background being in lands, for the most part, it's something I've been passionate about my whole life. And also have a lot of respect for the private landowner. I wouldn't want somebody just showing up in my front yard and pitching a tent and telling me that they're spending the night because, well, it looked like a nice place to spend the night. So given the fact that you brought this to my attention, I'm certainly going to look into that. And I want to hear from more people that think that this is a way that we can utilize those. But again, we have to do it with respect. Those are private landowners. Somebody could buy a piece of property and have a road on it. Oh, sure, if it's a dedicated or right-of-way or a documented easement, you're going to see that in your title report. But if you're in Pennsylvania, you buy 40 acres out here in Nevada, and you show up and you find out there's a Jeep road going across the middle of your property that wasn't on your title report, well, you might catch them a little bit off guard. So I think it's a matter of communicating with people, letting find out what the policies and the laws are, and see how you come up with a solution to that.
Good, I'm in complete agreement. We actually own an 800-acre ranch with an allotment, and there are two roads that literally bisect my house that are both public access roads, one of which was blocked by a previous owner, illegally locked with a big sign threatening anybody that comes by. And obviously, I don't want people to be camping in your yard, But what I also don't want is like the situation that we have right near me. We have an individual that owns 10 acres, but the entire road network goes right through those 10 acres that then goes to literally thousands of public acres. And this guy blocks all access. So anyway, got a little report for you before you sneak off.
Okay, very good.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Not seeing any further questions. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. You guys have a great afternoon. And again, thank you for everything you do.
And that takes us to agenda item number 7. It looks like the Forest Service is on their way up here. So I'll let you get settled and then go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is John Stansfield. I'm the Forest Supervisor on the Humboldt-Toyabe National Forest, Nevada's National Forest. And I'm joined here by our Santa Rosa District Ranger, Boyd Hatch, and our Forest Service Nevada State Liaison, Sheva Gabor. Couple things just to share my intentions today, just generally what's going on with the forest, and I'm going to be tying my presentation to the agency's priorities from our Chief Tom Schultz. So some things about the National Forest, the HT here, it's the largest national forest in the lower 48 at 6.3 million acres, 700,000 acres of which is in Eastern California. We have National Forest System lands located in 13 of Nevada's 17 counties. And the HT is the epitome of a multiple use unit or forest, as we call it, with a robust minerals program, grazing, recreation, hazardous fuels, forest health, and wildlife habitat improvement work, and timber production. As I said, I'm going to align the presentation with the Chief's priorities and start briefly with our foundational priorities of just safety and organizational efficiency. Safety is core to everything we do. We focus on our employees, our neighbors, and our visitors. Organizational efficiency, always looking to utilize emergency authorities, changing regulations, streamlined processes, and just looking to do things differently as an agency. Locally, given the fact that we're spread across the entire state, we've had to take a one forest approach that basically allows us to unify our resources from across the forest. We're no longer in an environment where, similar to what you heard from our BLM friends there, where you can just have every district operating independently. We need all hands on deck. And so that's how the HT has taken on the workload of late. As far as fire readiness and response goes this year, we're currently conducting our preseason meetings with our cooperators and completing our readiness reviews with our engines, helicopters, our hotshot crew, our interagency wildland fire module, and our prevention and patrol resources. I can say we're comfortable with our staffing and preparedness, but we really do continue to struggle to fill positions in rural Nevada. A couple things I'd like to highlight specifically around that is, one of the things we've chosen to do around that struggle to staff is that we have our interagency Arc Dome Wildland Fire Module crew located in Ely, and that's a Forest Service and Nevada Department of Forestry crew. And so we've had to join forces out there to try to field resources, and so we're really proud of that. There's not a whole lot like that out there. We have a new fire station that we're trying to build in the next couple of years here in the Mountain Springs area of the Spring Mountains National Recreation Area. And most recently, our forest prevention team was recognized with what is called the Ember Excellence Award, which gave a nod to their program leadership and outstanding efforts to further the mission of the Great Basin geographic area in fire prevention. With the snow drought, we're all very much aware of, and a seasonal outlook that identifies warmer temperatures and above normal potential for wildfires. We're currently focused on risk-based, aggressive initial attack, and continued coordination and unification amongst our federal, state, county, and local partners. Active management on the forest. We continue to leverage investments, capacity, and partners to improve forest and rangeland health and reduce hazardous fuels. We have developed several large-scale projects located in priority landscapes across the state over the last year, some of which is the Deer Mountain Timber Stand Improvement Project in Jarbidge, the East Humboldt Ruby Mountains Fuels Reduction and Resilience Project out of Elko, the East Side Fuels Project in the Spring Mountains, and our Truckee Watershed Hazardous Fuels Project on the Carson District just outside of Reno. For all these projects, we historically and will continue to coordinate and implement these projects utilizing our respective good neighbor agreements with NDF, NDOW, and NDA. As active management responds to timber, comprehensive forest health and fuels reduction treatment means finding a way to remove thin trees and vegetation from the landscape. We prefer to do this in a way that benefits communities and local economies. And we've been making some really good strides in that. And some examples include on the Mountain City Ruby Mountain Jarbidge Ranger District, we're working with National Forest Foundation, NDOW, Elko County Fire Protection, Moortown Rancheria, Nevada Gold Mines, and the Sagebrush Ecosystem Technical Team to remove fuel wood from our pinyon juniper treatments areas and provide those to local and tribal communities as fuel wood. On our Carson District, we're working with the Washoe Tribe, the Sierra, the regional, California region forest adjacent to us, the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit, the El Dorado, the Tahoe, and the Inyo National Forest to support the development of the Tahoe Forest Products Sawmill, new sawmill located in Carson there that I'm sure you're aware of. Tools include millions of dollars in wood innovation grants that the Forest Service has provided the mill from our state private and tribal forestry program, a master stewardship agreement between the forests I just mentioned and the Washoe Tribe, and a good neighbor agreement with NDF. Active forest management as it pertains to range. You might not know this, but the Humboldt-Toyabe is the second largest range program on National Forest System lands in the country. We have 148 permittees on 253 allotments across 4.3 million acres of the forest. And our priorities around our rangeland program include managing allotments to standard and completing required monitoring with Forest Service personnel and cooperative monitoring agreements with some of our permittees, protecting livestock forage from wildfire, annual invasive grasses, and noxious weeds, and incorporating flexibilities into future range decisions. Another agency priority is minerals and energy development. The HT has the largest locatable minerals program in the National Forest System. A substantial increase in exploration has occurred of late, given the prices of gold and silver. It's created a really heavy workload for us, and it's required us to become more efficient and a bit more nimble. And again, as I alluded to earlier, we've taken that all forest approach to leverage our personnel from across the forest and focus on a singular program of work. We've also just recently completed what we're calling a welcome package. And this is the idea behind this is it allows those companies to kind of have their stuff ready to go when they come to us. So there's no surprises, at least in that initial with us getting together and just something that we can streamline there. Enhanced recreation, access, and infrastructure. We provide a wide array of recreational opportunities. We have a great amount of pride in being Nevadans' backyard, and we see ourselves as a cornerstone of the state's outdoor recreation economy. We utilize Forest Service staff, non-governmental partners, concessionaires, and volunteers to provide service at our campgrounds, our trails, and our visitor centers. We utilize SNPLMA funding, Great American Outdoors Act funds, our recreation fees that we generate, and appropriations to provide access, infrastructure, amenities, and service. Some examples include we have pretty much over the last few years using SNPLMA funds have refurbished or rebuilt almost every Forest Service campground across the Eagle Ranger District. Most recently, and our intentions this summer is to repair the very popular Bristlecone and Mary Jane trails on the Spring Mountains National Recreation Area that were all wiped out in Hurricane Hillary. Lastly, I'd like to speak to what some call cooperative federalism, but what we like to call shared stewardship here in Nevada. With 85% of the state's land base consisting of federal land, the forest model has been to engage multiple state and federal agencies to maximize capacity, cross-boundary treatments, and partnerships with non-governmental and industry across the forest. I believe that the forest has a strong tradition of state and federal collaboration. As it relates to wildland fire risk reduction, we started with a good neighbor agreement in 2017, followed by a robust shared stewardship agreement and strategy in 2019, which was validated again by a signature from Governor Lombardo in 2024. I should also add that we created a second shared stewardship agreement in 2022 that speaks to outdoor recreation. It'll be up for renewal in 2027. I want to close by sharing that Nevada's shared stewardship agreement for wildfire risk reduction, with this emphasis on collaborative prioritization of work in 13 priority landscapes, has leveraged millions of dollars in federal and state investments. Most recently, these investments include more than $25 million in federal disaster assistance funding through our Forest Service state, private, and tribal forestry branch for work on the Sierra Front and the Elko priority landscapes, and a $6 million Better Together appropriation from the state, all thanks to this committee's support. I'm gonna go ahead and turn this over to Mr. Boyd Hatch, and I figure we'll take some questions after Boyd hits his piece of it. Thank you.
Howdy, everybody. I'm Boyd Hatch. I'm the district ranger for the Santa Rosa Ranger District, just north of here, for the Humboldt Tribe and National Forest. I'm really grateful for this opportunity to come speak to you today. The Santa Rosa Ranger District is just north of us. It's about 280,000 acres, just south of the Nevada-Oregon border, and lies complete within Humboldt County, Nevada. Following John's example, I'd like to share a little bit about how we aligned with the chief's priorities of active management, starting with the range. Santa Rosa District is primarily range. We don't have a lot of other things going on here, but we do have a large, robust range program. And with that, to give you a little background of our program, there's 12 active grazing allotments, 15 livestock permittees, and livestock grazing consists primarily of cow-calf pairs with a few stock horses. This decision we just went through authorizes 39,847 head months, which equates to approximately 10,700 head of cow-calf pairs that graze on Santa Rosas, which is pretty significant. In the 2023 decision, the framework for that came out. Under that decision, permittees can utilize the allotments anywhere between March 1st and November 15th in a given year. It's very different from past. Usually grazing allotments were set up on a very specific date. You're going to turn out on June 1st and you're going to go home July 30th. We gave a very broad shoulders in our grazing systems, and it gives us the opportunity to fluctuate grazing management based upon that. So on good years like this year, a little hot and drier, I don't know if I'd call it a good year, but on hot, dry years like this, we can turn out the livestock a lot earlier than normally we could. It gives us that authority to do that instead of a hard, fast date that, oh, we can't turn out till July 1st. That's the way the permit is. That's the way the NEPA was signed. We gave us some broad shoulders. So we could turn out earlier, and then once those head months have been met, then we'd come home or utilization at that point in time. So it really facilitates a lot of flexibility and the ability for the permittees and our land management specialists to be able to work with the permittees on this. We also gave flexibility with our numbers. So if a permittee needed to run fewer numbers like this year, you heard Ron Cherry speak. He is one of my permittees, and they're going to reduce numbers. We'd be able to stretch out his season of use because of that, because it's based on head months, not upon numbers. And so we can equate that out and be able to lengthen his season of use because he's running fewer livestock numbers out there. On the flip side, if a permittee said, you know what, I'd like to run an extra 100 head of cattle out there and pairs, then we could extend that season of use. This really helps with our adaptive management. It gives us a lot of flexibility in that arena. One of the other great things that we did in this NEPA decision is that we authorized the different grazing rotation systems. We are not tied to a solid, you're going to go into this pasture this time, this one next time. We actually made it broad and made it very convenient for the permittees and the livestock and the administrators of those permits to be able to work with those permittees. So if there is issues that do arise up there, we can address those issues quickly and be able to address them within the next year. So they could change that rotation up, whether it be a deferred rotation this year, we could go to a rest rotation next year. So it gave us a lot of flexibility to help those permittees and them. And the one thing I really think proud of this decision too, it provides decision space for permittees to adjust to their operation to meet their individual circumstances. I think that's really important on that. Going into our recreation program, we have our district is pretty focused on dispersed opportunities. We have only one developed campground, Bly Creek. It's about 7,300 feet in elevation, and it sits in a beautiful large aspen stand. It's a great place to go relax during the summer. We take great pride in our campground, and we have many that have commented that it is one of the best campgrounds in the entire state. We have so many other dispersed camping opportunities across there, from Martin Creek, North Fork of the Little Humboldt River, and the Quinn River. There's plenty of opportunities to go out and relax and enjoy your time and get away from the cares of the world. We also have over 40 plus hiking trails, most of which sit within our Paradise Peak Wilderness. And it is a beautiful trail system out there. We also have numerous motorbike, UTV, ATV, and motorbike trails that offer opportunities for those looking for a remote adventure, whether hunting, fishing, or just exploring. Whether you're hiking, want to go out and look at wildflowers, or visiting our vast petroglyph panels, or climbing to the top of Granite Peak, there's many opportunities to enjoy northern Nevada. A lot of people say it's one of the best kept secrets in Nevada. John talked about the shared stewardship, and as you can see, we have a great shared stewardship here out of this area. Our counterparts with the BLM and many other agencies. I'm not going to go through them all. There's so many of them, but we have a great planning group, which we get together often. We meet often. We talk about many of the projects, and to help facilitate some of the issues that we have concerning around wildfire issues. You can go to the next slide, Shiva. This slide actually shows some of the different projects we have involved with this landscape group, but our landscape actually goes all the way to the Black Rock Desert on the eastern edge of it, to the west side of the Wahi Desert, and then from the Nevada-Oregon border, all just north of here, Winnemucca is the landscape that we work in. The Paradise landscape was created based on threat of wildfire due to local working groups' shared values. These values included several communities, tribal lands, family ranches, mining, outdoor recreation, including hunting and fishing, and habitat for sage-grouse and mule deer, along with many other wildlife species. This working group strives to reduce risk of fire throughout collaborative projects on the landscape level across jurisdictional boundaries. Here are some of the projects, as I pointed out on the screen. Wildfire risk includes high potential for human ignitions due to widespread annual invasives and noxious infestations. This group also doesn't just focus on that landscape itself. We actually, when we meet, we talk about other projects that are outside of this. We broadened our focus, so the shared stewardship landscape brings us together, but it also helps us facilitate other projects across the landscape. Moving into fire preparedness. The Santa Rosa is kind of unique on the rest of the HT. We are serviced by the Service First Agreement with the new Wildland Fire Service Winnemucca unit. They provide our fire resources. For the 2026 fire season, the Wildland Fire Service Winnemucca unit will be staffing 5 stations across northern Nevada, one of which is our own guard station out in Paradise Valley, Nevada. We also have a wonderful dispatch center that they service many agencies from Division of Forestry, the Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, and the new Wildland Fire Service centers. All of our resources are poised and ready to tackle this year's events. I'm very confident in our abilities. The Santa Rosa's mineral program is pretty small. It's not big. We have one exploration project that's underway. It's in between Orvada, in between Orvada and McDermott. And then we have one more that is in the planning stages. They came to us, and so we're starting to work that. It's just north of Paradise Valley. And they're both gold mining. They're both looking for gold. So with that, I really am grateful for this opportunity and thank you for your time. And I hope to see you on Santa Rosa sometime soon.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, we're obviously ready to take any questions. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. Do we have questions from our members? All right, Vice Chair Anderson.
Thank you so much. So I actually have 2 questions. The first one has to do with something that our county's brought up. I don't know if you also have to deal with it. And that has to do with crickets without any sort of religious affiliation, Senator. Do you ever have to deal with those crickets as well, or do you simply work with the counties that are dealing with them themselves? And as Jake brought up to us, most of them are in Elko now, I believe is what we've attested to. So, but do you also have to deal with them?
Boyd Hatch, for the record, yes, we do have, just like all the other counties, we have a major infestation of the crickets that come across that do impact our communities and across the Forest Service. So yes, we do that. And we do work with APHIS and the other organizations. We identify local areas to go do baiting and treatments across as we find those infestations. So my staff does go out there, and when we do find infestation, we do report that back to APHIS and work with them on trying to treat them.
Thank you so much. And then my other question actually had to do with the question that there was, it has to do with the Humboldt-Tiobe forest overview that you are currently looking for, bless you, for a, you're currently trying to fund, or you already are getting another fire station. I was a little bit confused with that. And then in connection with it, has there been a need of more safety services with the increase of outdoor recreation, in particular since COVID has hit?
Thank you for that question. For the record, John Stansfield, Humboldt-Tiobe National Forest. Yeah, to clarify on the station, it was I believe a round 18, so a couple years back, SNPM project for the Mountain Springs Fire Station, and that'll be located at the mouth of Level Canyon. And we're hoping to have that completed in the next couple years. And you know, per the usual, I think here in the state, it's not just reserved for Forest Service. That'll be for any and all of our cooperators to have that home base there in Level Canyon and service that side of the Spring Mountains. To answer the second question, absolutely have we seen, you know, an increase over the last 3 or 4 years in use, and we do the best we can to keep up with it and continue to provide service. You know, we've had to get creative, you know, given our staffing levels, and there again, it's looking for that help from non-governmental and volunteers. And you know, whatever we can do to leverage the staff we do have to try to get some, to try to provide the service and safety that we can out there.
Other questions? Senator Hansen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. The Santa Rosas, I'm very familiar with it. Absolutely gorgeous. You're absolutely correct. Question though, when I can't remember the name of what was the big fire? St. Martin Creek fire, burned all the way across. prior to that fire happening, I noticed when I was out there, spent a lot of time Greeley Crossing, headwaters of Martin Creek, the Oahe. I think that may be just out of your boundary. But what I noticed was incredible levels of cheatgrass infestation among the existing shrub communities. I mean, to where it was, 18 inches high and stuff. And then the fire happened. What I'm kind of wondering is, after looking back in hindsight, was there a lack of grazing? Because when I went out there, you had huge amounts of non-native annuals among the normal perennials as well as your shrub communities. And I was like, I could just look at it and say, this is going to be a fire. And then 1 year later, literally 1 year after I was there, it happened. So I'm just kind of wondering, how are you guys on the lower elevations of the Santa Rosa ranges trying to manage that? Because I've noticed on both sides of the range, you have severe cheatgrass infestation. Once you had a fire, it comes back like nothing but cheatgrass. So I'm just kind of wondering, are you guys expanding the opportunities for sheep and so forth to go in there and knock down those fuel loads? Or how are you guys addressing that?
That's a Boyd Hatch for the record. Great question. We have opportunity to take on some targeted grazing opportunities on the Forest Service, and we have implemented some of that in that very area that you're talking about on the Forest Service side of the fence. We actually worked with UNR recently and did a good targeted grazing, worked with the local producer there, and was able to target cheatgrass. Was that goal of that project. I also think with our ability with our new range NEPA that we just got finalized in 2023, it gives us that opportunity to also utilize early season grazing in some of those areas that have higher cheatgrass infestations. So addressing just the Santa Rosas myself, that's kind of the way I'm going to approach it. And I'll let John talk about forest wide.
Yeah, just a little bit more. Thanks for the question, Senator. John Stansfield, Humboldt-Toyabe National Forest. Boyd alludes to the Santa Rosa Range Management Decision that really speaks to the flexible grazing, but we've also had real success with targeted grazing across the forest. So I think it's flexible grazing season. I think it's looking at targeted grazing, which we've I think done more so on the Carson front, but are absolutely open to continue looking across the forest for those opportunities. And then I'd want to bring up that we just recently signed our aerial herbicide decision that allows us to keep up with the pace and scale of the cheatgrass infestation, from that herbicide standpoint. And then lastly, as a capstone, if ever really gets some, continues to gain traction, is just our native seed strategy across the state, which it's hard to beat, to build those seed banks to keep up with the problem out there. But I think between all those things, we just keep trying to get there.
No, your flexible grazing strategy, honestly, that's brilliant, because as we all know who've been out on the range, cheatgrass is highly, 1 year you have a ton of it, next year nothing. And you can have a ton and, you get November rains, then you have tremendous infestations very early in the spring when you traditionally didn't allow grazing. Consequently, it built up, and then it would also go to seed head. And, and the animals would need it at that point. And you had tremendous fuel load buildup. So I'm delighted to hear that. The other fun thing is, for your range, Santa Rosa's, how bad is the pinyon juniper investment on that range?
Boyd Hatch for the record. I love our pinyon juniper infestation. I think I've named all 10 trees by now. And if I find a new one, Senator Hansen, I will name it promptly after you.
Well, thank you. Thank you. No, the reason just for fun, the Santa Rosa's is a very unusual range in Nevada. It has almost no juniper and definitely no pinyon, and only a tiny speck of junipers over the entire mountain range. And it's because of they have different theories on it. But wouldn't you like to have that problem in, say, the Spring Creek Range or Shell Creek or something like that, where you have severe infestations, or expansion, I probably should say, PJ. Anyway, keep up the good work. Thank you. Keep working on keeping the public range open out there, too. I won't get off on that issue. I think I've beat that one enough. But thank you for your presentation. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, unless there are any other questions. Okay, we appreciate you all being here so much and for that update. That concludes agenda item number 7 on our agenda for today. This takes us to Item number 8, a presentation from the Division of Minerals. Please go ahead whenever you're ready. Nope, you have to hit the button on the right. It'll turn green.
There we go. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you, committee, for having me here in this presentation. It's been a long day. I'm going to try to pull Jeremy Aguero and cover as much as I can in a fast period of time, but still be efficient in this process. So with that, the Division of Minerals under NRS 513 is required to collect and disseminate mineral production and educational materials on the minerals industry. We are completely a fee-funded agency, so no general funds comes to our agency. We try to be a resource for the public, the governor's office, legislature, and anybody else on mineral-related activities within the state. We want to make this very clear. We do not pick or preference any company or project one over the other. And there's multiple companies noted in this presentation. We're not picking or preferencing them. It's just used as a reference point. So Nevada has over 80 active mines that are not including the aggregate operations, 27 geothermal power plants, which makes us the second largest producer in the U.S., 9 oil fields, which makes us one of the bottom producers in the U.S., mainly gold, silver, copper, moly, lithium, barite, gypsum, limestone are some of the main commodities. You can see the annual production there is gold, silver, and copper. We are the #1 U.S. gold producer, and we've been that since at least 1984. We expect to continue that. The only state that will even come close to us in the near future will be Alaska. And if we were a country, we'd be the 10th largest gold producer in the world. With that, for processing, most processing in the state is the standard heap leach with either Merrill-Crowe or carbon circuit for oxide ores. There are 3 autoclaves and 3 roaster or for refractory ore, so sulfide ores within the state for gold and silver processing. For copper, there's 1 solvent extraction electrowinning copper processing facility, 3 sulfide concentrators, but all those sulfide ores are put into concentrate, onto truck, onto rail, onto ship overseas. So that is where the most of it goes. And then 1 existing lithium production, and you guys saw the second one being built out yesterday. So gross mineral production by value last year, 2025, the USGS estimated $12.6 billion, right? The highest by far and away. So we are still working with the Department of Taxation on actually creating the exact numbers for the state of Nevada. This is a report by the USGS they put out in January every year. It's really impressive that they're able to get it done that fast. However, we do see deviation every single year on that. So that puts us as the #1 non-fuel mineral producer in the United States, followed by Arizona with copper, Texas with aggregates, Alaska with gold, silver, copper, and California with aggregates as being the top 5. So those are what you see. Everybody is always surprised to see Florida on that list as well, but they are one of the large producers for phosphates. So gold production, again, the final numbers for 2025 are not there, but we expect about a 3 to 5% or 3 to 7% decrease from the previous year of 2024. But you can see the 24 and 25 price value change drastically from $2,300, $2,400 to $3,400 an ounce in that 1 year's time span. I think today it took a big hit, but it's still at $4,200 an ounce. Silver, same thing. Not the same thing. We actually are seeing a 15% increase in production for silver this last year. That's from 1 main mine, Core Rochester, not far from here, just to the south. Again, silver prices, drastically changed over the last few years. Copper, we expect a little bit of a decrease in 25. Copper price is over about $6 a pound right now as well. Again, this is from 3 copper mines. I'm going back 1 slide, there's 22 mines that produce silver in the state of Nevada, but vast majority of it is a byproduct. There's only 1 main commodity or 1 mine that silver is this main commodity, and that's Core Rochester to the south. Lithium, again, 1 lithium producer in the state, about 3,500 metric tons. The mine you saw yesterday, if it gets to phase 1, it'll be 40,000 metric tons per year. If it gets to phase 5, 160,000 metric tons per year. That is what the world produced in 2023. That's just the magnitude of scale of what you're looking at a facility like that. Obviously, it won't be overnight. If you want to see who produced what since 1989 in the state of Nevada by what company and where, you could go onto our website and you could search and break it down by commodity, by operation. You can sort and filter all of this. So you could go to gold in the year 2006 and you want to look at the Betsy Post mine. You could actually look at it. It'll pull up how many ounces it produced, who was the operator, what county it is in, how many employees were there, how many contractors were there. So you can still filter and sort through this on our Nevada Divisional's open data site. I know the Mining Association covered this, but I'd just like to also highlight it for an aspect of a state perspective, right? Number 1 in 25, but we're always in the top 3 to 5. There's only one time in the 25-year history of this where we're not in the top 5. There's no other jurisdiction in the world that even comes close to that. The next closest is Ontario, and their average ranking is 8th. So we are consistently ranked one of the top jurisdictions, and the state looks at this as positive because it is also based on the stable permitting and regulatory environment. In the state, that is our relationship with our regulators and the federal partners and being able to efficiently and effectively permit mining within the state of Nevada. Again, the Mining Association covered this, but we kind of highlight a little bit more details on it. The big thing I want to highlight is where majority of the funding is coming from, and we're in one of those counties now. It is Eureka, Humboldt, and Lander County are by far and away the top 3, with White Pine being number 4. A lot of the money all this money that doesn't go to the county goes to the state general education fund, including the gold, silver excise tax. We do anticipate this money to go up this next year, especially the gold and silver net proceeds. We will see, because the cost of business has also gone up significantly in the recent past. Geothermal production, again, second largest producer of geothermal energy in the United States, 27 power plants, continue to increase year over year. But the thing of what we're seeing here is we're actually starting to get a spike of permitting and drilling activities again. Last year was the 3rd highest year permits ever permitted, as well as the third highest amount of wells actually being drilled. We were anticipating a lot more drilling activity right now, but the price of oil's gone up and it's really hard to get drill rigs. So right now the oil industry is kind of taking the big geothermal rigs away from the state. So there's companies sitting there waiting with their hand up, waiting for a rig to show up. But if enhanced geothermal does come to fruition in the technology that they have discussed, we see a potential for drastic change. Last year, the USGS said enhanced geothermal in the Great Basin could supply 10% of the U.S. energy need. That is a huge number. We are way below 1% right now. If that happens, the permitting environment for that in the state will have to be beefed up to where right now it's really 2 people for all drilling activities underneath my agency. We're going to need additional people, and we're going to need to ensure the fees are actually there. So my division is currently updating Nevada Chapter 534A. One big aspect is we're updating the fees. They haven't been updated since 1992. It's been a while. They're not covering the cost of the program right now, so we're doing that, and industry has had actually 0 complaints about that. And literally asked me, is that enough money? Because we want to make sure you have a correct database, a way to facilitate this work online and streamline it. So. But we're also adding the ability for proper regulation around stimulation of geothermal wells and induced seismicity associated with enhanced geothermal. So we're currently going through this process right now. Yesterday, we had a public meeting on it. Got a lot of feedback from the public on it, and we'll start taking those comments and working through that process. Again, the Mining Association covered this, but one of the things we'd like to highlight is in Nevada, out of the 60 critical minerals, there's actually known occurrences or deposits of 36 of the 60 critical minerals. There's a significant amount that was looked at or was produced that is not being or hasn't been looked at recently because it's not gold and silver. We're starting to see funding for exploration actually come into the state. It's been a while for that to happen, but we're starting to see more and more activity. And with that, you could kind of rank that off the amount of unpatented mining claims within the state. So we're near record high levels right now. But there was a comment earlier today, this morning, about lithium brine exploration. We're actually seeing what we interpret as lithium claims dipping quite a bit. So it went from what we interpreted placer claims in Playas of nearly 22,000 claims down to 12,500 claims this last year. Again, if you want to compare the amount of claims, amount of plans of operations, amount of notice level activity, all that information is available on our open data site, and you could actually compare it against the entire Western US and see the comparison between them. So how much permitting and the cumulative permits on disturbance and acreage in Nevada. So we have this graph broken out on public versus private acres for mining operations and the amount of permits. as well as mining activity accounts for around 200,000 acres. And you can see as a reference point, Story County is about 168,000. The greater Las Vegas area is over 300,000 acres. So you can kind of see it's not a huge portion of the state, but it's not a small amount of land either. Other activities that the division has been doing, we've updated some other regulations, 513, I think it was last week, that we had the adoption from the Legislative Commission on that. The goal of that was to bring up the timeline of reporting of annual production from April to February, so we actually get the data sooner and can report out faster. 519A was for our small reclamation bond pool to clean up some language within there. 522 is our oil and gas regulations, again, cleaning up language there. And then I mentioned our geothermal chapter 534A. The state runs the abandoned mine lands program. So we're legislatively mandated to inventory and secure, either by doing the securing work ourselves, working with the federal partners, or working with the landowners. Right now for this year, our focus is 300 plus sites in Pershing, Humboldt, and Nye counties. We're constantly doing closure projects or permanent closures. We're currently just finished a project on Park Service down near Lake Mead. And then we are currently have a contractor out at Berlin Ichthyosaur State Park, closing the rest of the sites on State Park, but trying to preserve the cultural aspect of them. And then we're working with the Department of Defense and FRTC of trying to identify and close off nearly 250 sites that are going to be north of Highway 50, open to the public, but then will still be within the withdrawn area. So we're trying to work with them to get those closed off. On an annual basis, we always prioritize our field work by proximity to public, recreation, and everything else. So in 2025, our agency was able to inventory additional 580 or almost 580 sites, secure 560, revisit over 700, and inventory over 4,000 mining related features that are not hazardous to the public. So we capture those and database those as well. In December of 24, getting my years mixed up. December 24, the Good Samaritan Act for abandoned mine cleanup was passed. This was a law that passed at the federal level, allowing for up to 15 sites to utilize the Good Sam law to clean up AML historic features when somebody didn't have any responsibility of creating it. So if a company came into or a NGO went to a site to clean up an abandoned mine site today, and if they went to it and they had nothing to do with causing the effect, if they went and cleaned it up, did their work, came back, and 5 years later somebody found a flaw in it, they would be held liable to have to come back and clean it up. So this law helps try to identify opportunities for somebody to come in, clean up a site, and not be held long-term liable for the degradation of the land that they did not cause. If they make it worse, obviously they're going to be held liable for that. But at this point in time, this is what the concept of the law is. It's not perfect by any stretch. But the state of Nevada is really trying to get one of those 15 sites. We had identified what we believed was a really good site. The Union Mine between Carson and Reno is an old lead mine. It's a low-risk site with a cap and cover approach for the contaminated soils. We selected the site in 25. We've completed most of the application. We are working with a company who is doing in-kind work for us on the engineer designs, and we've had a whole bunch of meetings with the stakeholders. Oh, sorry. But the thing is we've gotten EPA solicitors involved who have worked in CERCLA their entire life and have now identified that the university who bought the land in 1978 after all mining ceased is held as a responsible party because they bought the mine knowing it was a mine, and that this may not apply to that law. So we were going to come in and be able to clean up the site at no cost to the university. And the EPA lawyers are now saying that that may not be possible because they consider the university liable, and the university has lots of assets, so they should be able to pay for it, as we all know, and she is not flowing in cash. So we're trying to figure out ways to make this happen so we can still come in and get the site cleaned up. We think we may have found a few ways to get that done, but it's been taking some time. So once we finalize the eligibility requirements, we're going to then re-engage with the stakeholders, work up the financial assurance mechanism, and then prepare to submit the application to the EPA. One of the big aspects of the division is our education, main activities for the dangers of abandoned mine sites. mineral mining and earth sciences. We do a lot of presentations, create a lot of online activities, and then our open data website as a resource for mining related or mineral related historic information and recent information as well. So in the calendar year 25, we did over 300 presentations, reaching nearly 17,000 people. We had over 33,000 visitors to our open data site and over 800,000 visits to online views of mainly our abandoned mine view as well as our website. Some recent reports, we've talked about the copper in a couple different presentations today, and I've mentioned it too. So currently, majority of the sulfide ore within the United States is put onto ships and shipped overseas. So we partnered with a few different groups and came up with a report talking about the concept of what it would take to build a copper processing facility. We highlight the economics behind it, the permitting requirements behind it, the community engagement behind it, and the feedstock of the existing operations or upcoming operations on it. Does it make sense economically? Still not yet, right? China is literally paying companies to process the ore because they want to control the market. So it's a good starting point to where if that does change at all, it's a place that we hope people reference. It's by far and away not a economic analysis of an individual project, but it is a conceptual paper. The other one is a national hard rock abandoned mine lands report. This is the first one that's ever been completed for an actual hard rock abandoned mine lands report. I was one of the lead authors on this, and Nevada's highlighted quite a bit within it. Again, our open data site, it is an opportunity for anything mining related, from anything from claims to historic notices and plans, sage grouse, solar, rights of way, withdrawals, oil and gas, geothermal, lithium, and a whole bunch more. One of the new activities that we've done on this is the Case Recordation Explorer. So this actually utilizes the BLM's MLRS database, which is an analog database. And we have been able to mine that, and you could use it to look at any BLM projects that are either authorized, pending, submitted within Nevada, as well as the Western United States. This includes stuff from mining, rights of way, geothermal, special land uses, and anything else beyond that that is in that MLRA database. You could actually go in, zoom to an area, use the select tool, select, and it'll pull up everything that is approved, authorized, pending, or submitted plan within the BLM MLRS.
And I'm sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt you. You are
Yeah.
a little bit past 15 minutes, so if we can move quickly
Yeah.
through.
Okay.
I don't want to cut you off.
No, you're
but-
good. I'm real close, okay?
Perfect.
Again, open data site, critical minerals application, same thing, opportunity there. Skip through that. This is another one. So same thing, MLRS database, but public lands, anything to do with existing restrictions or deeds within lands and federal. This one I want to just highlight, it takes a long time to get to a mine. So this is a 6-year average of all the claims, individual claimants, the notice of activity, plans of operations, active mines, and then one new mine. So it takes a lot to get to one of those. So with that, on this last slide, these are a lot of ongoing projects. These are a variety of projects, and these are a variety for a reason. You look at the Barrick Gold Rush 4 Mile, the Angle Gold Ashanti are new discoveries, but you have Twin Creeks, Centerra Gold, which is the Goldfield one that you're referencing, that highway. They are trying to get it up and running by 2028. In I-80, where they're looking at a lot of brownfields opportunities, significant amount of lithium exploration, a lot of copper, and a lot of new companies coming back into the state. For geothermal, you have the traditional companies like Ormat that are continuing with the conventional geothermal, but you have new companies like Fervo with enhanced geothermal, and Zanskar, who their claim is AI, machine learning to help identify hidden blind systems in geothermal. And then a significant amount of exploration for lithium, tungsten, gold. You have companies coming into Forest Service lands that left Nevada, but like Newmont, but have come back. Nev Gold with the Limo Butte project, where it's a antimony project. So they're looking at actually reprocessing the historic mine tailings, and the waste piles is what their focus is right now. And then you see some of the biggest major companies in the world coming back into Nevada with Freeport and South 32 for copper in the Butte Valley region. So there's a lot of opportunity in the state. There's a lot of new commodities that are being looked at, and there's a lot of new greenfield as well as brownfield projects being looked at. And with that, take any questions.
Excellent. Thank you so much for all of that valuable information. I'm sure we do have some questions. Okay. Senator Hansen.
on lithium. I was a little shocked today. I thought Thacker Pass has $2 billion of federal monies. Ioneer Rhyolite Ridge has $1 billion. Yet traditionally, right over the ridge from Rhyolite actually is Clayton Valley, Albemarle. They've been, a free, no government subsidy mine for a long time. And of course, one of the goals with all the subsidies to drive the cost of lithium down and expand the production. Have you guys followed that? I'm kind of wondering, has Albemarle been given some sort of federal subsidy to try to balance the playing field a little bit, or are they still going traditional free market?
So with the Administrator Galeri, for the record, with the Albemarle project, right, that's been a project that's been, like you said, I think it started in the 60s. It's been relatively a small producer on an annual basis, but it's one of those rare projects to where this is a very high value. However, with that value, I don't believe there's been any offset to it, but it's also a technology that is leaving 40 to 50% of the lithium in the salts. So they're not actually extracting very much of it. They're leaving almost half of that resource on the ground. So I think it's just an older technology that was proven with those technology and process to be valuable, and they've opened and closed multiple times due to markets. But yes, that is there. I don't believe they have received any federal funding, from my knowledge, on that project.
Okay, now I just want to, just basic fairness thing, all of a sudden the government gets involved, opens two giant projects, one of which is literally over the mountain from their project. And with the price of it dropping, it's just inevitable that they're going to go out of business. It's a brine project, it's not as efficient as the more modern ones. But just kind of a fairness question in my mind. And I realize that's not, your field of expertise, but just it seems remarkably unfair to me that we have a traditional Nevada mine that's been going since the 60s, which, I'm 65. I was born in 1960. So not like that long ago, in my mind anyway. And to see the government, in effect, pushing them out of in a viable producing mine with and using their own tax revenue to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, and I understand that. And from last I saw with Albemarle, they actually are doing a mine plan expansion. So from my understanding, they're actually trying to expand and increase production rates in that valley.
Good. Well, then maybe my concerns are way off. They don't need federal subsidies. They're just doing it the old-fashioned way. Thank you for your presentation. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Of course. Vice Chair Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. So my question has to do with the enhanced geothermal regulation changes that you're talking about when it comes to changing the, updating the fee. With your questions, was there any, or with your input from the groups that you're talking with, has there been any sort of discussion about having this automatically looked at like every 6 years or something, as opposed to doing the fight that unfortunately happens, or I'm sorry, the discussions that unfortunately will happen during the legislative sessions. So that way we're not looking at something almost 30 years later.
Administrator Galeri, for the record, no, that conversation hasn't happened for an auto renewal. I don't ever want to get it to the point to where we're increasing fees, but the funding isn't needed, right? The goal of the funding is to only cover the cost of the program. And with the increased amount of activity that's leading to additional compliance and follow-up with companies to where we're actually having to transfer staff that traditionally didn't work on it. And so we're seeing more and more work with it. So we want to make sure that we have the ability to adapt for that. We felt that it's been 20-something years and they've lasted that long that's been effective. But a concept like that, I'm not opposed to at the same time.
All right. I have one question. You had mentioned a project where I think you said it was UNR had purchased what is a former mine site. What site was that? I'm not sure if you probably said it.
It's in there. It's a Union mine. It's actually right underneath the Galena Creek Bridge between Reno and Carson that backs up into Pleasant Valley. So they acquired the site in the late 70s for an educational opportunity. And the Mackey Mining School actually did use it for a small period of time for educational, taking the mining engineers and geologists to the site to teach them for basic ground methods and everything else. It's been closed since the mid 80s, I want to say. I can't remember the exact date. It didn't stay open very long. And then it's been pretty much idle since.
Oh, okay. So it's not a recent acquisition.
No.
It's okay.
This was, and this is, the reason why we are frustrated with this project and why it's not qualifying, this is pre-CERCLA, pre-FLIPMA pre all federal mining regulations when the university acquired it, yet they're still saying they're a responsible party.
Got it. Thank you for clarifying. Okay, now I understand better the challenge. It is a challenge indeed. All right, unless there are other questions, that'll conclude this agenda item today. Thank you again for being here, presenting and answering those questions. All right, we're moving on to agenda item number 9. We're going to hear again from some friends at DCNR. We will start with Mr. Bishop on the Water Rights Retirement Program. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Brandon Bishop, for the record. I'm the program manager for the Nevada Conservation and Recreation Program, which has under its umbrella the Conserve Nevada program, the Nevada Water Conservation Infrastructure Initiative, and the Nevada Voluntary Water Right Retirement Program. So just to give background, the Nevada Water Conservation Infrastructure Initiative was passed as part of the ARPA funding that came to the state. $100 million were allocated to the program to support water conservation and water infrastructure projects across the state. 75 million of the program went towards infrastructure type projects, 25 went towards water right retirements. This gives you a snapshot of some of the projects across the program that we're supporting. We're supporting major infrastructure projects throughout the state, as well as those water right retirement programs. And some of the other programs that we're supporting were discussed earlier. So major achievements, one of the projects that we're supporting right now is the turf conversion program in Southern Nevada. To date, that program has converted around 10 million square feet of turf. Another major milestone for the program is that we've supported around 106,000 water meter replacements across the state during this tenure. And for each of those that's replaced, you typically get a 2 to 10% reduction in water. And then you heard a little bit about the county water plans earlier today, but we're helping support some of the rural water county plans get across the finish line with a partnership with DRI. And then we have a number of septic conversions that we are working on across the state. And then down towards the bottom of the slide, it discusses some of the critical projects that we have throughout Nevada. So Nevada has over $2 billion in need for water infrastructure investment. So typically public water systems are those systems that are 15 or more households serviced. And there's just a massive amount of need. And a lot of this need is health safety issues. Some of the big successes that are currently being addressed is in Baker, we have the Lehman Creek. This water system, people were actually going down to the creek with buckets, going back to their home to service their home. And this will bring 2 wells online and a water system for this community. So this program is really addressing just dynamic need across the state. And we work closely with the State Revolving Fund and with USDA Rural Development on project funding to address other projects. So as part of this program, we rolled out the groundwater pilot retirement program. Within this program, we were able to test several different water right retirement programs. The way that we awarded is we put out a call for grants, and we had several nonprofits and governmental entities approach us through grant applications to roll out a variety of groundwater right retirement programs. And through that program, we learned a lot. And that led to AB 104 and SB 36 within the last session. These are our partners that we worked with during that process. And through that program, we were able to retire just over 22,000 acre feet of water. And just to give you perspective, as you may have been driving out here, You probably saw the reservoir, and right now that's about down to 10%, 25,000 acre feet. So that's about that amount of water. Or if you need another example, Topaz Reservoir is about the same size. But we had 5 different models, very, very different. We had conservation easements, we had more traditional water right retirement programs, which just gave us some good lessons learned. And then this gives us a snapshot of those areas in Nevada that were targeted for the groundwater right retirement program. In total, we invested right around 25 million into this program. And you can see the impact that was had within these basins from that water right retirements. And we are currently now in kind of the monitoring phase. So we're looking at these water right retirements and just making sure, are there any more lessons that we can learn? And this picture on the left here, one of the big dynamic issues that we have with water right retirement is how do we restore those fields after water has been removed. And this is a snapshot of one of those fields in Diamond Valley. We know from this program that we're going to need a lot more time transitioning these fields than we did in the ARPA program. But ARPA, because of the time constraints of the program, rolling that out and getting conversion, just you can't do that in that compressed of a timeline. So moving forward, the voluntary water right retirement program, so SB 36 and AB 104 established the Nevada Conservation and Recreation Program, and it established those 3 programs that I told you about kind of in statute under one umbrella. It provided the legal framework for voluntary retirement of certificated and decreed groundwater rights throughout Nevada. And it made sure that these are coming from willing sellers is the other major component, but it really is to address those areas of conflict around the state where we see declining groundwater, and to be used is a surgical tool to kind of address those areas. So right now, the biggest challenge of the program is funding. We have been working with our partners and the members of the original TAC, Technical Advisory Committee, to address various avenues of how we can support the program. And several of our partners are applying to the Conserve Nevada grant round. So Conserve Nevada is one of our bond programs, and the Water Capital Improvement Program is one of our other bond programs. The Conserve Nevada program was authorized under AB 84 in 2019. That authorized $217.5 million for conservation projects around the state. It's about the 5th reauthorization of that initiative since the 60s. And that really has supported outdoor recreation, conservation, wildfire mitigation, restoration, a lot of habitat work around the state. And so we have currently about 56 applications that were submitted to the program with 36 million in ask, and we have 10 million to divvy out. So there will be a lot of competition in that. And to date, we've had 3 water right retirement programs apply to that program. And then through the Water Capital Improvement Grant Program, this is the program that the state primarily uses to fund water and wastewater infrastructure around the state. And this matches some of those federal funds that come in. So this one is also very, very competitive because a lot of times we're dealing with health safety issues with those dollars. But we do have several applicants coming forward with groundwater right retirement program applications with that. And that kind of gives us a snapshot of where we are with the program, and I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you so much. Questions, starting with Assemblymember DeLong.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. I had a question on slide number 4, which is your major achievements and need. Under the critical infrastructure programs, you list one that's the Kobe Valley source development. What did that entail?
So on that project, that is a Eureka County project that they applied for with the condition of Diamond Valley. Some of the wells in the Diamond Valley area have seen declines in their water levels. So Eureka County is looking to Kobe Valley for additional municipal water use, and they're doing exploratory work and exploratory drilling for the development of municipal water supplies.
Thank you.
Other questions? Vice Chair Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the information and for the reminders. I'm sure a few of us were like, no, let's not go through this again. But when it comes to the water rights retirement, and I really do appreciate, especially under the Conserve Nevada, the number of people that applied, number of money that was asked for, how much we were actually able to give. But with the attempts to also buy back water rights, how many applications have happened that we were not actually able to fund? And or another way to ask this is, how many applications are we trying to get? How much more money should we try to get in there with all the money that we have in our state at this time and in the future? By the way, that was sarcasm because I think all of us know that we're broke. But how much money should we be trying to get there?
So Brandon Bishop, for the record, when we floated the pilot program, we received significant more demand than we had. I don't remember the numbers exactly, but we can get those for you. But it was significant. And I think with what has been proposed through Conserve Nevada and what's coming forward to the Capital Improvement Grant Program, there still is a lot of demand out there within those areas that we're seeing a lot of conflict.
Follow up if I may. So that's good to hear that we have so many people that are interested in selling that. I don't know if this is really a question or more of a comment. It would be great if that was actually in the budget that was proposed to us next January, next February, as opposed to us trying to find it as a legislative body. So I'm hoping that those discussions are going on, and then that way it is not necessitating or creating a bill request for us to try to look for that and when it takes time for the budget. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
All right, other questions? So I just wanted to clarify on the programs that you said applied for the grants for water right retirements. Are those like local water authorities, or what kind of entities would be applying for the grants?
So in the future, depending upon the color of money that's supporting the water right retirement program, will dictate a lot of who is eligible for application. For the pilot program, we received applications from nonprofits and governmental entities, so subdivisions of the state of Nevada, so Central Nevada Regional Water Authority, Humboldt River Basin Water Authority, Southern Nevada Water Authority, Walker Basin Conservancy, a nonprofit, and then the Nevada Land Trust, another nonprofit.
Okay, and at this point, all of the funds have been expended for the water rights retirement programs, right?
The water right the funds allocated to specific retirements have been fully expended. There is some residual funding in there that is going towards continued observations, but okay, it's pretty minimal. It's a couple $1,000s.
Okay. Thank you. Did you have a question? All right. I think that covers all of our questions for now. Thank you so much for being here and for answering those. That will take us to the Sagebrush Ecosystem Council. If I'm not mistaken, please go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you so much for having me. My name is Kathleen Steele. I'm the program manager of the Sagebrush Ecosystem Program. I'm here to just kind of give a brief overview of the Sagebrush Ecosystem Program and the tasks that we've been handling thus far. So just a brief reminder of our mission and goals. The program's mission is to sustain and enhance Nevada's sagebrush ecosystems and the species that depend on them while supporting the state's economy through responsible land stewardship and resource management. And under that, our main task is to run the conservation credit system, which is the mitigation program for the greater sage grouse through Nevada. And the goal of that is to offset impacts from anthropogenic disturbances through enhancement and protection that results in a net benefit for greater sage grouse habitats in the state of Nevada. So this is what we're trying to offset. In the past, we have seen a drastic drop in greater sage grouse populations due to various impacts, primarily loss of direct habitat through increased invasive plants and fire frequency, as well as anthropogenic fragmentation. Other impacts such as pinyon juniper encroachment, wild horse and burrow impacts, predation, recreation, improper livestock grazing, anything that removes quality habitat or any kind of functionality out there are also threats to greater sage grouse. As you can see in the graph, there has been a drastic drop in population in the past, and we're slowly seeing that bottom out due to various positive impacts from state, federal, and NGOs, and all the work that everyone has been doing for the last several years. For the conservation credit system, it was started about 2015 to really caught up to running in 2016, was established into NAC in 2019. Since then, as you can see in the graph, the projects have increased tremendously. Debit projects have increased, credit projects are slowly keeping up, and we are keeping up on the graph on the right side. We are keeping up credits and debits, but eventually the number of debits that we anticipate coming in will overshadow the number of credits that we do have. But we have, my staff have done a very good job trying to keep up with outreach, getting credit projects in. The majority of credits that we have right now are private land credits, and I'll talk in a little bit about our successes with public lands. So for debit projects, we have over 20 debit projects that are currently trying to determine their obligation. 46 additional projects are in planning, which means that they haven't started really anything yet. They're just, we know about them, we're working with them on the avoid and minimize process, and we have a general estimate, but nothing in concrete yet. Project types include pretty much anything and everything: mining, solar, exploration, the geothermal, pipelines, and power lines. Right now, we're seeing a lot of fiber optic cables, a lot of power lines, and a lot of solar. 62 debit projects have completed their mitigation, which means they've transacted and offset their obligation. And we have ongoing management for reclamation activities, so we're working currently on those standards in our system. As you can see in the graph, as soon as the regulation went through, we saw a drastic increase in debit projects. For credit projects, it's been a more steady climb, not necessarily more exponential climb. We have about 38 credit projects that are currently underway, 4 restoration projects on private lands, including post-fire restoration. Unfortunately, we had 3 of our credit projects burn in this last year, ranging from minor kind of scarring to pretty drastic loss of habitat. So we're currently working on post-fire restoration. We have meadow restoration projects underway, as well as a beaver translocation that was done this last year, and we're hoping to go back out and see if it actually settled in. In all, we have over 225,000 acres being managed for the benefit of greater sage grouse for all our credit projects. We're very excited about moving into public lands credit projects. It's something that we've always thought about in the past, but there have been a lot of barriers, including the fiscal responsibility and durability and all of that. But my staff have been working really hard, and we're very excited to have a general framework that we're running with right now to try to see if we can increase public lands restoration. We had through our council, our Sagebrush Ecosystem Council, we received approval of new restoration categories. including meadow restoration, pinyon juniper removal, post-fire restoration, and invasive weed removal. This means that we can create a management plan and send out the entity without coming back to the council meeting for approval every single time. We can go out, we can generate a plan. They trust us to do these kind of restorations. Other restoration projects are viable. They just have to come to the council for approval. We currently have 3 public lands projects in play that we're very excited about, including post-fire restoration and pinyon juniper removal, which is approximately 30,000 acres of proposed treatment out there. We're hoping to see something signed relatively soon on one of the public lands credit projects with the debit project. Regarding our transactions, as you can see, those have increased exponentially as well. We've had nearly 100 transactions completed, including internal transfers, which means that the debit project owns both the debit and the credit project, usually a mine that owns the ranch as well. So that's an internal transfer, and then private sales, which is that a debit project goes out and purchases from a private land credit project. These transactions represent the conservation of over 59,000 acres of prime sage-grouse habitat on private lands. So these are locked away for a minimum of 30 years. So highlights from this last year: we have expanded statewide training and certification efforts, reaching over 70 participants across multiple sessions. And this is for our verifiers. They're certified consultants who do the work for us. We have over 70 participants in that. We have increased coordination with Western states through regional collaboration. We're very excited about that. We started this last year. We're reaching out to all the states in the West that deal with greater sage-grouse mitigation, and we all get together and we kind of brainstorm, bounce ideas off each other. Nevada is in the lead on sage-grouse mitigation, and a lot of states are looking to us to kind of help guide them in their own programs. So we meet annually, and it's a very interesting time. Sometimes they have ideas that help us, and sometimes we have ideas that can get them started. We have increased federal partnership engagement with 5 CCS trainings. So we went out and toured the state to train our federal partners. We had 42 participants from BLM, NDOW, the National Forest Foundation, APHIS, and Forest Service. We hosted our annual proponents workshop. This is something also that we started last year, which is we invite all of our debit project proponents and our credit project proponents to come together, get a little bit of a training on the conservation credit system, and then we give them food and they talk to each other. And we've had a lot of transactions come out of these. A lot of times before this, we would hear, I can't get a hold of a credit project. I can't get a hold of a debit project. What is going on? Nobody's answering their phone. So we figured, make them talk to each other. And food always makes people talk to each other. So that was very exciting. We had 21 participants, and we asked them, should we continue doing this? Should we make it every other year? They actually had full support of doing it annually. They actually asked for it to be done twice a year, which we just cannot feasibly do with our staff numbers and our budget. We advanced the public lands restoration partnerships with the Forest Service, the BLM, and the National Forest Foundation. Like I said, we're planning on investing in 30,000 acres of treatment, which we're very excited about. So future goals, we want to increase transparency and streamline processes with the CCS. If you haven't looked, which I doubt you have because nobody has, we launched a new website 2 days ago. So we have a brand new website. It's beautiful, and we're hoping that increases transparency and allows people to find the things that they need a lot faster. We're hoping to strengthen collaboration across agencies, partners, and the states by continuing these conversations that we've started with other states, other agencies, all the way down to our NGO partners. We want to emphasize public lands restoration through the CCS and the program as a whole. We want to address escalating pressures from wildfire frequency and intensity, which is why we were pushing very hard to have the council approve fire restoration as a public lands mechanism. We see that as a growing problem across the state, and we want to start addressing that as best we can. And then we also need to prepare for growing demand driven by the rising number and pace of debit projects. You saw those charts where it's just exponentially increased, and we expect it to continue to do so. So a couple of issues that we've had is the basically growing operational demands. This program was created in 2012. The CCS was launched in 2015. Active projects increased from 12 in 2015 to over 171 projects currently, which is a 14-fold increase. We have 76 additional projects under monitoring for potential impacts, 150 analyzed projects that are determined to have no impact or are no longer active, but it still took a lot of time for the staff to analyze those projects for the potential. We were adopted as the mitigation standard in the BLM's Greater Sage Grouse RMP that came out recently. So we're not only locked in an NAC, but we're also mentioned in the RMP. We have participation through 3 different federal regulatory committees, which takes staff time. And the CCS is increasingly used as an exception process through the federal agencies, increasing our workload because we have to sit down and actually determine whether we can be used as an exception process. So we have capacity and resource constraints. Our staffing levels are flat despite programmatic growth. We increase our volume and complexity, and that requires additional specialized staff. My staff currently is great, they're all great, they're amazing, but we are reached to our limits. We are struggling just to make deadlines, to be able to process these permits, and especially with NEPA getting a lot faster, we're struggling to keep up. Also, adding in restoration work has increased the need for additional staff to handle monitoring for that and management for that, to ensure that we have net conservation gain and that the applicable restoration projects offset the debit projects. And our current staffing constraints restrict our capacity to expand collaboration and ensure timely project analysis and reporting, like I mentioned. That'll be it. I'll take questions. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for presenting to us. Do we have questions? Starting with Assemblymember DeLong.
Thank you again, Chair. Thanks, Kathleen. Appreciate the presentation. Just a question with regard to the public lands projects. How have you addressed the durability criteria on the public land projects?
Thank you, Kathleen Steele, for the record. So durability has been a very complex issue, you would imagine. We have a lot of things kind of built into the system already to ensure net conservation gain. We have increased the reserve account contribution for any debit project out there, or for any credit project on public lands out there. So they do an increased reserve account. So if something should happen, including wildfire, wild horse and burrow, some kind of disturbance that's more of a act of God disturbance, we have increased the reserve account contribution so that that can be covered. We also have it in play that if a debit project should move into the area, either directly on top of the public lands project or nearby impacting it, it's always been a requirement for our private land credit projects, and we just moved it over for the public land credit projects, that they would take on any habitat loss. So in addition to their debit amount, whatever is decreased from our credit project, they take on that burden as well. So that kind of offsets, so increases their debit burden. Those kind of things. We also were working with the Forest Service and the BLM to try to figure out contracts and durability mechanisms that way. But those are our main instances that are built in. Thank you.
Other questions? Senator Hansen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. You mentioned that when you do certain projects, things are, quote, locked away for 30 years.
Yeah.
Locked away from what? What are we locking the land up away from? I mean,
sure. Thank you, Kathleen Steele, for the record. That's a good question. So when we have someone sign a management plan, they get they get credits, they sign a management plan. They are obligated to follow that management plan for 30 or for the duration of the project. And that includes very detailed grazing routine, how they're going to address invasive annual grass, invasive weeds, haying mechanisms, all of that. So that is very detailed outlined through this document. When they transact, when they sell their credits to a debit project, that is locked in. They are required by a contract to follow that management plan and keep their habitat at that standard or better for however long that debit project is on the land, whether it's a minimum of 30 years up to 120 years. So when we say it's locked away, they're in contract that they cannot develop, build, destroy, mow, anything like that. They have to keep that habitat like that or better for that duration.
Okay, now you have, I think, active projects. I think it was 114 you said that you're monitoring. The one graph I didn't see up there, other than the very beginning, you mentioned the sage grouse populations are on an uptick. But do you have any specific data for the projects that you're monitoring that, you know, if you had 100 sage grouse to start with at this certain project, 10 years later, has the population gone up? Or, you know, I didn't see any data, because really this thing's all about enhancing sage grouse habitat.
Correct.
And one of the ways you could measure success would be an increase in sage grouse populations on those specific areas. Do you have any data to show that any of these projects have actually resulted in substantial sage grouse population improvements?
So Kathleen Seal, for the record, good question. We do not have project-specific data. Some of our projects, depending on debit or credit, do not actually have sage grouse who live on the project. There sometimes may be very important corridors, or they do have sage grouse in a lek nearby, and they'll get them during the brood rearing season, which we don't, NDOW might monitor, but we don't actually monitor. That would be an NDOW question. We focus primarily on habitat enhancement. So we take whatever the habitat that USGS has defined through intense modeling and following of these birds, and we manage the habitat for greater sage grouse. The population is more on the NDOW side of things, and unfortunately, I don't have those project-specific numbers.
Oh, no, I'd love to see those. You know, most projects like that have kind of a treatment, untreated area kind of a thing, because I've been watching this for a long time. And one of the more fascinating things is, you know, you've got 600,000 acres almost in the Sheldon in National Wildlife Refuge area. And you go back and read, they literally removed all livestock grazing by 1993, 100%. And at the time, the projections were that the populations were going to go up to 8,000 to 9,000. I mean, they actually gave some numbers, right? The bird numbers there are so low now that NDOW even stopped their own. They had a special 2-day hunt just to kind of keep track of it. When I talked to Sean Espinosa recently about it, I was like, where'd all the sage grouse go that used to exist on the Sheldon? After removing 100% of grazing, wild horses, everything. You know, there's going back supposedly to total natural conditions. And the result's been a catastrophe for sage grouse populations. I bring that up because I've heard repeatedly things like, well, we're going to monitor this area and we're going to remove all livestock grazing, and that should improve the habitat. Yet we have a 600,000, you know, your biggest total was 30,000, I think.
30,000 for the restoration that we're working on. We have 225,000 acres, so 59 locked away and 225 currently being managed.
Okay, so roughly 250,000 acres. You got an area that's more than double that in the Sheldon.
Yeah.
But I haven't heard any evidence that people have actually been monitoring that to see what the results have been by literally going back to a pristine, ungrazed, undeveloped, no mineral projects, none of that sort of thing there. So I was wondering if do you guys do any kind of nothing like a treatment, untreated area to see what the responses are among the bird populations? It sounds like maybe NDOW does, but you guys don't.
Kathleen Steele, for the record, we don't. We do not treated, but like pre and post pictures of the habitat, trying to maintain. We do require annual photos on our credit projects, those kind of monitoring, but we don't have any population data.
Okay, well, I'd love to see an overlap of your projects and the monitoring and the improvement in habitats, and then NDOW coming in and saying, hey, we started with 100 sage grouse on this 100 acres, and now we're up to 1,500 or something, you know,
Sure.
I mean, some evidence that the actual changes in the habitat is resulting what the original intent of this. I was around in 2012 in the legislature, so I remember the development of this program and the concerns on the federal level of the Endangered Species Act. And now here we are looking at it 11, 12, 13 years later, but so far I haven't heard any actual data that the birds themselves have dramatically improved population-wise after doing all these projects for all these years. But I guess that's for another time, another meeting when we'll have NDOW here and we can ask them, you know, has this actually improved sage grouse populations in Nevada? Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation.
All right. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you so much. This was a great update. Very informative.
Thank you all.
And I think that brings us to the conclusion of agenda item number 9. So we will go to agenda item number 10 and hear from the Great Basin Resource Watch.
Good afternoon, committee members, and thank you very much, Chairwoman Scheibel, for inviting me to come and speak. My name is John Hatter, for the record. I'm the director of Great Basin Resource Watch. We're a nonprofit here in Nevada. We've been around since 1994. We work with communities regarding mining issues. Our structure is we work with communities. We also go out to mine sites. We talk to the industry. We talk to regulators. We talk to decision makers as well. So we do a lot of different things in our organization, including policy and also some technical analysis as well. So I wanted to preface this a little bit that we obviously live in a very extractive society, and we use the stuff from extractive society. But extraction does have consequences as well, and so that's why I put in. That's why I added. Oops. I don't know if that can be fixed or not, but it's off the screen. That's why I added this slide, just to remind us that there are consequences, and these are a couple identified examples that we've got to be careful with what we do on our public lands. And it's not to say that. No, that's okay. So that's really the bottom line here, is that the idea is our permitting process on mining should be careful, should be judicious. Well, we need to think about the communities that are directly affected by these projects. Obviously, they've talked a lot about how economies are affected and so forth, but there are also other effects. So I just wanted to preface that a little bit with going forward. I have 3 kind of recommendations or requests for the committee, and then I have a couple statements I'd like to read by Indigenous-led groups that weren't able to come today. So first of all, there's an issue that arose at Thacker Pass, and since you all went to Thacker Pass, many of you, I thought I'd bring up a couple issues that arose that I think that maybe the state could address. One of them is this issue of acidic mine waste. At the Thacker Pass project, they're using sulfuric acid to extract the ore. This is not uncommon. Sulfuric acid is used. In fact, it's going to be used at the Rhyolite Ridge site as well, very similar. What happens is you get the spent ore residue has what they call filtered tailings. Now, what you may have heard is dry stack tailings from the company. And I think that's a little bit misleading because the tailings are not completely dry. Yes, they press them, which is great. They may spend some time drying them, but there's still a little residual moisture in there, so they're not completely dry. Once you stack all those tailings up in a big facility, there's compression that occurs, and it's kind of like squeezing a damp sponge. A little liquid's going to come out, there's also precipitation. So the residual acid that's on the tailings will find its way through the facility and will carry toxins out of the facility. So this is an issue we're going to see it more than once. It's not just Thacker Pass, but this came up in the Thacker Pass project. So there is a standard testing regimen to determine what's the water going to be like coming out, and that was done, and it showed that it would be very toxic. So Great Basin Resource Watch and the public commented, well, why don't you neutralize the residual acid in these tailings before they go out on public land? The state's response was this. Basically, yeah, we think it's a good precautionary measure. The division agrees that neutralization of all tailings of the material prior to filtration is a more benign option. So they kind of agree with this, but they said we don't have the authority to say you have to neutralize. And so they say, well, since there's going to be a thick liner underneath that's going to capture the fluid, that's good enough to satisfy the zero discharge requirement. This is a picture, if you see on the sort of columns with all the colors in there, that's the tailings that we're talking about before neutralization. All the colors you see, the red, the orange, the yellow, that's all the violation. That's above standards. If you look on the column on the other side, the 3 columns there, that's neutralized tailings. So in the permit, the state permit, they did ask the company, can you do a study? Can you do an analysis on this? And that's the results. So clearly the neutralized tailings is a much better thing to be going out on public land than the non-neutralized. Water is going to seep out over time. So given the fact that the mine waste is going to be there indefinitely, yes, there's the liner underneath it. Yes, it's an engineered facility of sorts, but this is a long time. This is forever. We think that every feasible measure should be put into place to avoid complications down the road. And so our recommendation request of this committee is to recommend that the state have authority to require neutralization. Now they can have a discussion with the mining company to come up with options, but at least have the authority to say, yes, we feel in this case you should do it. And like I said, this is going to come up again. The Rhyolite Ridge mine is the same thing. They're doing a similar process. They're going to have acidic tailings. We're going to see it with other projects as well. Anytime, especially when you use acid. The current regulation for tailings is this, 445A. And you see there's language in there about inhibiting migration of contamination and so forth. That's all good. But what's contained in the regulation for what's called spent ore, which I believe is focused on heap leach pads. So this is the stuff that goes out. They put the ore on the pads, and then they added cyanide and so forth and drain it. I think that this regulation on spent ore stabilization was designed for that. And it specifically requires a pH range, a neutralization, if it can be feasibly done, of course. So we're saying, hey, let's apply at least the same standard to this other form of waste that's going to be on public land, and definitely that will have a similar type of liner, could have a similar type of liner. So that's one thing to consider. Another thing that came up, in fact, is this issue of state and federal permitting. As you know, whenever the federal land's involved, there's going to be a federal permit, and of course there's numerous state permits and a public process that goes along with that. The state has numerous permits. The most encompassing, in our view, is what's called the water pollution control permit. So here they have to analyze everything about the mine site to make sure that there isn't going to be degradation of the waters of the state. And unlike the federal process, the state does not approve the entire plan of operations. The federal government, they approve the plan of operations as a whole. That's part of their permitting process. But the state says, we're going to approve what we think is okay, essentially. And so it's a little different process there. So what happened at Thacker Pass was that the federal permit was approved over a year before the state process was completed. And this is not uncommon. And in fact, we've talked to the agency about this before. It's like this disconnect between when the state and federal permitting happens. What happened with Thacker Pass, though, is that the federal government said, okay, we're going to approve your entire plan of operations, but the state said, oh, but you can't go below the water table, because we see that there's a potential to degrade waters of the state, And the state said, we don't really think your mitigation plan is good enough. We're not satisfied. At Great Basin Resource Watch, we were happy to see this because we weren't satisfied either. So we were happy that the state put some controls on it. But what that means is that you've got kind of two different mine plans being permitted here. And the analysis that the state was doing on the permit side really didn't make it into the federal permitting process effectively because they gotten way ahead of them. Another thing that another thing that came out is that this tailings neutralization was also not discussed in the EIS. Had they waited till after the state permitting, that probably would have come up. And maybe that would have been part of a revised plan of operations to include that, which we think would be better in general. So the federal permit was issued well before, and we kind of have two different mine plans. So the EIS, Environmental Impact Statement, which is supposed to cover everything, actually often doesn't incorporate certain aspects that are in the state permit. It should, and there's certainly communication between the state and the federal government, but a lot of times the federal process gets way ahead, and that's what happened with Thacker Pass. And it can happen. It's happened at other sites too, but in this case, we had the consequences of things that got left out of the federal permitting process. We heard earlier about how long the permitting process takes. I want to clarify that my understanding is that this sort of 29-year time frame, that includes non-public portions as well as public portions. For Thacker Pass, the public portion of the federal permitting was done in less than a year. And from our point of view, that's record time in terms of a public process for a mine of that complexity and scale. So to avoid confusion, facilitate more complete discussion of the mine plan, we are recommending that the state open its MOU with the federal government to include a section on permit timing. And they can have a discussion on what makes sense. From our point of view, it seems like it would work better if all the state permits were pretty much lined up and ready to go, and then the federal process could start. Because then if there are constraints on the mine plan, that could be incorporated into the plan of operation that goes to the federal government. Then the state and the federal government are permitting the same thing. The other thing is there's a reclamation cost estimate, which was discussed today also. Now, our understanding is that the state and the federal government have to come in concurrence with that. But the state really can't get a solid number until they do their analysis, until they've almost pretty much completed the permit. They're ready to go. So from our point of view, it makes more sense to get that done first. Then they can have a good reclamation cost estimate to send to the federal government to get concurrence and then talk to the company about it. So that seems like that would be a better process instead of assuming. Also, the Federal Land Policy Management Act requires concurrence with states. So, I mean, one might be able to argue that at Thacker Pass, the federal permit, is it really legal because they allowed something that the state wouldn't? That's up for the judges to decide, I suppose. But the point is that if we want to satisfy the federal law, also it makes sense to get all those state permits done, because then you know you're clean. The updated MOU, with an updated MOU, any constraints in the mine plan can be incorporated into a new plan of operations that they would submit to the federal government. And we think that'll make for more consistent mine permitting and a better process overall. And not confusion, because in Thacker Pass, the public was kind of confused about what was going on because of this process. It'll also ensure any kind of mitigation analysis that would come out in the state permitting process gets included in the federal process. So we just think it makes a more complete. So that's our second request for you all. The third, it really relates to public process as well. Oh yeah, include. And that is what we call community right to know. Especially thinking about the communities that are directly affected. They should be apprised of what the nature of the project is, understand the consequences, and be able to have discussions about it and deliberate on it in ways that affect them. Right now, what's happening is the federal government is stepping back. For a NEPA process, for an EIS, there has been 3 comment periods for decades. Essentially, there's what they call the scoping at the very beginning, like, okay, what should we study? Number 2 is a draft EIS. Okay, here's our draft. Teachers about drafts. Take a look at it. What do you think, public? What about the mitigation plans? Get comments on that. And then the final. And each one of those comment periods is on the record. That's part of the public process. When it's on the record, that means the public has an avenue for redress, which is kind of how this country was founded in part, issues of redress. Right now, what the federal government is doing is only one comment period, or which is what we're seeing with under the Trump administration. And the South Railroad project is kind of the case example in Nevada. It's the first one that we know of where they're doing this new process where they're only having one comment period. By statute, under NEPA, they have to have one. They have to have a comment. It doesn't say they have to have one, doesn't have to have two or anything. It just says you have to have a comment. You have to request comments from the public on EIS. So they do. And at the very beginning, and only at the very beginning. So the public will not be able to provide comments on the draft EIS. They're not going to be able to comment on the mitigation plan, any of that. So we would like to see, can the state of Nevada do something more than it does now? And we've had a discussion on the state agency about this, and they didn't say no. But how will you work it out? Can we have just informational meetings prior to when the state publishes its draft permits? So in other words, before the clock starts, to help the public understand the nature of the project. What are the consequences? Can the state step in? The state does a lot of analyzing the project. They understand a lot of aspects of it. So can we help out the public understand these projects, especially when the federal government's stepping back? So this is about transparency and understanding. So that's the third request. We think that, especially for the folks that are directly affected, we owe that to them. Here's Leslie Sone, who's a citizen who's in Smith Valley. And, she talks here about how these things get thrown at them and they're at odds with it. They don't know, they don't have the information, things move too fast. And so this is part of what we're after here. Can we have communities, we think communities have a right to know. So those are our three suggestions, recommendations for the committee on some process. A couple of things that came up at Thacker Pass, but are not unique to Thacker Pass by any means. But they will be ongoing. And then I'd like to read these two statements. One is people of Red Mountain who organized as a result of the Thacker Pass project, and they're entirely indigenous led. The lithium mines will change the McDermott and surrounding areas more than we can expect. We are worried about the increase of MMIP, murdered and missing indigenous persons, and the division between our tribal community. The environment and cultural resources will also be impacted. The ecosystem will be fragmented into irreversible ecological damage, which will affect how our tribal people interact with the land, practice hunting, gathering, and teaching traditions, and most importantly, how we practice our religion and teaching our next generation. We are concerned about the water and air quality and increase in cancer in our community members, which ultimately affects our tribal people's quality of life. The land, our people, and all the living things that trickle down effect due to what they call green colonialism and fast tracking of mines. So that's that perspective coming from that group. Another group that deals with mines is the Western Shoshone Defense Project. They've been around for a long time. Their statement is that the original people of the Great Basin were the first stewards of the land in what is now called Nevada. Western Shoshone view of the land is that it's our Earth Mother, something to be honored. Others see the land as a commodity to be exploited. In 1872, the newcomers decided mining was the best use of the land, but best for whom? In less than 200 years, we have witnessed this once land of plenty being downgraded to one of toxicity in the land, air, and water. Biodiversity is constantly being threatened, and our water's most precious life source taken for granted by entities meant to uphold conservation values through stewardship and responsible mining. The consequences of drought and climate change are on the horizon. If we are being responsible stewards of this land, and the protection of water must be the #1 priority. When we protect water, we protect biodiversity, human life. If we are to uphold the values and are being responsible planners, we must protect land, air, and water, and sun laws for the generation of all Nevadans. This can begin with open and meaningful conversations, like we were having, discussions and planning with original stewards and fairly recognized tribes, as well as traditional knowledge keepers of this land. I thank you for your time, and if there's any questions or comments, Bill.
Thank you so much. Are there questions from the committee? Starting with Assemblymember DeLong.
Thank you again, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. You made a statement that the state does not permit the entire project. And so I'm wondering, what part of a project isn't permitted under the state's reclamation law?
John Hatter for the record. Thank you for the question. They don't really piece it out like that. And they look at aspects of it. And I mean, there could be an aspect of the mine that the state, and you should ask this question, the state also, that they feel is, they don't want to permit, or they feel is particularly dangerous, or like I said, degrades the waters of the state. That could stop the project potentially. It could say, well, that's a critical piece of that mine project. And I think that's really rare. It's very rare. Usually the issues are worked out between the operator or the proposal and the state. This was one case at Thacker Pass where that wasn't really worked out well enough, and they said, no, we don't trust, we don't like the mitigation. So it's not, they just have to, they look at pieces of it and how they're going to affect, particularly for the water pollution control permit, how it's going to affect the waters of the state, and can they guarantee that it's not going to be degraded. So I don't think they really piece it out in quite that way.
Follow up, Chair. I'm not quite sure what you just said there, but again, I'll ask the question, what part of a mine project is not covered by the state's reclamation law, which includes a full bond on the entire project?
Oh, it covers everything.
Okay, so just to clarify then, now you're retracting your statement and that you're now saying that the state does permit the entire project?
No, step back. John Hatter for the record. So basically, because this, for example, in the case of Thacker Pass, because the state said we're not going to let you go below the water table, then any reclamation associated with that is also not part of the reclamation plan. That doesn't need to be, because they're not allowing that part of the project to go forward. So the state, the company presents a plan of operations to the federal government, and the federal government, you know, approves whatever's in there or not. The state says, okay, we'll look at this. And actually, this piece over here we think is problematic. So either change it or, you know, let's talk about it. In the case of Thacker Pass, they said, well, this going below the water table is too problematic at this point. You've got to have a better plan for how you're going to deal with this. And so any piece that the state constrains then would not need to be part of the reclamation plan. So for example, let's say the state said, you know, we don't like these acid plants you're going to build out there at Thacker Pass. We think they're too dangerous. Say they said something like that. Then there's going to be no reclamation for them because they're not going to build them. That's my understanding.
I'll leave it there for now, because what I think I heard from you is that whatever project gets approved, the state fully permits it and the bonds it. Now, what they may think about or discuss with the agencies or with their banks or anything, if it doesn't get approved, then it's not that it can't happen. And the state permits cover the entire project that's been approved.
John Hatter for the record, that's been approved by the state, not by the federal government. Because the federal, in the case of Thacker Pass, the federal government approved going below the water table, and the state said no. So they did not approve that part of it. So whatever in the state permit that they approve, the reclamation plan is to cover.
Yes, and I believe we've been elected to the state legislature, not Congress, and so we oversee what the state programs are.
Absolutely.
Other questions? Vice Chair Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. The civics teacher in me is like, this is so much fun with the federal balance of the three different levels. But I'm not going to lie, the legislator in me is like, oh my God. Okay, so I just want to make sure, though, what you're asking us to do is to consider on your slide under the compensate for the lack of adequate federal public process. You're asking this body to consider expanding what the state's role is in that public process of discussion. Is that what I understand from what you're asking?
Yeah, John Hatter for the record. Good question. It comes, the one question is this a rulemaking process? Is this an NRS process? Or do we really need to do either? So on one hand, if the committee could recommend to the state and say, hey, can you kind of within the authority that you have already, can you do some of these hearings and not have to, they may not necessarily have to amend any regulations? Because right now, once the permit becomes active for comment, then the public can request a hearing on the permit. And if there's community concern, the state usually does it. I mean, it happened for Thacker Pass, for example. But what we're saying here is let's get out in front of that before there's that 30-day clock that's ticking on the permit. When the public is under the pressure to understand the project, let's do something in advance of that. So that's not in, it's not in the regulations to do that. And that would be one possibility, is to put it in there. But I think it would be good to work with the agency to see how they would like to proceed with something like that. Because we have talked to them a little bit about that. So it may be more of a resolution from the committee just saying, can you work on this with, you know, how would you do this? Is it needed for every project? Probably not. Some of them are pretty simple and probably don't require, but some of them are very complex. Thacker Pass is pretty complicated because it's got acid plant as well, and most mine projects are. So especially new projects, and especially in new areas where people aren't used to mining. So there may be some issues there. So maybe it's more of a guidance that the agency develops internal at the request of the legislator.
Thank you for that clarification and follow-up, if I may. Thanks. So in the slide prior to that, you had mentioned an MOU to help improve state-federal communication. I think I already know the answer to this, but I'm still going to put it out there. The MOU does not usually come in front of the legislative body. It usually is done through the agency. So again, you're asking us to go to the agency and ask them to renegotiate the memorandum of understanding. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, John Hatter for the record. Great question. Yes, same thing. I mean, basically the agency has authority to negotiate under the statutes exactly. So it's basically saying, hey, we as a committee feel like this is a good thing to do, and help them to move forward with that. And we have had some discussions with the NDP about this a couple of years ago, and they're like, thinking about it. So, I mean, you know, the idea is, again, a recommendation to help try to move that forward. If they see that, we think that if they see that legislators are interested in it, then maybe something can more happen. Not to say anything negative about the agency. They got a lot to do. But I personally think at Great Basin, we think that this process will work better for them, but that's a discussion that we need to have. Thank you.
And they can do so without our input and then come to us later through the Ledge Commission to approve or not approve the MOU.
Yeah, John, have the record. Absolutely.
Great. Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you for letting me clarify that process.
Absolutely. Other questions? Okay, I think that covers all of our questions. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your presentation and also sharing with us statements from our Native communities. We appreciate it.
John Hatter for the record. Thank you so much for your service to the state of Nevada. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, and if you could turn off the microphone before you leave the table. I believe that brings us to the end of agenda item number 10. And we move on to agenda item number 11, which is our second opportunity for public comment. Is there anybody wishing to give public comment in person here in Winnemucca? I don't see anybody coming up to give public comment here in person, so we will go to the phones, please, for any public comment.
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to participate in public comment, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last three digits of 478, please press *6 to unmute. You may continue.
Am I up?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. Colette Calusa, volunteer with Wild Horse Education. The 1971 Wild Horse Act requires wild horses be preserved and managed humanely, not removed and stockpiled. Yes, most herds still lack required herd management area plans, despite federal court rulings calling BLM's delays egregious and unlawful. BLM's 2026 Wild Horse and Burro Population Estimate Report is presented as neutral data, but it drives funding toward removals and supports claims of overpopulation without examining how those numbers are constructed or who benefits. It will be used to shape how much money Congress allocates to the Wild Horse and Burro program and to justify yet another push for lethal control options. Saying that wild horses are overpopulated simply repeats agency's numbers and appropriate management level AML targets without examining how those numbers are constructed, who benefits from them, and what actually happens on the ground. Wild Horse Education has released an in-depth review of the 2026 report so that advocates, journalists, and lawmakers can see what is really going on behind those numbers. Independent reporting on BLM's own records show that livestock grazing on federal public lands, not wild horses, is a primary driver of range damage, yet horses are consistently framed as the problem while heavily subsidized grazing continues with limited oversight. ProPublica has documented how wealthy ranchers profit from public lands and how political clout helps ranchers dodge oversight. PEER, Public Employees for Environmental Responsibility, likewise reports that livestock are responsible for roughly 2/3 of nearly 57 million acres failing environmental standards, while less than 1 million failing acres are attributed to wild horses and burros. Yet federal policy keeps spotlighting horses and downplaying livestock's much larger footprint on the range. Mining operations add another enormous layer of impact on wild horse habitats. For my hundreds of days observing helicopter roundups and tracking animals afterward, current practices are not humane. BLM's comprehensive animal welfare program standards were never formalized as enforceable regulations and are inadequate. BLM should be required to complete HMAPs and to formalize enforceable, humane standards through rulemaking with full public comments. Thank you.
Chair, your public line is open and working, but you have no more callers wishing to provide public comment this time.
All right, thank you so much. That brings us to the conclusion of public comment for today. Our next meeting will be on June 26th. That is the last Friday in June. That meeting will be in Fernley. We will be providing additional details as they become available through our website and our mailing list. And I want to thank everybody who came today and participated. I want to also give a very special thank you to our staff, our incredible Legislative Council Bureau staffers here from the policy division, the legal division, AVH. The whole road show came just to make sure that the public had access via the YouTube stream, that we could all see the presentations on this beautiful projector. And I just can't thank them enough. We also have legislative police officers who travel all the way out to Winnemucca to keep all of us safe. And we very, very much appreciate your service to the state and you being here today. And of course, I want to thank our hosts. Humboldt County has graciously invited us to meet out here. The Winnemucca Chamber of Commerce allowed us to use this beautiful space. And so none of this would be possible without all of these partnerships. And so we're just very grateful to everybody who makes this happen. And with that, unless I've missed anything, I will adjourn this meeting. Thank you, Chair.